car clash last night. Well, he's trying to make that hard effort pay off, and he does as he goes 0-2-3 on the tree and then runs a 7:05 on a 7:03, and all that's good for the win. Jeff Ball goes an 84 with a 9 on an 83, gave up some on the tree, and Robert Neighbor goes on to the next round. Jeff Ball is going to go swing on by. Well, he is humbly invited to enjoy the round of buybacks. Rob Strong. Rob Strong driving that yellow Firebird. 707 to dial in on his machine alongside Dean Talbert. Dean Talbert driving the 1969 Chevy Nova, lovingly referred to as the Honey Badger. 573 on the Honey Badger is going to be waiting about a second and a half for Rob Strong to take off in his Pontiac. Everybody taking their time staging up. Tree's on its way down. Rob's gone. Dean's gone. 1/1000 separates them on this end. What's it going to be on the other end? Survey says Dean Talbert, 575 with a 5 on a 73. 713 on a 707 for Rob Strom, running 6 off the number, will not get that job done. Dean Talbert puts it together for the better pass. The 03 on the tree. Actually, he gave up 1 thou, but he made it all back up on his way down the track. Here's Tim O'More, another guy that's put on a bunch of oh boy red lights, but now he's been killing it. In time trials the other day, it was like, nope, can't find a green one. Now he does. Now he's been killing it. Stan Deming, speaking of killing it, all the way down from Nampa, Idaho. Deming family, if you haven't heard this name, you're deaf. These guys have been in so many rounds, it's incredible. Lights are real close to the same. This is anybody's guess going down the other end. Winlight comes up Stan Deming. He runs a 25 with a 3 on a 25. 90 with a 1 on an 89 for Tim Moore. So Stan a little closer to the dial and a little closer to the green, best green, as he took 11 on the tree and gave him an 0-1 light down, or gave him an 0-1 stripe down at the other end. Stan Deming moves on to round 2. Chris Johnson. Well, whatever was underneath that car that didn't work anymore works again, I reckon. And one of the Elings, we're not even going to try to guess anymore whether it's Sean or Zach or Mike or I don't know. Anybody else want to drive it? Anybody named Eling get in this car? Because it seems like everybody can put some wind lights on with it. Why not? Tree comes down. The Eling machine out in front of Chris Johnson's Mopar. 6:45 on a 41 after a nice 0-2 light. Sean Eling moves on to the next round. I'm thinking it's Sean. Just guessing. 582 as the dial, but Chris Johnson way as he goes 609. Not quite sure what happened there. Possibility a gear change or something else that he had to do to get the car on the track and wasn't quite ready for it. That might have just really kind of been a time trouble. I'm sure he's going to find his way through buybacks. Randy Stanley, the little 75 Nova, 674 is the dial in. He's going to get a 3/4 of a second head start over Cliff Hall's Maverick. Cliff Hall's Maverick, 603 dial in. Pretty good separation in the lights. And check this out. Randy Stanley runs a 75 with a 4, forces the breakout on Cliff Hall. Cliff Hall gets out by 1 and change. Randy Stanley with a nice 0-3 light goes on through to round 2. Cliff Hall going under. Here's Carly Ball. Carly's driving a junior comp dragster alongside Rich Llewellyn. A little light blue Chevy 2. 647 for the Chevy 2, 650 for the dragster. Well, I know we haven't had too many pairs go down the track. First perfect light comes up, and what has been happening regularly is the perfect light ends up not winning the round. The dragster goes way off the numbers. It goes 728 after cutting a perfect light. Richards 47 with a 1 on a 47 makes up the difference and takes the win. Here's Sasha Hofer. Speaking of names, if you haven't heard it this weekend, you're deep. 741 on Hofer's Firebird alongside Carl Dreyer. Carl's driving the 1982 S10 pick-em-up truck. 668 the dial for the truck. 741 the dial for Ms. Hope. Wind light comes up on Carl's side. This is a wind picker double red. 670 with a 7 on a 68. Sasha goes under by more at the end, and Sasha goes under by more at the tree. And sure, we haven't seen the last of her for sure, but Carl moves on to the next round. Jeff Taylor, speaking of pick 'em up trucks, this pick 'em up truck picks him up, puts him down. 563, the dial in on that truck. It's not the quickest truck on the grounds, though. I do believe Mr. Hawk holds that privilege. 678 for John Victorino, also in a pickup truck. Well, there's lots of zeros and lots of twos. Question is, does he make it work? Jeff Taylor goes 002 on the tree and then runs a 65 with a 5 on a 65. John Victorino 020 puts his O in the wrong spot. He's forced into a breakout as he breaks out by 4,000. John Victorino 77 with a 6 on a 78. Jeff Kreider driving the Wonder Wagon. He's pulled Jim Hulse out of Porterville, the 71 Datsun. It's a 240Z. Or maybe it's a 26. Well, no, let's see. 71, it would have been a 240Z. And they were called like the Ladybug or something if you bought one over in Japan. Trees coming down. Both these guys dialed almost identically. Only 300 separate them on the dial in 720, 723. At the other end, Winlight comes up. Jim Halls. He runs a 726 on his 720 dial. As Jeff Kreider running way off, he goes 730 on a 723 dial. And realistically, Jim Halls was going to take that one wire to wire. Spectacular 02 light. There's Chase Trimp driving the Mini Brute, dialed in 6.60, alongside Danny Volvo. I don't remember seeing Dennis running yesterday. He may have had some issues with the car, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention. 595 dialing on his machine. So he gives Chase the jump, and Chase takes it all the way to the bank. He goes 039 on the tree, 669 with a 7 on a 60. Another car running off by a bunch. Volvo's machine goes 606 on a 95. There's no help there, and the wind light comes up for Chase Trimp. Maurice driving the Monte Carlo, 7.70 seconds. Mr. Lilo driving what is considered one of the cooler cars here today. Well, considered by me anyway, the 94 Ranchero. Or 94, yeah, stop it. 64. It just feels like it was only 94. I'm going to learn it. Here we go, man. All right. Green light's a pair. Get down to the other end. Wind light says Maurice. He goes 74 on a 70 after a nice 03 light. Takes it from wire to wire as he puts on the wind light. Richard gets forced into a breakout, trying to catch up. Doesn't get there. He runs a 12 with a 6 on a 13. Next pair coming your way. Here you go. Dennis Paz found his way into late rounds many times. This is how you get it started. You start with the first one. 656, the dial in on the El Camino. Jacob Beckwith driving the 79 Malibu. He's out of Rancho Cucamonga. Taking her time, staging them up. Somebody, there we go. Dennis says, I'm not going to wait forever. I've got things to do, like win lots of rounds. Tree comes down. Both lights are green, heading down the end of the track. Dennis paused with an 013 reaction time, then runs a 59 with a 6 on his 56 is good for the win. 06 for Mr. Beckwith, and Mr. Beckwith then runs a 29 with an 8 on a 30. Misses it by 2,000, but realistically, Dennis did get the stripe first. Tim Arnswald, 727, coming out of the sky, out of Coachella. Oh, Cella. They call him Sunday Tim for a reason. He's got the hammer alongside him, though. Ron Nichols, 692, the dial in on Nichols machine. Man, this guy just doesn't fool around and hasn't for about 1,000 years. He has a steel hood with a prop because he doesn't want to fool them stupid springs. Lights are real close to the same as it's going to be anybody's bet. Getting down the other end. Taillights, taillights. He got smart pie. All right, Ron Nichols takes the win. 031 on the tree, then runs a 93 on a 92. 28 on a 27 for Tim Arnswald, but he gave up one and change on the tree, and that was pretty much the end of that. Jeff Dye, 668 to dial in on that little blue Nova. Tony Marconi in the drop top arrow. Everybody's green, heading for the other end. Survey says Tony Marconi. He goes 0-1 off the tree, 0-1-3 to be exact, and then runs 593 on a 91. And that's good for end to end. Jeff Dye goes a 67 with a 3, or 67 with a 7, excuse me, missing his dial by 3,000. Starts that out with an 0-4 light. Jay Griner driving that purple 1974 Pontiac alongside Andy Schmall. Andy driving that Beretta 593. The dial on the Beretta is going to give a long head start over to that Pontiac. Green light's a pair. About 300 separate him on this end. Sure enough, the 031 light from Andy Schmall takes the win as he goes 597 with a 3 on a 593, 82 on a 78 for Jay. Both ends of that, Andy was closer. Jay started that out with an 060, and that was going to give that win light to Andy. And there he goes. Stan Montgomery, the 1963 Chevy 2, alongside DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre apparently having some mechanical issues with Pontiac, has moved over to this fine machine. This is an SUV. I'm just going to jump right out in front there and say that's an SUV. And we're all going to wait while DeAndre cruises down the track. Man, Stan couldn't wait, but he did. Brake lights are on. Oh, man, brakes out by 5,000ths of a second. He had 100 on the tree. 100 on the tree. His Stan apparently might have fallen asleep waiting for that Jeep to make its way down there. And guess what? I'll cut a 200 light if it wins. It does. It goes 580 on a 577. Oh, man. It's just so hard to try to race something that slow. It's difficult for everybody, as you can see. But painful. Stan Montgomery moves on to round two. Here's C.W. Hope. C.W. Hofer alongside Bob Bills. Bob out of Rohnert Park driving a 1972 Maverick. Actually, it's not a Maverick. It's a Mercury Comet. They looked a lot like Mavericks in those days. C.W. and Bob taking off for the other end. These lights are tight. This is going to be loads of fun down at the other end. 861 with a 6 on an 860 beats the 746 with a 7 on the 45 by about 100th of a second. Bob Beals takes the win. And everybody green, nobody breaking out kind of affair down there. Here's Leslie Emery. Leslie Emery also in a pickup truck, the 94 S10 dialed 691. Alongside you, Pierce. Baby you. I like you, baby. I like that. I'm good with that, Mike. Camaro out in front. Here comes the pickup truck. Doesn't sound like it has the standard four banger in it. You were 28 on a 19 as he gets to the brakes and able to take the win. Leslie running way off the number 707. Hopefully they figure that out. Come back for the next round. Come back for the buyback round. Linda Valdez, 67 Camaro. This is a good looking machine right here. Speaking of good looking machines, check out the beautiful 66 Chevelle SS over there that Butler's driving. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights, 615 his dial in. Camaro's going to get to go first with a 677. Then you got to stage that thing up. That's part of the rules. Big Block Chevelle coming after the Camaro got there. 631 with a 4 on a 615. Again, another quarter running way off the number. 684 on a 677 for Linda Valdez. And beautiful little Camaro is going to find their way back into the buyback round. Robert Butler started that out with an 015 light and then basically just kind of coasted on around. He caught Linda by about the 3:30 clock. That something going a little awry there on the Camaro. Mike Emery driving an 88 Sonoma. Okay, 643 the dial in for that machine. Michael Dye says, "Oh man, all these numbers are tough to figure out." Driving a 1965 GTO Ultimate Warrior. All right, everybody stays. Oh man, Mike Emery went to set the brake and it didn't set. Michael Dye gets the win as Mike Emery drives out. So no information on Emery's pass as he left before the tree was activated. And Michael Dye goes six flat on a six flat, so he's got to be happy with that. And he's happy with the fact he's going on to the next round. Jonathan Knoll, the 1970 Challenger, stick 'em up shift, banging gears, breaking hearts wherever he goes. 6.60 for Danny Valdez driving his bright red Camaro. Oh, baby, Danny goes red. Jonathan, nice '05 light in the stick car. Runs it out the other end, goes 726 on a 698. Danny runs it out after putting up the red light, and he went 655 on a 660. Well, I guess if you're going to carry some, carry a bunch. Garrett Agnew, motorcycle on four, alongside Mike Agnew. Are you kidding me, really? I guess this way you're guaranteed at least you only have to do one buyback. It's a family affair. Huge wheel stand for Mike Agnew. Biggest one I've seen out of that car, and he's putting up some big ones. He goes 605 on a 603, but gave it up on the tree. 618 with a six for Garrett. And the little motorcycle moves on to round two. Mike Agnew is going to be grabbing him up a little handful of cash for the buyback girl. Craig Merrily, 631 to dial in on that machine you see over in the Michelob Ultra lane. For those of you that haven't heard it before, the Michelob Ultra lane is the tower side, pit side, Grove side. Summertime too. Mike Polk, he's in the three-way Chevrolet lane in the Jeep. Yes, I did say Jeep, as in Jeep, Jeep. 1950s Jeep. If you ever rode in an actual factory 1950s Jeep over about 30 miles an hour, you're pretty sure you were going to die. Well, Mike Polton takes the win in the Jeep. He goes a 641 with a 5 on a 641. Double red splash and the closer to the green light happened to be Mike Polton. Craig Mariles goes 009 to the red side, then runs a 32 with a 0 on a 31 dial. So everybody was just about geared up for everything but the tree. Mike Polton moves on to round 2. Craig, we'll see you soon. Robert Crumb. Robert Crumb was 2 of the 8 entries left last night. That's always fun. Alongside Stephanie Potts. 68 Chevy 2. Lights are almost identical. Down at the other end, the survey says 657 with a 6 on a 657. Robert Crumb's little Nova SS moves on to the next round. Stephanie, not bad at all. 032 light goes then 644 with a 1 on a 43. Missing the dial by 11 as compared to missing the dial by 6. And 006 is your winner. Here's Mike Reynolds driving the Corvette. This Corvette's for sale. Brandon Phillips driving that 99 Firebird. I don't know if it's for sale. No one said anything. 6.62 for the Firebird. Corvette's dialed in at 6.82. So 0.2 of a second head start going to the Corvette. Brandon didn't like giving up 0.2 of a second, so he stole a little back on the tree, but it didn't help. 85 with a 4 on an 82 for Mike Reynolds, and that's good for the win. A 70 with a 6 on a 62. I'm going to think this might have been a little bit of here. No, you take it. No, no, no. I insist you take it, and he sure did. 0003 at the stripe is kind of telling me that, yeah, that might have been a give him back. Mike Reynolds moves on to round 2. Tyler Smith out of Rancho Cucamonga. We got a few of them. Not as many as we have Olympia, Washington, but we got a bunch. 652 for Tyler Smith and that bright, shiny Nova alongside Jeff Bertram. Jeff Bertram driving a stick shift 56 Bel Air. The Love Affair 2. 654 to 652. This should be just about everybody leaving together. This one should be hard to perceive. Big wheels up launch, and they actually were able to tell one car left before the other one and put on the win light. 667 on a 652. Tyler Smith just stole the tree when he left. He went 006 on the green side. He was off by 15, but also Jeff Bertram's machine was off by a bunch. He was almost 20 slow. So something going amiss in the 56. Next pair coming your way, Paige Smith. Missed the first day of racing for graduation. So I guess when puts the wind light on, next thing you hear is dun 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 dun. No. Steve Alnich. Oh yeah, Steve Alnich, that guy puts on his first wind light in the final ever last night. And man, you want to talk about doing it right for a huge bunch of cash. Cutest part of his story was, well, my mom's old Pinto was in the backyard. We got it running. And after we got it running, I made a few passes in it. She said, give me back my car. I need another one. And he went out and found this Mach 1 and turned it into a potent race car. Unfortunately, 002 to the red side and Steve's list of win lights that he put on for quite a while yesterday. And he'll have to start over in the buyback round. Tate Smith, 041, then goes an 88, getting to run it out on the red light. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars. This is your call. If you have a double entered Super Pro Door Car, bring them to 1 and 2. If you have a single entered Super Pro Tour car, yeah, we humbly request that you make your way into lanes 3 and 4. Rock Thomas, the 1962 Ford Dirty White Bird, alongside Dave Meyer. Dave driving the Cavalier. The Machine has put on a few win lights over the weekend. Side by side at the 330 clocks at the 660s, it's the Machine. 593 with a 4 on a 589. Starts it out with a nice 03 light. 067 light for Rock. Doesn't get it done, even though he's 580. He's tapping the brakes, trying to get out of there. Jody George. Hey, I know that guy. Back around again with his 91 Calais. 686 to dial in for his Machine. Charlie Olson. 650 to dial in on the Duster. It's a little bit rusty, but it's real trusty. Side by side at the finish line, survey says Jody George a 686 with a 2 on a 686. He had a slightly worse light than Charlie. Charlie goes 55 on a 50, and he really needed to go like a 51 on a 50 to win that one. He started that out 50s with an 05 light. Roger Phillips back around about 5 minutes ago. It seems like he went ahead and made his "if you just got here" pass. And lucky you, you pulled Chuck Hoff Jr. Chuck making the trip over from Tucson. Long time racer. Yeah, I mean, long time racer. And he's got the weapons he's used before. That Mustang. Probably had a stack of Mustangs he's raced. 672 on the Mustang, 647 the dial in on the Nova. Both these guys are almost perfect on the tree. Goes down the other end. 648 with a 2 on a 647 for Roger Phillips. He takes 009 stripe down at the other end and needed to. As Chuck Hawk with 010, only fourth out behind him. Then runs a 73 with a 7 on a 72. Man, so just stacked up 4,000s in one place, 5,000s in the other place. He makes a 9,000s at the end. That right there was a tough race. The win light only comes on in one lane is really much the story there. Here's Steve Williams. Steve driving the '08 Pontiac G5 alongside Steve Walker. Steve Walker has, somewhere along the line, you haven't lived if you haven't raced a Pinto before. I mean, I think I raced one once on Reading Road in Cincinnati, Ohio. 630 the dial on the Pinto gets the lead first. Here comes Steve Williams. Answer is Steve Williams. He runs a 611 on a 589. One reason is because he had a near perfect light. And then the other reason is that Steve Walker runs over 20 off his number. So that makes a kind of an easy pass for Steve. Pedro Valdez back around again. Chris Johnson back around again. Well, here you go. Somebody's moving on to the next round. Both these cars went down in the first round. Let's see what happens here as their second entries, the X-Men. Chris Johnson red by 7th thou. Pedro puts up a 0-2 light and a double breakout down at the other end, but it's making no difference because the red light that Chris Johnson hung on the tree put the white lights up on the scoreboard. And Pedro moves on to the next round. Sasha Hofer alongside Jeff Taylor, another pair of double entry cars. 564 for the pickup truck. Going to give a long head start over to Sasha, 741. Both these racers are good racers, and they're showing it here. 743 on a 741 gives Sasha Hope for the win by 7 thousandths of a second down at the other end. Grabbed one off the tree and then gave a little bit of it back down the track as the 66 with a 4 is slightly closer to the dial. But Sasha says that was all in the plan. That's the way it works out. Sasha moves on to round two. Jeff Taylor's going to be reaching in his pocket for a little bit of cash. Here we go. Jeff Kreider driving the Wonder Wagon alongside Talbot. He's driving the 1969 Chevy Honey Badger Special. Ouch, goes red. Not by much. Just enough to go red. 005. You can't really count how many thousandths of a second that really is. 730 with a 1 on a 728. 92 miles an hour for Kreider, and he moves on to the next. Got a new entry over here, and here he is in the back of the lanes, ready to play. He's got Jacob Beckwith to play with first. 730 the dial on Beckwith's car. He's going to get a long head start, about 6/10 of a second. And then that little bright green pleasure machine coming to get him. Story is Jacob turns 20 today. Mike English will sing happy birthday to you. Oh, man, if you win the round. Unfortunately, red light tells you he's not gonna. So the mystery man came over and said, I'm out of sight. He went 684 on a 73 and still puts on the win light. Here's Stan Deming driving the blue 76 Nova, the 76er. She's dialed 625. Tim Arnswald, a second slower at 727. I'll tell you what, he just painted that on the window. I don't think he's changed his dialing all weekend. Ouch, red light. Tim Arnswald red by 029. Stan Deming smacks it down with a 017 on green and then runs it out, goes 627 with a 1. So 627 with a 1 and an 01 light. Stan Deming says, yep, that's the way it works. Especially when you're from Nampa, California. I know that's kind of funny why it says that. I don't know, but I guess he moved down here. Well, he moved Idaho down here. Alan Volvo, the 72 Chevelle. Like I said, I don't remember seeing him run yesterday. So it was either a really quick day for him or he was having issues or you never know. I mean, stuff comes up, family things and so forth. Things that come up. Here's Andy Schmall, 5.91. Going to give a little bit of a head start over to Alan Volvo's 6.15 dial in. And I'm just going to say it out loud as they get to the finish line. Andy grabbed it all away from him by the time they left the tree. He then runs a 598 on a 591 after an 04 light. Alan's light much worse. He goes under trying to figure out why he isn't getting there. Randy Stanley, 75 Nova, is going to be running another one. It's the Chevy 2 that happens to be light blue. 6.47 for Colin Hoyt, alongside a 6.74 for Randy in the 75 Nova. You know, you'd think this town would be somewhere in Hawaii. It's called Kuna, Kuna. But somehow, I guess a bunch of Hawaiians moved to Idaho and decided to rename the town. Coleman sits there and goes 003 to the red side, and that's the end of this. As Randy Stanley puts on the win light, goes a 680 on a 674, 650 with a 9 on a 647 Coleman, and that's the way it goes. We're coming around the next pair. DeAndre Fitzgerald. Well, this one, I'll tell you what, we're going to play cat and mouse here. DeAndre Fitzgerald actually has a pretty good idea of where that Jeep is dialed. He's got a 1261 on the window. I think it'll run that number. CW is 740. I know it'll run that number. 87 Firebird. He puts it in deep. CW trying to come after him. Survey says, oh, baby. I know these guys have got radios on, so I'm going to use my DJ voice to tell you that with almost identical lights going down the other side, DeAndre can't get there as he runs too slow. He had a thousandth of a second advantage on CW off the tree. He goes, but CW goes closer to the dial with a 741 with a 5. Oh, man. That is a that top end charge of 50.75 did not confuse CW. Hubert Pierce bringing that 85 Camaro back around again. What'd you say, Huey baby? You like that better than Baby Huey? I do too. You baby. I like it. Maurice driving the 1979 Monte Carlo dial 771 actually gets a little head start over to Hubert. And Huey baby, unfortunately, runs a little too far off his number. 75 with a 6, and Maurice with a nice 057 light puts on the win light. He goes 85.5555 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, if I had one of these little junior comp cars, well, if I had one, I probably couldn't stuff my wide self into it. But if I had one of these things, I'd love to drive this car. These things have got to be fun. Yeah, we'll buy two, weld them together. Good idea, Mike. Actually, I wear them like snowshoes. All right, 6.90 seconds for Josh. And 011 McFadden chassis. I think McFadden and Tuttle built just about every single one of these junior comp cars there were. Check this out. 024 on the tree, smacking them gears. Thank you, Mike. 692 with a 0 on a 690 and an 02 light. Yep. I'll tell you what, that little dragster, not only can you not find it in your mirrors, anyway, if he's coming to get you, that thing's going to be hard to read down there at the stripe as well. It's not a bad idea. I think it's the reason why Ant-Man has superpowers. Super Pro door cars. If you are not in the lanes, you are not where you need to be. Super Pro door cars. You should be suited and ready to go because you are coming out now. Listen up, juniors. This is not a call, but this is to give you a scheduling idea. If you are in the juniors event, your qualifying round is going to be directly after the Super Pro Dragsters. So you're not been called, but we just want to let you know that you might want to start unwrapping them. Okay, man, you might as well start it out tough. As tough can get right here. Dustin Wirtz, 519, the dial on the drop top Corvette alongside Dennis Paz. Dennis driving the El Camino. Yesterday, he got in the door car shootout. Now, he ran the El Camino and stopped in Pro yesterday, and then slides the delay box back in the car and runs it in Super Pro. Okay. So here he is, 656. The dial's going to get a second half head start on that Corvette. Staging them up right now. Dustin Wirtz, last to get in. Who's going to be first to leave? Well, obviously, Dennis is going to go first, but oh, baby, there's a reason why these guys win a lot of races. Check this out. 001 loses to an 011. Lots of zeros, lots of ones, and the guy with more ones actually wins one. As he goes 659 with a 2 on a 656 after an 011 dial. Getting there first, but breaking out is Dustin Wirtz as he breaks out by 13,000. Yes, the track really is that good. Dave Beckwith, the 64 Chevy 2, alongside the 66 Nova wagon. DJ Homart, DJ out of Palmdale, 638 to dial it. So a little bit of a head start. And then Dave Beckwith's going to take that really slick looking little Nova Chevy 2. Oh, man, and puts it up red by 1/1000. Well, you had to work for it anyway because DJ comes off the line 007, and then he runs a 37 with an 8 on a 38. So you better go out and find yourself about 2 pounds worth of fuel. That's about a quart. And put it in there so that you can hit that dial dead on next time around. Dave Beckwith, 606 on a 604 after a 001 red. That's a nugget. We think this is Zach Ealing, but it may be Sean Ealing, but one of the Ealings is driving this Corvette. Greg Dreyer said, that don't befund me. I am driving Jody George's 57 Morris. 684, the dial in on the Morris. 641, the dial in on the Corvette. Morris still out in front. Survey says, nope, can't stay there. 685 on an 84 with a 0 for Greg Dreyer is not a winner, as he had a better of the two lights, but Sean Ealing goes a 641 with a 4 on a 641. And yes, that means the numbers are really, really, really small. 004 at the stripe. Yikes. Ricky Dosha. Now, these first couple rounds, every time I've seen Ricky out there, I sing that Ricky don't lose that number because he's been putting up like little bitty numbers on the tree. 0-0 this, 0-0 that. Now, what are you going to do when you're running against the kid that took it all down last night, Daniel McClellan, 1927 Ford? By the way, is for sale. And somebody, if you guys would have been smart, you guys in Super Pro would have all got together and got a collection and bought that thing away from him before he had a chance to take you all down last night. Just think, it would have only cost you $20,000 to buy a $40,000 car. Taking her time staging up, but the tree does come down. All right, 6,000ths of a second separates them on the tree. Get down the other end. Ricky don't lose that number. 0-1-0 on the tree takes the win as he goes a 50 with a 1 on a 50. Puts together 11th thou pack and takes a 7th thou stripe. Daniel goes 88 with a 2. So, he was way off his dial in compared to Ricky and goes 0-1-6. And yes, all those numbers together are 7th thou down at the other end. Eric Dodge driving a Chevy 531. Going to let the head start go over to Cody. Cody and Eric lights 4th thou apart here down at the other end. Winlight in a double breakout situation. Cody close to the dial goes 635 with a 9, breaking out by 11 and breaking out by 15 is Eric Dodge, and Cody moves on to round 2. Jeff Higgins driving a Roadster, and Mike Agnew bringing him back that very potent Chevelle, the 69 Chevelle out of Oak Hills, LAT Racing Oil, sponsor on that machine. Jeff Higgins out of Boise, Idaho, 552 to dial in. Going to give about a half-second head start over to that bright red Chevelle, dialed 604. Oh, man. Again, a bunch of tough racers out here pairing off first round. Actually, what I think the problem is they're all tough racers. Oh, if you like wheelies, you like that one. 100-foot long wheel stand out of Mike Agnew's machine and a wind light out of Mike Agnew's machine as he goes 0-1-2 off the tree and then runs an 05 with an 8 on an 04. Jeff Higgins was probably so busy watching the wheel stand he forgot to touch the brakes as he goes 51 with an 8 on a 52 for a breakout. Worst of the two lights was Jeff Higgins, and it wasn't a bad light at all as he went 0-1-8 on the tree. But the 0-1-2, along with that beautiful wheel stand, Mike Agnew moves on to round 2. Next pair is coming your way is Gary Manaka. Got Petey doing the crew chief, and you can't go wrong. 559 to dial in on the Lawndale machine, alongside Eric Walter. Eric had a lock. Now, Gary used to own a Vega, and I will tell you that in somebody's mind's eye, it was as clean and as shiny as Eric's is. Lights are closed down at the other end. Gary Manaka puts on a wind light. Did you hear me? Gary Manaka puts on a wind light. 560 on a 559. Gary Manaka moves on to round 2. Eric gave it a good try. Eric goes 97 with a 0 on a 95, gave up about 16 thou on the tree, and Gary used all that up down the other end and puts on the win light. A.J. Cameron, the 1966 El Camino. Here's another one. Guy's tough. And Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck Hawk Jr., I never thought I'd see the day. He is actually driving a GM product. This guy is like the Ford man extraordinaire. He said, you know what? I couldn't get this thing to do what I needed it to do. 005 to the red. Chuck Hawk goes red. A.J. Cameron goes to the next round. Cameron runs it all the way out. 655 with a 0 on a 53. Chuck runs it all the way out, misses his dial in by 1/1000th of a second. So you put together a red 6 thou pack. So this is about as close as you can get without being able to win it. David Cole, the 68 Barracuda. 681, the dial is going to get a long head start from Sir James. Sir James out of Escondido, California, sponsored by Mazir Enterprises. He'd like to seriously be sponsored by Mazir Enterprises because about 7, 8, 9 rounds from now, he's going to be running for that $10,000 coming from Mazir Enterprises. So that ought to be a ton of fun. All you got to do is just keep putting on win lights. I mean, it's like writing the IRS a check. All you got to do is just write them a check. 681 to dial in. Dave Poles Barracuda, 577 for Sir James. Sir James moves on to round two. Dave Pole puts it up red. Sir James straight down the track. He's happy with that. Goes a 578 with a 0 on a 577. Cars dialed. Driver's close. Dave Pole, he's 2 bit on the red side and way slow. So not quite sure what happened there. He might have just been mad. 025 is not really a dope, but it's close. Well, this is Mike Ealing, Zach Ealing, one of the Ealings, El Camino. I know. I'm just joking around with him now. Byron McCullough driving the 67 Camino. So if you like red, mid-60s GM performance cars, baby, there you are. 655 versus 652. If you can tell the difference in the tree, chances are somebody was lying. Lights are green and they're close. They get down to the other end. Wind light comes up on Byron McCullough's side. The Petaluma driver goes 014 on the tree and then runs a 57 with a 1 on a 55. 57 on a 52. Mike Ealing not close. And Brian takes the win. Here's Pearson Deming. I know. I've said it a million times. Grandma gave him the car. Maybe great grandma gave him the car. Not quite sure. But either way, Pearson's got to make it through a bunch of door cars so he can get to the dragsters, as he puts it. Randy Cloud says, okay, well, you got to get through me first. 3 thou separates the tree. This is anybody's guess at the other end. Goes on down there. Double breakout. Pearson Deming closer to the dial. 48 with a 7 on a 49, missing it by 3. A 59 with a 7 on a 61, missing it by 13. And Pearson Deming moves on to round 2. Mark Yeager driving Ted Kellner's, stretched him out. Vega. This car was red and stretched out for a long, long time. Got the funny car look alongside Wes Anderson. So realistically, I don't know how many times these guys might have lined up, but it's probably more than one. 27 Ford. 542 for the drop top. Vega leaves first with his 674 dial. Wes Anderson got the coupe with the rumble seat. Goes 543 with a 5 on a 542 after a beautiful 001 light. Mark Yeager driving Deadly Tedley Kellner's car goes 676 on a 74. Wind light comes up on Wes Anderson's side. He takes an 03 stripe down at the other end. Good for the win. Jason Padd driving the 1957 Love Truck, brought to you by Isuzu, alongside Andrew Olson. Andrew Olson driving the 1970 Camaro. So a 400th of a second head start for Jason Padd in the Love Truck. He's not used to having door cars chase him, but You do what you got to do when you're from Chesimir, Alberta, Canada. Chesimir Lake, Alberta, Canada is only a 22-hour drive from here if you get on the road right now. And he's like, nope, I don't plan on doing that. I'm sticking around. 008 on the tree makes it happen. 595 with a 1 on a 93, puts on the win light. Getting there first but breaking out was Andrew Olson. He goes a 586 with a 4 on a 589. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So that trip to Chesimir isn't happening now. Jason Pad. And I'll tell you what, he was in late rounds last night. There's no reason to believe that there isn't any way in the world this man plans on leaving the grounds anytime soon. Andrew Olson, he'll be back. Next pair coming your way, Tony Marconi, the Yankee Tequila. Tequila. Dun, 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 dun. And Hugh Miller, the 72 Maverick. Tree comes down, Maverick goes, Tony Marconi goes. This is going to be tight down at the other end. The survey says 668 with a 0 on a 67, an 11th out pack for Hugh Muller. And Hugh takes that 72 Maverick to round 2. Tony Marconi gave it a nice try with an 024 light, but then runs a 592 on a 91. And man, you just weren't left enough room after that 001 light. Carmel Valley is represented well. Super Pro Dragster, double entries 1 and 2. Single entries lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2. Single entries lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go. Kevin McClellan. DeAndre Fitzgerald is definitely the slowest car in Super Pro. I will say that unequivocally because he's also the slowest car in Pro. 651 is the dial for Kevin McClellan. I'm telling you, you can get out and clean the windows and then get back in it. Yeah, no kidding. Kevin just gets back from eating a breakfast burrito at the dog pound and gets out there. And again, somebody's completely weighted asleep. And here it goes. Kevin McClellan. And this is the guy that won 20 grand last night like nobody's business. Or, won 10 grand last night like nobody's business. Oh, I'm sorry. Daniel won. Never mind. DeAndre Fitzgerald puts him dead asleep, and he goes 12.65 on a 12.60, good for the win. 8 double entries, guys. 8 double entries. We need you guys back in a hurry. Yeah, Super Pro Door Card double entries. We need you guys back as fast as possible. Okay, next pair coming your way. Jordan Yeager, 614, dial in. 047 light. Jamie Schmall sneaks back around him right at the top of the track. 030 on the tree, and then goes 608 with a 9 on a 607 to take a 9,000 stripe down at the other end. That ain't a whole lot. That's about a thumbnail thickness right there. Wow. Tight racing everywhere you look. Matt Hartzell driving a 92 Beretta. The 92 Beretta dialed 562 is going to give Stephanie Paz just about a full second head start. The Cloverdale, California driver driving that Silver Nova. 645. Everybody's just about in. There we go. Tree's on its way down. Lights are close. Down at the other end, 75 with a 9 on a 62, the closer of the two. Actually, not really, but unfortunately for Stephanie Paz, she breaks out by 1/1000, giving the win. Wow, all these are just absolutely impossible. Rob Strong, 708 dialing alongside Greg Dreher. 708 to dial for Rob Strong, 686 to dial for the Minor Headache. Greg Dreher doing the guest appearance in the 1957 Morris Minor. Near perfect lights both sides of the track. Greg Dreher makes up the 2000s he gave away on the tree with his 011 light, and then runs an 86 with an 8 on an 86. So good by 8 thou there. Under by a tad. Rob Strom breaks out by 16 thou, giving the win to Greg Dreher. Here's Rich Harrison, 67 Camaro drop top alongside Petey. Petey in the Porsche. Well, you got to hang, right? So your crew chief just put on the win light in your first entry. Now, Petey, you got to do the same thing here. 564 is the dial in on the Porsche. Going to lead first with 3/10 to change as the drop top Camaro is down 530. 7th out, separate them on this end at the other end. Winlight comes up. Rich Harrison runs a 530 with a 4 on a 530. 67 on a 64 for Petey. He runs a little too slow. He actually had a little bit of a height advantage by 7th out. Rich Harrison makes it up by running dead on with a 4. Super Pro Door Car double entries. There's 4 of you somewhere. We need you back to the lanes immediately. Super Pro Door Cars. There's 4 of you that are double entered that need to come back for your second entry. We need you now. CW Hofer alongside Dustin Wirtz. This is a little bit of the tortoise and the hare. 741 for CW, 526 for the Corvette. Everybody's in. Tree's on its way down. Dustin waits patiently and then takes off for the other end. 526 with a 2 on a 526 takes the win after a nice 0-1-2 light. CW gave away about 3 on the tree, and he runs actually closer to his dial as he runs dead on with a 1 as compared to dead on with a 2. So, yes, if you do the math, Blizzards, that means that there was an 0-3 stripe down at the other end. Craig Marilis. Craig 631 the dial in on that 79 Camaro. You see over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. He's alongside Eric Dodge. Eric Dodge driving a Chevy. Okay. 529 the dial on Dodge's Chevy. Craig Marilis, the 631 dial in on his Chevy. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Breaking out is Craig Marilis. He runs a 29 with a 4 on a 31, breaking out by 16. 77 with a 9 on a 29. Not even sure what happened there. It was kind of one of those deals. It sounded like Dodge's car didn't shift right away. And whatever was happening in Boring, Oregon just got more exciting for him. But he did have a better of the 2 lights. He got off the tree with a 0-1-6. But running way off. Hopefully, whatever that is, he gets it fixed because he's going to be back around for round 2. I got a feeling Craig Marilis might be around for round 2 also, but he's going to have to do it with the invitation. Hey, listen, to bring us on home. Well, not necessarily on home, but at least enough time for us all to get the guy, get the girl, get the car, get the whatever you need. We're going to get together here in just a couple seconds, get back to racing. But in the meantime, I'd like to introduce to you nobody who needs an introduction, Mike English.
Thank you very much, Jay Kasem. Appreciate it there. Wow, looking on the chat room here, the chat bleachers. Yes, Chad Reynolds is awake. I'm impressed. Before 10 o'clock. So continuing on with Super Pro Door Card, David Beckwith and Dan McClellan. Moneybags going to come up in the dune buggy right side. Dave Beckwith in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, Cleat going to make a quick check of the track down there. We are missing three doubles in Super Pro Door Card. Need you back to lanes now. Three doubles in Super Pro Door Card. Need you back to lanes now. Way, way down there in the shutdown area, the SoCal Speed Shop safety Sparians checking her out. Barn, you'd be absolutely correct. One of the junior comp cars needs a Nitro Harley. Dan McClellan in the Dune buggy will be in at 588. David Beckwith, far side, be 605. Kevin McClellan down there talking to his kid, and I'm telling you, Kevin, there is absolutely nothing you can help him with. Remember, he won 10 grand yesterday. You were his cheerleader. Super Pro Door Card double entries. If you're not in the lanes for your second entry, you are late. Super Pro Door Card double. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. 588 Dan McClellan, 605 Dave Beckwith. Moneybags McClellan going to chase the Nova. And I will tell you. Oh, by the way, the Dune Buggy's for sale. Any of you out there on the chat bleachers would like to go racing at the next West Coast Classic, you can buy that thing. That is a well, you know it's a quality car. It won 10 grand yesterday. It does not come with the driver, by the way. All four lights are on. Red Star Nova. Red light start Dan McClellan. That is 002 RED. Dave Beckwith, 14 on the tree, 6066 on the 605 dial, and the automatic W is AJ Cameron, Tyler Smith. Wow, pretty big time here. Tyler the Nova from Mountain View Performance, 650. AJ, wheel stand in El Camino right here in Bakersfield, 56. AJ likes that second light, waiting on Tyler. Catherine said. Oh, both of them wheels up launch. 001 was the best reaction time. It does not make it work. Tyler Smith, 20 on the tree, 52 and 3 on that 50 for the win. AJ was 001, got down there and parked it. Tyler got back around him. AJ was 61 with a 9 on that 56. Down 10 mile an hour is Kevin Higgins, Byron McCullough, Byron Forsythe, Petaluma up there. That's the Camaro at 655. Getting a 1 second head start and a couple ticks extra over Kevin Higgins. The Chevrolet Roadster at 552 for the runner in from Kuna, Idaho. Head start that Camaro. Here comes Higgins in that Roadster. Separated by a thou down there, top end Byron. About 01456 with a 2 on that 55 dialing for the win. Kevin Higgins, 01354 with a 7 on that 52 dial. And Kevin will be going to that re-entry round as Pearson Demings and Kellner. Wow. Pearson, 648 for Moneybags. The Nova, Ted Kellner, 676 for the legend out of San Jose. Ted Kellner, yes, that Vega is quicker than Nova, but he was here last week and went in Super Street, just left it that same throttle stop setting. Green light starts here. Pearson left, Ted right. Here comes Ted starting to hustle in the Michelob Ultra lane. Pearson by 4 thousandths of a second. Pearson's 25 on the tree, dead 8 for the win. Ted Kellner was better at 10 on the tree, and a 2 over 78 with a 7 and by 4 thou. Pearson moving on as Super Pro dragster. It is not Val Torres behind the wheel of the Torres dragster at 457, being that three-way Chevrolet lane. Cameron Webb, right here at Bakersfield, 546. Cameron. I believe this is Madeline Torres. Here comes Madeline Torres making that move down there. Maddie, about 11 on the tree, 59 with an 8 on that 57 dial for the win. Cameron missed the tree, 61, 50 with a 4 on that 46. Could not get there's Madeline Torres. Moving on, Michael Gitcom, Mike Collins, Collins far side. 468. Chasing the former junior dragster champion, Michael Gitcom, in from Riverside at 5 flat for Dirtbag. Clean green. Head start going to Michael Gitcom. Dirtbag down there, top it. Oh, man. Michael is 29 on the tree, is way off that 5 flat island at 516. It loses. Mike Collins, 45 on the tree, 74 on with a 3 on that 68th island, getting the win three-way Chevrolet lane. Colby Fuller, Joey Trotsky. Dogged team car, Colby Fuller, 438 three-way Chevrolet lane. Joey Trotsky, 497 for that long wheelbase Van of Alter. Two guys very geographically challenged. Savannah, Georgia, the home for Colby Fuller. Ventura on the Central California Gold Coast, the home for Joey Trotsky. There we go. Colby gets in far side. Colby Fuller is 001 red, and he's going to look at that time slip. Joey Trotsky, 98 with a 1 on that 97 island for the win. And he was 051 on the tree. Colby goes 001 red, and he's going to look at that time slip. And, well, high dip sharp objects is Will Harrison, right side, and Tim O'More. Tim O'More, Tucson, 490 for Tim O'More. 513, Will Harrison. Pre-stage, Will, Tim. Difference is 6 thou. Down there at the top end, that win light says Will Harrison by 2 thou. 14 with a 0 on that 13 island, 016 on the tree. Tim O'More, 22 on the tree, dead 6 and cannot get there. Thomas Bayer, TB, the professor, right side 488, get the head start over Mark Barnhart out of New Mexico, 462, Mark Barnhart. Professor Tom got a fleet of dragsters here this weekend, including his own car, Mark Barnhart, New Mexico. At that finish line, Mark Barnhart, 019 on the tree, takes it 64 with a 1 on that 62. Tom Bayer was closer, 89 with a 3 on that 88, but was 40 off that starting line. Mark Barnhart moving on. Tom Bayer to that re-entry window. Next pair, Wayne Ringner, Alberta, Canada at 453. And last year's Vizier Enterprises Sunday winner, Jason Rosenbaum. Townsend Grill Dragster out of Victorville, 467 for Jason. How about that, Dwayne? A perfect package for the Canadian guy. Dead on 0. Perfect reaction time. Dwayne. Jason was 16, out by 3 thou, and thanks for coming. So Dwayne Rignath. Dwayne Rignath went Pearson Deming. Perfect reaction time. Dead on 0. Wow. I mean, Jason was 16 on the tree, was out by 3,000. But it's like you go 16 on the tree and you are mathematically eliminated. Trent Flores and Amelia Hedges via Farside 483. Jason Trent Flores 494. I mean, via Farside had like an 8,000 package yesterday, and it's like, well, that was good. But Dwayne was like showing off, perfect and dead zero. Mia is 002 red in the dragster far side. Trent Flores 35 on the tree, 96 with the 3 on that 94 dial getting automatic W. Ethan Williams getting back in behind the wheels of Joe Gieslick ride. Eric standing over there. Mizzier Enterprises car on Mizzier Enterprises Sunday. 482 for the track champion Ethan Williams in the juniors. 433 Jacob Stallworthy in from Idaho. So head start going to the track champ in the junior category, Ethan Williams. NHRA Gold in the chap bleachers. No kidding. Man, Dwayne comes in from Canada, tosses up that perfect package. Identical 007 reaction times, and Jacob Stallworthy. 434-1 on that 433 dial in 4D win 007. Ethan Williams 007. 84 with one on that 82 dial in. Jacob going to round two, and Ethan going to that 5 back. Neil Pressimo, Marco Parabolaris. Big time round one matchup. Marco, Panella Racing Edges Dragster 447. Deal for Quarter Pro Shifters. Las Vegas 475. Head start Neil on that 475 island. Marco, far side, 447. And I'll tell you, Marco and Layla are not having a Parabolaris weekend at all. This kid, I mean, it's very unusual to see Marco struggle the way he has. I say that, watch, it always works that way. 003 and you're second off the starting line. How about Marco? 001, dead 7 for the win. Told you, 8,000 package. Neil was 003 and out by 2 thou. Be like a negative 5 thou package. So Marco's, wow. Well, he makes up. I told you he wasn't having a Marco weekend. Till then, Brian Cam and KJ Tassad. KJ 479, the LAT Racing Oils team card. 485, Brian Cam out of NorCal. Brian 005 RED. KJ 42 on the tree, out by a hun. But moving on is Brian Cam 005 red. Greg Matthews, Chase Learcamp. Greg 487 in the Michelob Ultralight. Chase over there in the multitude of Learcamp cards in the house. 451 Chase. 006 moves second down there, top end, makes it work. Greg Matthews was perfect in reaction time, took a big stripe and breaks out by 3 now. Chase Learcamp, 006, 53 with a 6 on that 51 dial for the win. It's Chad Axford and Dale Torres. I'm going with the orange car in this pair. However, it depends on where the engine's located. Dale Torres for Broguiers Dairy, 541 Dale Torres. Getting the head start over Chad Axford in from Portland, Tennessee. Used to live in NorCal, then moved to Las Vegas, now living in Tennessee. 444 for the Chadmobile. Dale with a head start in that front motor car. Dale Torres. How about an 8-thou package? Dale Torres. Chad was eliminated when he left the starting line at 025. Dale Torres, 001, dead 7 for the win. Chad, 25, 2 over, 46 for the 1. Was eliminated when he went 025 on the trees. Mark Mayashiro and J.R. Learcamp. 452 JR, one of them prime time players from Olympia, Washington. Jason, Torco Racefield's team car, Mark Mayashiro, flying Hawaiian at 492. Here comes JR hustling out through the Hawaiian by 7,000. Mark Mayashiro, 494.1 on that 92 dial 005 for the win. JR, 30 on the tree, dead 3 by 7 thousandths of a second. Mark Mayashiro getting the win. How about the ladies? Bailey Neighbor, above all, pool tile cleaning, right side 451. Chasing the track champ, Krista Sudan. Krista, 471 for the Summit Super Pro track champion. Uncle Chad standing down there. Crew chief extraordinaire for his niece, Bailey. Krista Farside. Dragster Jeff, the old man, watching his daughter. 471 Krista, 457 Bailey. Free stage Krista. Waiting on Bailey to come up your right side. Clean green, and one of them missed the tree big time. Down there, top end. Krista makes Bailey pay for it. Krista's 33 on the tree, 74 with a 1 on that 71 dialing for the win. Bailey had one of those dreaded reaction times. It starts with a 1, goes dead 7, and could not get there. I guarantee you Bailey's going to the re-entry window. Jason Pad, Tanner Theobald, Tanner Farside, 480. Get the head start over Jason Pad, JP, and from Alberta. For Automax in the team, 452, Jason Pad. Down there, top end, Tanner out by 12 thou, 003 for the win. Jason, 28, out by 200 for the loss. Dean Bush, David Meyer. David Farside, Machine, 473. Jason, the Vegas runner. Dean Bush at 479. David Meyer, 005 red. Dean Bush, 004 green. 477 2, and that's $79 for the automatic W for Dean Bush. David was a 1 over 74 with a 0 and 005 RED. Tyler Hartzell. Nick Cobb. Nick out of San Jose. 461 Nick Cobb. Three-way Chevrolet lane. Tyler Hartzell. Modesto. Just up the road here. Tyler at 577. Tyler is 011 red. Nick Cobb, 459.7 on that 461 dialing. Guess the way Tyler goes 011 red and a 1 over 78 with a 2. He'd been green, he would have probably won that race. If missed the tree. Bobby Nye Jr. for Specialty Fasters, 451 to three-way Chevrolet lane. Yoki Dasa, Las Vegas, 438. Yoki. Wow. 2,000 difference off that starting line. Bobby Nye, dead 4-0-13 for the win. Kioki, 0-15, 1 over with a 2. Thanks for coming. Dave Mazier, Chris Stock. $496 for the Tom Bear School of Drag Racing, Chris Stock. $461 for today's sponsor, Dave Mazier, the Mazier Enterprises House Guard, doing the chasing. Davey went to the late rounds yesterday on used performance Saturday. Like to win his own money on Mazier Enterprises Sunday, part of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Of course, his neighbor down there in San Diego County, Chris Stock, out of the Carlsbad. Professor Tom and Gina and the team. Here comes Dave Mazier down there, top end, Chris Stock. Chris Stock, 004. 98 with a 2 for the win on that 96 dial. Davey Mazier, 22, 459 4 on that 61 dial and going to that re-entry. Race kid. Gabe Torres. That's big money Gabe, far side, picked up the win on Kid Performance Friday. 461 G Money left lane. And Race Kid, the Kid Performance team car. Mark Kidd not in the house. He's in Vegas, relaxing. Probably having a Mai Tai about now down at the pool. 459 for the Assassin. Race Kid rolls the beams and goes 004 red. Gabe Torres, 006. 58 with a 6 on that 61 dial-in, and the automatic W is Victor Clark and Robert Butler. RB left side three-way Chevrolet lane 466. And Victor Clark, 471 for the Idahoan, backing up at Michelob Ultra lane. Head start Victor. Robert Chasen, 466 left, 471 right. Victor lit that second light. Robert's in. 015 made the move second, but gets the win. Robert Butler, 015, dead 6 for the win. Victor Clark, 005, but was 2 over 73 with an 8. Robert moving on. Victor to the re-entry round. Julianne Meloff, Val Torres, I believe it is far side. Val, 465. Julianne, right side in from that great racing town of Olympia, Washington. 467 for Julianne. Down there, top end, the Torres Mobile 015 69 with a 0 on that 65 dial-in for the win. Julianne missed a tree at 51 and is 68 with a 6 on that 67. Going to the rear entry round is Mike Coltrane, Colby Fuller. Check out the dials. 442, Mike Coltrane in from Idaho. 436, Colby Fuller in from Savannah, Georgia, in the Foggett machine for the Williams family. Well, Shelby. Dial 442 and you're getting a head start. Agreed, it's not much, but it is a head start. Colby is 005 red and shuts it off. Mike Coltrane, 22 on the tree, 441 2 on that 442 dial in for the win. And Colby is just like, shucks, heck, darn, and man, I hate this stuff. So a quick check of the track down there by the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari, and so it'll be just a second here. We'll be back rocking and rolling. And round number one, Mazir Enterprises Sunday, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Friends in the chat bleachers, we're glad to have you here on Sunday, Memorial Day weekend. What a great weekend, man, for racing. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, the Monaco Grand Prix Formula One race, the Indy 500, and the 600 at Charlotte later on this evening. So the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari down there, and I understand that bird will never do that again. Or got his wings clipped. A great opportunity to cruise on over to the dog pound. See what's for breakfast. No, I'm not going to go there. That would not be right. But I believe the breakfast burritos are gone, so it's time for lunch. No, it's good. I can't believe Jeff ran out of Mike English specials yesterday after two. Jeez. So anyway, head over to the dog pound if you're hungry. Even if you're not, go over to the dog pound and buy some. Riley Learcamp, Amelia Henges. Huh. You both travel down from Olympia, Washington, and you pair up first round on Missouri Enterprises Sunday. Riley 459, the Learcamp special, and Amelia Henges, Mia at 486, three-way Chevrolet lane. Amelia 005 red. Riley 03357 with a 6 on that 59 dial it in the automatic W as Amelia goes 005. Cooper Chun, Val Torres. Torres family has so many cars. I believe that is Val Sr., far side. Cooper at 494 right side. Val Sr. at 457, the three-way Chevrolet lane. A couple of guys who have been top 10 in the world in Supercomp for the championship. Cooper, number 3 last year. Val, far side, 457. The Coupe Mobile at 494. 0-15 first off the starting line. Makes it work down there. Cooper's 15, 95 with a 4 on that 94 dialing for the win. Val missed the tree at 58 and 58 with the tree trying to get there on that 57 dialing. And Cooper moving on. Gage Cameron, Marco Paravolaris. Wow. Now, Marco, in his other entry, was an 8,000s package. Marco at 448. Gage Cameron, 499 for the Gage Mobile right side here. Bakersfield's own. Gage Cameron, 006, but Marco makes him pay. Marco, 29 on the tree, dead 4 for the win. Gage, 006, and it goes 5036 on that 499 dial it. And Marco, nothing like a dead on to make up for that 029 is Gordon Bobin, Tanner Theobald. Tanner Farside, 478. Get the head start over Gordon, the shorty car, 463, Gordon Bobin. So head start Tanner. He was number 4 in the world last year. 014 left, 008 right. 008 makes it work by 5 thousandths of a second. Gordon, 64 with the 2 on that 63 dialing for the win. 008. Tanner, 79 with the 1 on that 78 dialing. 014. And by 5 thou, Gordon Bobin. Moving on is Robert Neighbors, Chad Axford. Robert, 455. Chad, 444. All right, attention to pits, attention to pits. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors, this will be your one and only qualifier. Juniors to the Grove, please, for your one and only qualifier. As Robert getting that little head start over Chad Axford. Not sure what happened to Robert there, but down there, top end, Chad's 20 on the tree, 54 with the 9 on that 50, on that 44 dialing for the winning. Robert, I believe, had the delay box set wrong because he had a 1 second reaction time. Goes to 2 over 56. Nick Cobb in his second entry, 460, chasing David Pohl for the Tom Bears School of Drag Racing, 491, David Pohl. Pre-staged is Nick Cobb for Mickey Thompson Tires and the team, and David Pohl, Silver State Refrigeration Classic Car and Tom Bears School of Drag Racing. On Mazier Enterprises Sunday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. And a red light start for David Pohl. Nick Cobb, 35 on the tree. And Nick goes dead 9. Michelle's got that baby dialed. Larry Beckner, Another Tom Bayer team car, 490, Larry Beckner out of Arizona. And Dave Mazier, our great sponsor this weekend, Mazier Enterprises on Mazier Enterprises Sunday, 459 Davy in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Head start going to the school car, Larry Beckner. Dave Mazier in his second entry, doing the chasing. At that finish line, Dave Mazier, 007, 459.9 on that 59 dial in for 460 with the 9 on that 59 dial in. Larry Beckner out by 4 thousandths of a second. Dave Mazier moving to the next round. Michael Gitcom, Race Kid. The Kid Performance Dyno Team Dragster Race 458 three-way Chevrolet lane. Chasing Michael Gitcom. MG, Dirtbag, as they call it, 515, Michael Gitcom. So head start, Michael. The assassin chasing him. Here comes Race down there, top end. Michael going to get there first. Yes, he does. Breaks out by a bunch. Race Kid, 12 on the tree. Dead 7 for the win. Of course, with the 19,000s package there, and Michael Gitcom, 35 on the tree. Eliminated as soon as he left that starting line is Jacob Stallworthy. KJ Desaw. KJ, 478. Three-way Chevrolet lane, the LAT Racing Oils. Team Machine, Jacob Stallworthy. 433, Jacob. In from Boise, Idaho. Well, I guess if I said Boise, you know it's Idaho. The Idahoan. They are separated by 1 thou. Top end, it's going to be Jacob. 32 with a 7 on that 33 dial-in for the W. 009. KJ, 77 with a 6 on that 78 dial-in to lose. 008. You can do the math on that one. J.R. Learcamp, Mark Barnhart. The New Mexican, far side 459. Getting the head start. J.R. at 453 for the Washingtonian. JR 006 RED. Mark Barnhart 005. He goes to 54 with a 4 on that 59 dial-in, but gets the automatic win. And of course, JR 006, dead 0, but that 006 was red. Jamie Harrison, Dwayne Ringnut. Now, Dwayne in his other entry was perfect in reaction time. I'm sorry, this is Travis. Dwayne was up earlier. This is Travis Ringnut. Chasing Jamie Harrison, 515 for Jamie. Well out in front there. Will's like, hey, do this and that. He built this car. He should know. So head start going to Jamie. And Travis Wingeth at 4:52, chasing him. Jamie's car lost fire there. Travis is 20 on the tree, 462-1, shutting it off at 128 as Jamie's car went up on the trans brake there, I believe, and it lost fire. So unfortunately, Jamie got to get pushed off. Travis is moving to the next round. The next pair is out there with Dean Bush, Chase Learcamp. Dean will be far side, 479. And Chase Learcamp, 452. Chase coming up Michelob Ultra Lane. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro Dragster doubles. We're missing a couple of you for round one. Super Pro Dragster doubles. We are missing a couple of you for round one. Juniors, we are missing a couple of juniors in the Grove for your one and only qualifying session today. Juniors, we are missing you in the Grove. Two of them. Probably Chad Connor. Never mind. That was another deal. So head start going to Dean Bush out of Las Vegas. Big time player of the Summit Series there. Chase Learcamp. Well, that's a pretty lengthy resume over here at 452. Wow, watch this baby down there. How about 011 on the tree, dead 4 for a 15,000 package. Chase was 009, but is a 2 over 54 with a 6. And Dean Bush, 15,000 package advances is Mike Coltrane and Julianne Meloff. Julianne far side, 467. Mike Coltrane right side, 442. Come on, Chad. Julianne 007 RED. Mike Coltrane dead 9012 for the win. Riley Learcamp, Victor Clark. Victor in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 474, getting the head start over Riley Learcamp, 458. Morning, Neil. How you doing, brother? The chat bleachers. Oh, okay. I won't say a word. Oh, yeah, I see you changed teams today. Watch this baby down there. They were 9,000 difference. It's going to be Riley. 30 on the tree, out by 3,000 for the win. Victor on the tree, out by 4,000 for the loss. Gage Cameron, Cooper Chun. Cooper will be in that three-way Chevrolet lane, 496. Gage Cameron, 499 for the Gage Mobile from Bakersfield. Hometown boy, right side. Vancouver, Washington, left side. Pre-staged, both drivers. Head start going to Gage Cameron by a little bit. Down there, top end, 004, jump first, and does not make it work. Gage Cameron, 004, 96 with a 2 on that, 99 for the loss. Cooper, 012, out by 3,000, kind of technically a 15,000 package there. So Cooper Chun moving on. Gage will be in the rebuy round. Two pair. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Caden, what are you doing, man? Nothing? That's what I heard. You're a bum. Professional bum. Just kidding. Just kidding. Final pair this round. Super Pro. Gordon Boven, Robert Neighbors. Crew chief extraordinaire Chad out there bringing his brother into the water box, and Gordon Boven. I love that car. The shorty dragster. Caden says that baby's awesome. Caden says, I believe. The final pair. Round one. Super Pro. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic on Mazier Enterprises Sunday. Gordon's all staged up, waiting on Robert Neighbors. He's in. 63 right, 60 left. One of them was 003 down there, top end. Robert Neighbor, 003, 61 with the one on that 60 dialing for the win. Gordon, 29, got their second, out by 3,000ths of a second, is the final buy run coming out to wrap up round number one. Super Pro on Mazier Enterprises Sunday. Kyoki Dasan, Las Vegas at 4:39. Kyoki going to make the pass here, and then the professional junior announcer, my man Caden, going to come up, take you through this last qualifier, Caden, for the juniors. one and only today. But you know they had two yesterday. Oh, those were only tests? Okay. Okay. And run for the money. Okay, Caden. Stay calm, buddy. Easy, easy. 002 Kyoki. Even Caden was impressed with that. How about 002 Dead 2? What a show off of 4,000. Right, Caden? You going to take us through this round of the juniors? Yeah, right on, KJ. You dialed that right. So that'll do it for that round of Super Pro on Bazir Enterprises Sunday. Caden is going to take you through the one and only qualifying run for the juniors. Caden?
All right, all right. So the junior dragsters coming up. First is gonna be group number 1, and the first pair is gonna be Brody George and Nate Wasso. Brody George and Nate Wasso. Nate Wasso out of Vacaville, California. Wow. Brody George is out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. All right, so we're just about to start group 1 up. All right. Nate Wasso in the left lane, Brody George in the right lane. Right now it's going to be their one and only qualifier, and then it'll be eliminations. And then Nate Wasso is out of Vacaville, California. And then Brody George at Hidden Valley Lake. As I do their burnouts, both of them are in California. So they know each other. Here we go. They're going to be staging in a minute. They have to do their bump ins. All right. So the one is staged, other one staged. Here we go. Starting qualifier. 97 and a 106 as they take it. 60 foots are very vulnerable. And as we get down there, they are going to run. 12:31 and 12:11. Nate Wasso going to be second in qualifying for right now. Brody George going to have the lead. Next up, Elena Martin out of Nuevo, California in the 2024 half scale. Up against Brock Rogers from Bakersfield, California. He's a hometown guy. He's in the 2007 half scale today. Both of them in California, so they have a little bit of a rivalry. All right, Brock is in pre-stage. Double bulbed. Red light start for Brock Rogers. Elena's card had a little bit of a dysfunction. And I believe they're going to give Elena a run of cash. Brock runs a 12:15 with a 1 at 52 miles per hour. Next up, Audrey Fry out of Taft, California. Cash Handshoe out of Bakersfield, California. Let's see what happens. All right, they're getting the car set up. And they give the signals to go into pre-stage. All right, right lane in pre-stage. Right lane in stage. Left lane in pre-stage. And they're both in. 172 Cash Handshoe, 660 Audrey Fry. Handshoe gonna run 1173. Audrey gonna run 1401. All right, the last two pairs. Lucas Hodges, Mackenzie Higgins. Higgins out of Idaho. And Lucas out of California. All right, they leave. Oh, 005 Red Mackenzie. 101 for Lucas. Oh, that could have been a perfect light. 1190 with the 1 for Lucas. And Mackenzie going 1225. And the last pair is Elena Martin. All right, Elena Martin out of Nuevo, California. This will be the final pair of Group 1. Then we got Group 2 coming in. Elena at Nuevo, California. She is going to have her bye run. She's getting in right now. Car's getting ready to go. The light to beat is 097. 097's the light to beat. To let the car go. Elena in pre-stage. Elena in stage. Elena 291 on the tree. And Blake George is going to be Brody George is going to be number 1. As Elena goes 12013. Pro to the lanes. Buybacks in 2 and 3. Buybacks are in 1 and 2 for doubles. And singles are in 3 and 4. Pro, get to the lanes. As we start up the Group 2, it's going to be Blake George and Victoria Campbell. Victoria at a Hidden Valley Lake. So Blake George is at a Hidden Valley as well. As we get into Group 2. Getting the cars ready. Gonna make the single in a second. Getting the cars ready. It's Victoria and Blake. Who have the better light of the two? We'll see. They're getting the cars, they're turning them off and on. And they single the cars to go. And they're going to let them into pre-stage. Victoria bumping, so is Blake. Blake is in pre-stage. Victoria's in to pre-stage. All right, one's in, both of them in. Deep stage for Victoria. 21 for Blake, 176 Victoria. And Blake's going to have the better light of the two as they get down there. 905 and 915. Blake's going to be 021. Have the lead. Pro buybacks, we need you to the lanes. Pro buybacks, we need you to the lanes. Doubles to 1 and 2, and singles to 3 and 4. Next up, Levi Agnew and Weston Forsythe. Forsythe at a Lake Elsinore, California. Levi at Oak Hills, California. Levi in the 2022 half scale. Weston in the 2010 half scale. Forsythe is 10 years of age. Levi is 11. Levi in pre-stage. Weston in pre-stage. Are Weston in? Levi in. 26 for Levi. 23 red for Weston. And as we get down there, it will be 96 for Weston, 9 flat for Levi. So Blake still in the lead for the qualifying. Next up, Isabella Rogers in hometown Bakersfield up against Andrew Martin, the only electric car in this race. He is in Nuevo, California in the 2023 half scale. Isabella in the 2015 Mike Boss. Pro reentry to the lanes. 1 and 2 for the doubles and 3 and 4 for the singles. All right, they're getting the cars bump in. Andrew's into the first bulb. Isabella in the first bulb. They're both bumping. And Isabella in, Andrew in. 13 for Andrew. He's going to take the lead for the qualifying in group number 2. 55 for Isabella. And a 901 and a 912. As we start up the next pair. Dylan Nelson out of Yucaipa, California. This is going to be the last pair for 890 before we go to 790, the last class. And Haley Miller out of Live Oak, California. All right. Dylan Nelson, my best friend, and Haley Miller out of Live Oak. She's 11 years of age. She's 13 years of age. Dylan Nelson, 12 years of age. Here we go. Group number 3, the last group. All right, left lane in the pre-stage, right lane in the pre-stage. Dylan Nelson and Haley Miller. Haley Miller and Dylan Nelson. Dylan Nelson in. Haley Miller in. Red by 19, Dylan Nelson. 44 green, Haley Miller. And Andrew Martin's going to be the winner of group number 2, be the number 1 qualifier. 97 to a 92 is Dylan Nelson taking 17. All right, so it's going to be of Aviana Wasso out of Vacaville, California, up against Carly Ball and Fila, California. So California for both of them. Wasso out of Vacaville, California. Fila, California for Ball. All right, pro reentry, doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Pro, doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. All right, they're gonna let the cars first pair for group number 3. This is 13 to 17, both in pre-stage. They're both bumping. Carly in stage. Avina in stage. Red by Carly, 004 red. Ava 161. And Ava's gonna have the Avina is gonna have the lead for a little bit. All right, next up is Abigail Rogers and it's Abigail Rogers out of Bakersfield, California in the 2014 half scale up against Brody Connor. Brody Connor out of Bakersfield, California as well. So this is a little bit of a rivalry that's going to go on. All right, Abigail in, Brody in. 32 for Brody, and he's going to have the lead, while Abigail at 073 going to take second. 791 with the 183 mile per hour for Brody. 797 for Abigail at 81. All right, next one. Crew Castile and Gavin Pine. Gavin Pine out of La Mirada, California. And Crew Castile out of Gardenville, Nevada. He is in a 2023 half scale. Gavin in 2014 half scale. All right, they're both in pre-stage. All right, flickered the bulb. Gavin and Cruz both in. 27 and 28. Gavin's going to take the lead in group number 3. And he is going to run a 804 at 80 mile per hour. While Crew Castile, 792 at the 1 at 82 miles per hour. Jordan and Maddie Jordan out of Paradise, California in the 2009 RPC, and Jake Hodges out of Yucaipa, California in the 2006 Motivational. Let's see what happens. All right, pro reentry, doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Pro, doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Pre-stage. Stage for Jake. Both of them go red. 22 red, 32 red. As you get down there, 788 at 81, 793 at 80. And that's going to end up the juniors. I'm going to give it back to my fellow threaten for the big cars.
All right. So that is going to wrap things up for our junior qualifying run. We're going to go ahead and set the ladders. We'll get things situated and ready to go, and we'll roll back into round number 1 a little bit later on. We have got track prep that we're going to do before we get into our pro buyback round. So pro buyback. Let's go ahead and make sure, if you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, double buybacks to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4 for our pro category. It's going to be good. It's buyback round. So for those who were unable to get a time slip with the arrows pointed in the correct direction for whatever reason, you have earned. I mean, if you look at it this way, it'd be like, I get another round of racing. I could get anyway. Yeah, you can try to make it feel however you want to make it feel. Round 1, runner-up, whatever it is that they call it, but the re-entry round is here, available for you, should you choose to use it. If you would like to keep your Messier Enterprises Sunday going. You know, we've already been through our Hughes Performance Friday, or Hughes Performance Saturday, Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. We're here at Messier Enterprises Sunday. $10,000 for Super Pro, $5,000 in Pro. We are going to rock and roll our way through the day. The cool part about it is we've got juniors that are going to be running it out. Those guys are getting like trophies, hats, big checks, just like our Super Pro and Pro category. And I can tell you it's going to be exciting to see what our juniors are able to put together as they make their way down the track today. Again, pro buybacks, you have been invited into the staging lanes. Super Pro buybacks, you're going to be on standby. But right now, we got a little touch up on the racetrack. We're going to get going. And while it is quiet, for those of you that are listening online or for those of you that are here on property, hey, keep in mind that, yesterday we talked about, all of the work that goes in behind the scenes and what it takes to actually put a race like this together. All of the many hours that Chris puts in and figuring out scheduling, coordinating with venues, putting staff together, getting entries in place. But another big part of that is the work that he does with the sponsors. And races like this don't necessarily happen without great sponsors. And when you talk about great sponsors, we certainly want to thank the folks at Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Shane Thompson is a huge supporter of bracket racing across the Southwest. Puts his partnership with Chris, puts his sponsorship dollars behind what Chris is doing so that each and every one of the racers can come out here and participate in some of these big money events that we don't get a lot of out here on the West Coast. But when the opportunity came, when Chris said, hey, listen, I want to put this stuff together, Shane jumped on board and said, I want to make sure that this happens as well. So as we were talking about yesterday, even though the sign says Silver State, that company is located in California, Arizona, Nevada. I believe they're breaking into parts of Utah as well. And for those of us that live in this area, when you've got something that you need, when it comes down to your air conditioning and things like that, give that company a call. I have benefited from their services a couple of times, both in the air conditioning and the plumbing side. And I'm telling you, it is a fantastic company. It is a fantastic group of people. The folks that show up at your house are just top notch. They will make sure that you get taken care of. I refer anybody and everybody to Shane's company just because when you got a guy like him at the helm, you know that the company's run the best it can possibly be from top to bottom, and it shows. So again, with Silver State Refrigeration, just glad to have those guys on board. Thank you so much, Shane, for your continued support of what we've got going on here. And it's just awesome. Again, talking about Friday, Kid Performance and Dyno, the Kid family, Mark and Race, and everything that they do for this organization. They are on every flyer, whether it be here in Famoso, whether it was in Fontana, whether it's in Tucson. Again, great sponsors, great partnerships, and great people behind that. So when you are looking for something to fine-tune your race program, you just got to look at the flyer and say, listen, these are the first places that I'm going to shop. These are the first places that I'm going to look. Jim down at Hughes Performance, I mean, everything that they do, our Hughes Performance Saturday, and, of course, the Mazier family, been putting together those water pumps and starters and all of that stuff that, I mean, you want to put a quality piece of equipment on your race car, look no further than Mazier. I mean, all of that stuff is made down in their shops just outside of San Diego. And again, when you want to deal with just those upstanding quality people, the Mazier family, it's tough to beat. It's tough to beat. The Kidd family, it's tough to beat. Hughes Performance, tough to beat. So thank you so much to Kidd Performance and Dyno. Thank you to Hughes Performance. Thank you to Mazier for being our day sponsors here. And, of course, thanks to Silver State Refrigeration for their title sponsorship of this event. We really appreciate that. Again, thanks to the folks at Optima Batteries and Holly for helping to keep the live feed running. Thanks to Bang Shift, Chad, you guys, once again, top quality production. Just an awesome way for those that cannot be here, you know, whether they're tuning in to watch a family member or a friend race, or whether they're just kind of sitting around at the house and wanted to check out some great bracket racing. That Bang Shift live feed is definitely the way to go. So for all of our sponsors, for all of our partners, for all of the folks that help make this event what it is, once again, on behalf of Chris and everybody here at West Coast Bracket Races, we thank you so much for helping to make this happen. And most importantly, you know, racers, we say this every day, and we mean it every day. Thank you. Thank you, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, family pets, grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, family friends, whoever it is that came through those gates over the past several days to be a part of the West Coast Classic. We thank you for being here. All of the work that goes into getting the event ready to go means nothing until the racers show up. And I know from what Chris said yesterday that his number one priority, the thing that he wants most, is for each and every one of you to have enjoyed your experience here racing at the West Coast Classic. We certainly hope that you have enjoyed your experience, and we look forward to seeing you all at the next one. Again, had that really cool announcement earlier that we will have a third race this year in September. Going to be happening again right here at Famoso in coordination with that Nitro Chaos that's going to be happening in September. Again, we're talking about Twin 20s, single entry format, capped at 200 cars. They'll do that test and tune on Friday. They'll do race number 1 on Saturday in conjunction with the Nitro Chaos. Race number 2 on Sunday, when the track will be pretty much, we'll have the place to ourselves. But it's just really cool. We are not done with this race yet. We've still got $10,000 to hand out in Super Pro, $5,000 to hand out in Pro. It is a Mizzier Enterprises Sunday. As our first two in the re-entry round, Denny Valvo and Coleman Poist. Coleman, 649 dial. For the blue Chevy 2 and Denny Valvo and the copper-colored Chevelle. 602 the dial for Denny, going to be leaving second. As we get him in, staged up and ready to roll. Once again, final call, pro buyback. If you have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we need our double-entered buyback cars to lanes 1 and 2, single-entered buyback cars to lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. In, staged, and set. Tree drops, green lights on each side of the racetrack. Win light's going to belong to Coleman Poist. 71 on the tree and 654 on a 649. Nova on the right side lights up the scoreboard. Denny Valvo was better in reaction time, had the 058 light. Gets to the stripe first by 77 thousandths of a second to break out by 5 thousandths. Needed to take 72 thou or less if he wanted to turn on the win light in that left lane, and did not. So Coleman is back in for a second shot at the $5,000 here in Pro with Stephanie Paz and Tim Arnswald. Tim, the Camaro out of Coachella, dialed in at 728. Stephanie, the Nova out of Cloverdale, dialed in at 644. Away goes Tim. Here comes Stephanie. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Arnswald. 42 and dead on 1 for Tim. Ends up with a 43 thou package. Stephanie had a little bit better reaction time. Had the 034 light. But runs 3 numbers off the dial. And will come up a little bit short as the birthday boy, Jacob Beckwith, rolls up left side, dialed 728. Craig Merrilees. Camaro dialed in at 629. Hey, listen up in the pits. Your attention, please. Listen up in the pits. We need Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Super Pro Door Car Buyback. We'll get you headed into the staging lanes. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Singles to 5 and 6, please. Jacob, 33 green and 730 on a 728, unfortunately for Jacob. How many times do you say, unfortunately, you will have to just enjoy the rest of your birthday? But it won't be racing. That's kind of sad. Craig Merrilee, 16 dead 7 to get the win light. Had the better bulb, got there first by 35 thousandths of a second, goes dead on 7 to get the win. How many times do you get to see a Porsche race a Hyundai? And how many times do you see a Hyundai outrun a Porsche in a drag race? The answer is once. DeAndre Fitzgerald dialed 1270, goes 1269.2, gets there first to 10th, breaks out 8 thousandths of a second. Kim Nielsen had a 144 reaction time, goes 621 on a 623. And DeAndre is going to go back home and go, yeah, I pulled out the Hyundai. Yeah, we took out the Porsche. Kim Nielsen's going to go back and go, that race never happened. My Porsche did not get beat by a Hyundai. I'm just saying. But DeAndre's back in the game as Tim O'More and Richard Leal. Leo and the Ranchero dialed in at 7:13. Tim O'More dialed in at 5.90 seconds in the Camaro. Red light start for Leo by 23 thousandths of a second. Tim O'More. Is handed a quick free win light. At a no 24 green light, goes 592 on a 590 for the win. Richard handing it over by way of a 23 thou red light, runs 716 on a 713, is now Hubert Pierce and Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the truck out of Oregon, dialed in at 564. Pierce in the Camaro. Out of Hemet, California, with a red light start. Oh. 72 thou early. Hubert Pierce runs 820 on an 822. Jeff Taylor was 12 on the tree and goes one above. 565 on a 564. To get the win light. Once again, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Buyback round. Doubles to 1 and 2. Singles to 5 and 6. Super Pro Door Car buyback. Let's get our double innards to lanes 1 and 2, single innards to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Door Car, come on down, please. There's Jay Greiner and Linda Valdez. Valdez running a home game. Home race at the home track. 683 is the dial. Jay Greiner out of South San Francisco. Dialed in 100th of a second quicker with a 682 over the left side. Those Linda and Jay both have the pre-stage bulbs lit, and we're going to do kind of like a little Camaro parade here down the right side of the racetrack until we get to the S10. Linda's in trouble. Jay gets the win light. 685 on a 682. Jay Greiner was 38 thousandths of a second behind the green light, runs 3 above the dial to take 69 thousandths at the stripe. Linda Valdez had a reaction time that started with a 1 and ends up 3 above the dial as well. So Valdez will take the last lap of the event down the track there as Cliff Hall and Danny Valdez. Cliff Hall in the Maverick dialed in at 603. Valdez in the Camaro dialed in at 663. Win light's going to belong to Danny. How about 83 green and dead on 0? 663 on a 663 for Valdez. 83 on the tree. Takes a 4th thou margin down at the stripe to get around Cliff Hall, who ended up running 2 above his dial. 605 on a 603 after the 067 reaction time. So Valdez stays in the game as Steve Alenak, yesterday's $7,500 winner here in Pro, having to get it done through the reentry round. Had to do it that way yesterday, too. Well, round number 1 talked about the fact that he had a perfect light yesterday and then had to go to the reentry round because he didn't turn on the scoreboard. We'll see if he can turn it on against John Victorino. He will not. Victo, 34 green and 681 on a 678 to get the win light. As John in the S10 moves back into round number 2, Alenak, after a 122 reaction time, goes 651.8 on a 652. Wasn't going to happen either way. As John locks him out, gets the win light, moves to round number 2 as Mike Agnew and Sasha Hofer. Sasha, who had a good day yesterday, went deep into the rounds in the door car clash to be able to collect up some cash as Mike Agnew over on the left side dialed in at 605, the Chevelle. I like the way Mike's car leaves. Yeah. See? Everybody loves wheelies. You can't see a car do a wheelie and not smile. It just doesn't happen. Sasha Hofer, 41 green and 2 above the dial, comes up 29 thousandths of a second short in the buyback round. Mike Agnew was 24 green, one above. Gets there first by 29 thousandths of a second. Runs 6:06 on a 6:05. To get the win light is Chuck Hawk and C.W. Hofer. Hawk in the Mustang left side, Hofer in the Firebird right side. Talk about a couple of heavy hitters on the bracket scene here in the West Coast. 17 thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Chuck, taking 4 thou at the stripe. Chuck Hawk was 11 on the tree. Goes 674 on a 672. To be 26 thou above the dial. C.W. Hofer was 28 green and ends up 13 thousandths of a second above his dial to come up that 44 ten thousandths of a second back of where he needed to be. Win light belongs to Chuck as Jeff Ball, Rob Strong. Strong over right at a hemp 7. Jeff Ball's got the 584 over on the left side. In the Roadster. Win light goes to Jeff Ball, 008, dead 9. To be 17 thousandths of a second total. Rob Strong was 23 green, gets locked out. Ends up running a 701 and a 707, but Ball 17 total to Rob Strong's 023 reaction time. No good for Rod. The alter to Jeff Ball out of Phelan, California, moving back in is now Charlie Olson and Carly Ball. Charlie and the Rusty Dusty. I like that name. It's a Rusty Dusty. Or the Duster Ruster. Either way, the patinaed look on the Duster is pretty cool. 658 over on the left, on the right side. For Charlie Olson, Carly Ball was like perfect on the tree. Then found out that the car wouldn't shift. It's shifting this time. It goes 677 on a 686 at a 102 reaction time. Gets there first and breaks out with a 677 on a 686. Charlie Olson goes 659 on a 658, 034 on the tree and gets the win. To get back in for a chance at $5,000 worth of Messier money today is Jeff Dye and Brandon Phillips. Phillips dialed in at 666. Jeff Dye dialed in at 668. Red light start for Jeff Dye by 23 thousandths of a second. Brandon Phillips, 39 green, goes 665 at 100 miles an hour to get the win light. Hey, once again, Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Car buybacks, Super Pro Door Car buybacks. If you are doubled up in the buyback, we need to get you back as quickly as possible. And if you have not yet come up to make your run and need to do so in the Super Pro buyback door car category, we need to get you back here as well. So Super Pro door car buybacks. Once again, need to get you into the staging lanes, please. Denny Valvo dialed in at 600. Tim Arnswald dialed in at 728. Arnswald had to do the double up on the buyback. I won't make either of them. Didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Denny Valvo, 23 green, take 9 thou with the stripe. Goes 601 on a 600. 23 and 17 thou above. Gets him there first by 9 thousandths of a second. Tim Arnswald was 25 green and 24 thousandths of a second above the dial. To be 50 total is DeAndre Fitzgerald. Had to race a Porsche in one. Now he's got to race the birthday boy in the Malibu and breaks out. The thing that, unfortunately for DeAndre, 38 on the tree. Take 3 thou at the stripe to break out at the big end. Beckwith, the birthday boy, runs 7:30 on a 7:30. But there are certain things that you can only ever say when DeAndre is at the racetrack running. Those certain things are, the Hyundai was too quick. Again, that's one of those phrases that does not work in the real world like ever. You would never be able to say that the Hyundai Santa Fe was just too fast. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, the Hyundai was too quick. Rock Thomas in the Dirty White Bird. The Thunderbird right side going to be our solo shot in the pro re-entry round. Dialed in at 575. And once we wrap things up here with pro buyback, we'll get into our super pro door car buyback. Let's just say Rock Thomas runs 577 on a 575. The rest we'll leave alone. We'll just leave it alone. All right. The minor headache. Greg Dreer behind the wheel of the 57 Morris Minor. I just think that is one of the coolest cars on property. When you look at it, the Morris Minor, it really kind of looks like a fattened up Volkswagen Bug to me. It's a chubby bug. It is a chubby bug. But it is cool. The Minor dialed in at 688. McClelland, last night's $10,000 door car clash winner, rolling up over to the right side. Oh, goodness. 6 thou separate him in reaction time. Oh, okay. 6 thou separated him reaction time. Dan McClelland was 006. Greg was perfect. On a 688, Greg goes 691. On a 588, McClelland goes 591. They run identical over the dial, except for a couple of thou. Winlight turns on for Greg Dreer by 4 thousandths of a second. I mean, Greg was perfect. Dan was 006. Greg ends up with a 691.2. Daniel ends up with a 591.0. Daniel got back a couple of thou difference in reaction time, but ends up 4 thousandths of a second short. Down at the finish line. Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters. Let's get you headed this way, please. Super Pro Dragster buyback. Doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster buyback. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes as Dustin Wirtz will race his way back in the Corvette. Was 36 on the tree and 3 above. 525 on a 522 to get the win light. David Beckwith had a 004 reaction time. Took 70 thou at the stripe and breaks out 8 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 62 thou or less. So Dustin is back in. We saw Dan McClelland come up 4 thou short. Now K-Mac, Kevin McClelland in the family station wagon Rolls up, dialed in at 654. David Pohl dialed in at 691. Pohl in the Barracuda. Red light start for David. Ended up in the re-entry round and bows out in the re-entry round by 1,000th of a second. 001 red. For David Pohl, Kevin McClelland was 11 green and goes 652 on a 654 to get the win light. Again, let's get our Super Pro dragsters for the re-entry round. Super Pro buybacks, dragsters. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster buybacks. Let's get our double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Single enter dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Randy Cloud in the Mustang. That didn't look right. CW Hofers 22 green and then goes 741 on a 745. Randy Cloud 884 on a 561 dial. Whatever it was, Randy Cloud experienced very much a Homer Simpson moment where he's in there going, oh, it didn't work. Because it looks like the trans brake just didn't work. Either that or didn't have the numbers in the box. Tony Marconi now, Craig Merrilees. Oh-ho. Marconi, your runner-up last night in that door car clash. Made himself a decent little bit of money. I mean, on the flyer, it was like 10 grand to win, 2,000 to runner-up. I got a feeling that Tony and Daniel had some conversations and OMG. Tony Marconi was 001 and left second. Craig Merrilees perfect in reaction time. Goes 6:30 on a 6:29. Perfect and essentially 11th thou above. Taking 4th thou at the stripe to get the win light. Tony Marconi was 001 and 14th thou above. 15 total. Gets beat by an 11 pack. So 001 to be 15 total. Craig Merrilees puts a perfect bulb on him. And nips him 4th thou down at the finish line. So again, Super Pro Dragsters. Super Pro Dragster for the buyback. If you are a double entered, let's get you headed into lanes 1 and 2. Single entered buyback dragsters. Let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4, please. We'll get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered door car buyback. 001 to Trip Zip. Why you guys got to be so mean to each other? I mean, are you like, do you not like each other? That's just crazy. That local. Yeah. Yeah. It's wild. It's wacky. We got more dragsters rolling back into the staging lanes. We've got a handful of Super Pro door cars that have made their way back. Our double entered Super Pro door cars. We're going to get them paired up. We will pull them out momentarily. Again, it is a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. Brought to you by the folks at West Coast Bracket Races. Today's day sponsor, Mizzier Enterprises. Super Pro running for 10 G's. Pro running for 5 G's. All right, so it looks like we've got the majority of our double-entered Super Pro buyback door cars. That's like a whole mouthful, right? It's like double-entered Super Pro door car buybacks. I'll be like those guys have made their way back into the staging lanes. We're getting drivers back in cars. Once again, Super Pro dragster buybacks. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Super Pro dragster buybacks. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. It sounds like we are well ready to send the cars forward. So we got our final few prayers. Final few prayers. That's what's being said back in the staging lanes for the buyback cars that are rolling up here. I'm going to say a final few prayers. We've got our final few pair that are rolling up here in the staging lanes. I mean, it is Sunday, right? Hopefully, everybody started off their morning by participating in the non-denominational chapel service from Team RFC. Because, like, if we're getting down to Sunday, final race day of the weekend, and you haven't made any money yet, hopefully you went to church this morning. Because I know somebody can help. If you haven't been able to help yourself, if talking to yourself hasn't worked, Because I know after some of the laps that we've seen down here, there have been a lot of folks that have been talking to themselves. Try talking to somebody else. That might help. We'll see. It's Ealing, it's Kellner. Kellner on the right side, Ealing on the left side. 654 to a 679. Wheels up charge for the El Camino. Ted Kellner in the Vega. Running on the throttle stop. Goes 684 on a 679 after an 028 reaction time. Mike Ealing. Ealing. Had a 119 reaction time. Goes dead on 7 and will not advance. Just not going to work. Kellner gets the win line to Stephanie Paz and Jordan Yeager. Jordan's Camaro going up against Stephanie's Nova. Nova dialed in at 644. Jordan dialed in at 625. Head start goes to Stephanie. Win light goes to Jordan. Stephanie was 31 green. Jordan was 6 thousandths of a second quicker than that in reaction time. Ends up with an 025 light and then goes 625 on a 625. Ends up dead on 3, taking 32 thou with the stripe to get the win light. Stephanie ended up with an 031 light and goes 646 on a 644. There's A.J. Cameron on a solo shot here, as unfortunately Chuck Hawk's truck came out of the water box and decided it was done. Chuck getting backed off the starting line, and that is absolutely a disappointing adventure for Chuck. Going to have to go back and figure out exactly what might have happened, but I mean, rolled up out of the water box, the car quit. A.J. Cameron gets the solo shot in the El Camino. Will punch his ticket back in for a chance at $10,000 here in Super Pro. One more time. Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4. Andrew Olson and Daniel McClellan. McClellan. Okay, talking about when 10 grand last night in the door car clash. Turned around and had to spend some of it on buybacks twice today, hoping to make one of them work. And no, McClellan's got to be going, what's the guy got to do? Daniel was 005 on the tree, takes 18 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 13 thousandths of a second. Andrew Olson put a 10-pack up on the scoreboard. 002 dead on 8 for Olson on a 588 dial. Goes 5882 or 5888 after the 002 reaction time to be 10 total. McClellan had a little teeny tiny teensy-weensy bit of room to work with down at the finish line. Needed to take 5 thou or less and ended up taking 18 thou to break out by 13 thousandths of a second as Rob Strong, J.R. Learcamp. Rob left side, J.R. right side. We'll see if the dragster out of Olympia can dispatch the Firebird out of Hemet, or if it'll be the other way around. Rob's going to get a sizable head start. 7:01 is the dial for Rob Strong. 4:54 is the dial for Learcamp. That's the JR version of the Learcamp family. Oh, Oh, Rob Strong had that one pretty much in the bag. He was 008 to JR's 80 light. But Strong gets to the stripe, takes the 10th plus, and goes 696 on a 701. To break out and hand the win light back over to JR Learcamp. Learcamp 456 on a 454. As we'll say, he survives that round. We've said it before, right? There's some rounds you win. There's some rounds you absolutely crush, and then there's other rounds that you just survive. That was a survival round. As Colby Fuller, Greg Matthews. Matthews hands the win light over to Colby. As Fuller goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. 488 on a 488. How about red and... Yep, dead on. Colby Fuller, 23 green, 439 on a 438. Driving the Steve Williams dragster is... I want to say, is it Caitlin in the car today? Which Torres is in the car today? All right, so it's Madeline Torres running the Torres family dragster. Ooh. Madeline, 14 green, dead 9 to get the win light here in the buyback round. Vic Clark was 21 green, 473 on a 474. Hey, listen up in the pits. Your attention, please. Listen up in the pits. Junior Dragsters for round number 1. Junior Dragsters for round number 1. Let's get you over into the Grove. Ladders have been printed. Ladders are ready. Let's get you paired up and ready to go. All right. I will figure it out. We will get it straight. Yeah, because I think Madeline was just running back with Dad, and so I think it might be Caitlin, and we'll get it straight. Yes. Yeah. All right, KJ Desan, Amelia Henches. Amelia's day came to an abrupt end yesterday when they started having issues with the car, and hopefully, those issues have been diagnosed, and hopefully those issues have been removed from the program. Dialed in at 486 over on the left side. KJ dialed 479. Advantage at this end of the racetrack to KJ. Win light to KJ by 11 ten-thousandths of a second. Tight down at the finish line. KJ was 28 on the tree. Amelia was 36 on the tree. Amelia dead on 3 to be 39 thou total. KJ was 38 thou total. KJ gets the win by 1 little bitty thousandths of a second as Chad Axford and Gage Cameron. Axford, your Division 7 reigning top dragster champ. Lining up over on the left side, dialed in at 444. Gage Cameron dialed in at 499. And once again, your attention in the pits, please. Junior Dragsters. Let's get you headed into the Grove, please. Junior Dragsters, let's get you headed into the Grove, please, for your pairings. So Gage is going to get the head start. Gage is going to get the red light. Chad Axford's going to get the win light. Axford goes 441 on the 444 after the 022 reaction time. Gage, 007 on the tree, legs it out to go 493 on a 499. Let's bring up Jason Pad and Tanner Theobald. Tanner made the drive down out of Utah. He's got a 483 number, going to be leaving first is Jason Pad, who has also been piloting the Love Truck here this weekend. And has the anticipated quicker of the two cars on the starting line right now. Let's go ahead and one more time. Super Pro Dragsters. Again, if you are one of our double entered Super Pro Dragsters, once you have made your run, we're going to ask that you make your way back into the staging lanes as quickly as possible, please, so that we can get everybody paired up and rolled through. So if we could, please, once you get your run done and your double entered buyback ride, how about a 004 to a 009 and a dead on 9 to 2 above? Tanner Theobald, 004 dead 9 is 13 total, taking 22 thousandths of a second at the stripe to get back into the game. Jason Pad was 009. Ends up running 26 thou above the dial. And the win light is going to belong to Tanner. We'll bring up Jason Rosenbaum, Michael Gidcombe. Gidcombe, a graduate of the junior program. Rolling in on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 507. Jason Rosenbaum with a 467 dial. .23 thousandths of a second was the difference in reaction time. How about Gidcombe 001, get there first by 001 and goes 3 above, 510 on a 507 to light up that Michelob Ultra scoreboard. Jason Rosenbaum, 24 green, 14 thou above. To be 38 thou total. And ended up calling the reentry round like it. That's it. It's done. Gidcombe 0013 above gets the win light as David Meyer and Kyoki Desa. Meyer, 474 the dial. Kyoki, 441 the dial. Kyoki just rolled up here on a solo shot in round number 1. Ended up with the buy run on the provisional buy to go 002 dead 2 on that 439 dial. Well, he won't be 4 total this time, but he goes from a 002 to a 004 reaction time. Kyoki, 004, 17 thou above and no good. Comes up just a couple of thou short down at the finish line. Win light's going to go to David Meyer. As Meyer will be back, survives the re-entry round. So Kyoki still got one. Couldn't quite get back in with the second one, but David Meyer punches his dragster back into the main event. There's Larry Beckner and Brian Cam. Cam left side, dialed 483. Beckner right side, dialed 489. As Beckner has got Bayer as his crew chief, and Beckner will move back into the main event. 489 on a 489, 25 on the tree, and dead on 6 for Larry Beckner. Brian Cam went red by 21 thousandths of a second. Ends up with a 484 on a 483. But Cam goes red. Beckner's 25 dead 6 to get the win light as Ethan Williams and Cameron Webb. Cameron in the front engine dragster. or stretched out altered. We'll call it the stretched altered. 550 the dial on the right side for the stretched altered. 545 on a 550. Both of them are under the dial. Cameron was 006. Gets there first by 49 thousandths of a second. And runs 445 on a 450 to be under by 43 thousandths of a second. Ethan Williams goes 482 on a 484 to be under by 11 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Williams as Neil Pressmone and Rob Neighbor. Neighbor raced it all the way into the final round last night. Came up just one win light short. So coming up one win light short against Pearson Deming, who ended up winning last night. Rob's seeing if maybe we can go one round deeper. He gets around Neil Pressmone. Neil, 18 green and 475 on a 474. Rob Neighbor was 007 dead on 5. To be 12 thou total. Nick had an 018 reaction time, and that was that. Gordon Bovin, that's Gordy. And Race Kid. Kid dialed in at 460. Gordy dialed in at 463. 300ths of a second, the difference in the dials. Head start will go to the Shorty Dragster. Racing out of the right lane. And then Race Kid will try to run him down. At this end of the racetrack, Race Kid was better on the tree. He had an 018 light and ends up going 461 on a 460. So 18, 15 thou above. To be at the finish line first by 8 thousandths of a second, Gordon Bovin was 24 green and 17 thousandths of a second above the dial. There's Bailey Neighbor and Chase Learcamp. Are going to be up next. Chase with a 454 dial. Bailey with a 458 dial. Chase was better at this end of the racetrack. He was 011 on the tree and then goes 456 on a 454. 11 and 25 thousandths of a second above the dial. To be 36 thou total, Bailey Neighbor had an 052 reaction time, runs dead on 4, puts up a 56 pack, but ended up getting locked out by Chase Learcamp as Dave Mazier and David Pohl. Speaking of Mazier Enterprises, you can see the logo bold and long across the side of Dave Mazier's car. 461 is the number on the left side. There's David Pohl. Again, running with the professor of bracket racing. That is Tom Bayer. And he's the professor out there at, Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. I wonder if the faculty at Tom Bayer's school get some of the same, privileges that other, if you continue your education, if you go on and get a master's degree or a PhD, do you get paid more? I don't know. 300ths of a second separate them in reaction time. Winner's going to be Mazier. Mazier was 15 on the tree and goes 3 above. 464 on a 461. to get the win light by 31 thousandths of a second. David Pohl was 49 green, goes 496 on a 494. Just couldn't get there against Dave Mazier. So Mazier moves on. Out of the reentry round, we'll be back in for $10,000 as J.R. Learcamp will take on Tyler Hartzell. Hartzell got his license on Friday. I believe turned around and won his first round of competition yesterday and is now fighting for his life here in the reentry round. J.R. Learcamp hands it back to Tyler. Tyler on a 577 dial, left 23 thousandths of a second on the green side. J.R. Learcamp on a 455 dial, left 6 thousandths of a second early. Turned on the red light on the left side, gives the win light back over to Tyler out of the right lane. All right, Junior Dragsters, this is going to be your final call. Final call, Junior Dragsters. You are going to be up next. Let's see here. We've got, looks to be 2 pair and make it 3 pair. We've got 3 pair of dragsters left in the reentry round. Then it's going to be time for the juniors. And I know it's time for the juniors because our official junior announcer of the West Coast Classic has made his way back up into the tower. I think he's been out kind of scouting, checking things out, making sure that he knows what the pairings are going to look like, kind of getting some insight as to how racers are going to handle their run down the racetrack. And the win light this time is going to belong to Victor Clark. Clark ends up going 474 and a 473 after the 028 reaction time. Colby was 10 green, take 32 thou at the stripe to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Runs 439 on a 440 dial. Win light to Clark as Amelia Henches and Michael Gidcombe. A little bit earlier on in the session, Gidcombe put up a 001 reaction time. This time, looking to do somewhat near the same. Amelia, that Mullis-built car coming down out of Olympia. What 486 dial for Amelia, 510 dial for Michael, and identical reaction times. Amelia's 31 green, Michael's 31 green. Michael gets to the finish line first by 14 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 1 stupid, stinking, miserable, awful, horrible thousandths of a second. 5099, Michael out by 1 thou. Amelia Henches goes 487 on a 486. To get the win light is Tim O'More and Gage Cameron. Look like they are going to be our final pair of dragsters before the juniors roll forward. Again, juniors, you should all be in the Grove. You should all be paired up, and you should be getting into those race cars because round number 1 is coming up very, very soon. Tim O'Moore's dialed 491. Gage dialed 499. Oh, Gage is in trouble. Tim O'Moore, 004, and wins it on a double breakout. O'Moore with that 004 reaction time. Takes 20 thou at the stripe to be 489.8 on the 491. Gage Cameron goes 495 on a 499. Timo will pick up the final. I feel like I'm calling things back at the bull ring. He'll pick up the final transfer spot to move back into the main event. So it is just about junior dragster time, round number 1. We've made it through round number 1. We've made it through the reentry round. We have got junior ladders in place. And again, for those of you that are watching online, here's kind of the cool thing. As part of the West Coast Classic, Chris put together a 24 car Junior Dragster Invitational. And the Junior Dragster Invitational is essentially 3 groups of 8 cars apiece. They were given an opportunity at 2 time hits yesterday. They did a run for the money yesterday. So as our juniors make their way out of the Grove, they are going to be back behind the tower. So they are making their way out here. Again, the ladders have been set. Caden has been calling the action for the juniors. Caden, a junior racer of his own right. And when it comes down to racers in the, Langdon family, we all know who the best is. Uh-huh. Yep. We know who the best one is. I mean, Chad's pretty cool. Drives a really cool Barracuda. Sean's, he does what he needs to do. He does what he needs to do. I'll tell you what. It is just about time. We are going to start sending juniors forward. I'm going to step out of the way. I'm going to turn the mic back over to our junior announcer, Mr. Caden. He will take you through round number 1 of the juniors.
All right. All right. To start out the group 1, we got Brody George down a 12:16, and Brock Rogers down a 12:08. Starting off group number 1. Brock Rogers out of Bakersfield, California, in a 2007 half scale. Brody Connor out of Hidden Valley Lake, California, in a 2024 half scale. All right, they start up the cars, and let's go racing. One does their burnout, other one does their burnout. All right, Brock Rogers out of California, so is Brody, so this will be a little bit of a rivalry. They've raced before. Brody George in pre-stage. Brock in the other bulb. Brody's in. Brock's in. Here we go. 38 to a 79. Brody with the advantage. And as we get down there, the first winner of the Junior Dragsters for the first round will be Brody George running 12:19 on the 12:16. Brock breaking out, going 0:79 and then getting dumped. And that will be a Brody George win. Next up, the only 1390 car here, Audrey Friedel at 1393. Up against Nate Wasso. He's down to 12 flat. Let's see what happens. All right, Nate into the first bulb. There goes Audrey in the first bulb. Audrey in. Nate in. 236 and red light start. Nate Wasso. Audrey Fry gonna win the round. The only 1390 car is moving on. And she is gonna run a 1396 on the 1393, 1211 on the 12 flat for Nate, and Audrey's gonna move on. Next up, Elena Martin out of Nuevo, California in the 2024 half scale up against Cash Hanshu, down 1190 out of Bakersfield, California, hometown in the 2020 half scale. All right, Elena in the first bulb. There goes Cash in the first bulb. Elena in the second bulb. She's in. Cash is in. Red light start. Cash hands you for the win. 11 red. And that'll be a win for Cash Hanshu. He's going to run a 1186. Double breakout, but doesn't matter because Elena was red. So that's a win for Cash Hanshu. All right. Last pair of the group one before we get into group number two. It will be Mackenzie Higgins down to 1219 and Lucas Hodges down to 1190. Lucas in the 2006 Motivational. Mackenzie in the 2009 Modi. All right, both in pre-stage. Stage for Mackenzie. Stage Lucas. 79 to a 52. Lucas with the advantage. As we get down there, the last winner in group number one will be Mackenzie Higgins. 1221 on the 1219 to get around Lucas. Lucas 1207 on the 1190, which will give Mackenzie the win. Starting up 890. 891 for Dylan Nelson to start off the race. 897 for Blake George. George out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. Nelson out of Yucaipa, California. Pro to the lane. Singles 3 and 4. Doubles 1 and 2. Pro for round number 2. Singles 3 and 4. 3 and 4. And doubles 1 and 2. All right, here we go. Starting off 890. Nelson in. Red light start. Blake George getting the win. 907 for Nelson, 901 for George. Nelson was 74 red, George was 113. All right, it'll be Victoria Campbell and Levi Agnew. All right, Levi Agnew, Victoria Campbell. Campbell 914, Agnew 897. Agnew out of Oak Hills, California. Campbell out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. Light start, red light start for Victoria. 108 red, 93 green Levi. Levi 894, Victoria 910. Levi's moving on. All right, the last two pairs up before we get into 890. It will be Haley Miller and Isabella Rogers. Rogers out of Bakersfield, California, down to 895 in the 2015 Mike Boss. Up against Haley Miller, down to 892 out of Live Oak, California. She's 13 years of age, and she is in a 2011 Mopey. This is just have the second to last pair for 890. Pre-stage for both of them. They're bumping in. Isabella in, Haley in. Red light start, double 01 red for Isabella, 28 green for Haley Miller. Miller going to go at 90 on a 92, 86 on the 95 for Isabella. And Haley's going to get the win. Andrew Martin down to 907. Weston Forsythe down to 893. Weston out of Lake Elsinore, California. Martin out of Nuevo, California in the 2023 half scale for Andrew. Weston in the 2011 half scale. All right, Andrew in the first bulb. Weston in the first bulb. Andrew in. And Weston's in. 10 for Weston, 61 for Andrew Martin. Advantage Weston. And who will win? Will be Weston? No, it will not. Double breakout. And Andrew Martin is going to win the round. All right, to start off Group 3, it's Avina Wasso down to 1069 and Abigail Rogers down to 790. Abigail at the Bakersfield, California. Avina out of Vacaville, California. Abigail is out of and has a car in 2014 half scale. Avina in the 2003 Mike Boss. All right. $72 red, Avina Wasso, $52 green, Abigail. 83 on a 90, 76 on a 69. Next up, Carly Ball, Brody Connor. Connor out of Bakersfield, California. Ball out of Phelan, California. Let's see what happens. Brody Connor in the 2023 half scale. Ball in the 2022 Mike Boss. Boss. All right, Carly bumping in. She's in. Brody is in. Someone has a big advantage on the tree, a big one. And as we get down there, it's Carly. Carly, 87 on a 90. Brody, 86. Advantage was Carly, 019 to Brody, 57. All right. Gavin Pine, 807. Jake Hodges, 794. Jake out of Yucaipa, California. Pine out of La Mirada, California. This is for the juniors. Juniors, here we go. It's round number 1. And as they leave 41 to 80, someone has a big advantage. Win. Oh, geez. Dead 0 for Gavin Pine. He's going to get away with a big one. He was 80. Jake was 41. Jake goes 4 off. Gavin Pine goes dead 0 to win by 58, 10,000. All right, to end off the juniors, Maddie Jordan down to 796, Crew Castile down to 790. Maddie in the Paradise, California in the 2009 RPC. Crew Castile and Gardenville, Nevada. He's in the 2022 half scale. to end off this. Here we go. They're bumping in. Maddie Jordan and Crew Castile. Maddie's in. Crew's in. Someone has a little bit of an advantage. And as they get down there. And Maddie Jordan's going to win in a Womp Fest, only going 74 miles per hour on a 797 on the 796. Crew Castile going 71 miles per hour, 8 flat on the 790. And Maddie's going to win. Now I'm going to give it back to my fellow friend, Jake Kaysen.
Caden, thanks a lot, man. Talk about a show that's hard to follow. Woohoo! All right. Guess what happens from here on out? 2 men enter. Well, not necessarily a man. 2 racers enter. 1 racer leaves. This is full on 2-on-1 eliminations. Going to do a quick little bit of track tune up here. In the meantime, again, we'd like to thank our sponsors that have been bringing this event to you now on 10 years. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Thank you absolutely so much. Got quite a good story from Nate today about how much help they've been to, normally you always think about companies the size of Silver State work in great big places, hospitals or airports or something like that. Nate says he's had those guys out at his house. They come out, make stuff work. And, when you think about it, again, you always think big companies, they're not going to take care of the little guy. They're just, looking for the super big bucks. He says they're more reasonable than anybody else he's ever dealt with. And so if you have Silver State in your area, which basically a lot of the racers that are here this weekend do, next time you need something along the lines of heating, air conditioning, ventilation, I could use a little ventilation myself. Anywho, don't forget Silver State. Also, of course, Missouri Enterprises. Missouri Enterprises. I actually know a lot about Missouri Enterprises. About 1 million years ago, I actually licensed in Mike Mazier's old Monza. But I will tell you that when it comes to built the best it can be possibly built, their equipment that they build for your race car is absolutely 100% guaranteed to work. And if anybody ever walked up to Dave or Mike or Donnie or one of the guys and said, hey, listen, I don't think this is doing exactly right, they'd take the time to come over there and find out why it's not. And that is honestly one reason why in used performance, kid performance, you see these people out at the racetrack a lot and you get an idea that, yeah, they probably A, know what they're doing because they're testing their own products, and B, anyway, they actually care about the people that they're around. And yeah, no doubt about it, if you're in the other lane against Dave Mazier this weekend, he wants to put the wind light on in his lane more than anything. But if you're one of his customers, he wants to make sure that everything goes perfectly square for you too. So when you see any of the sponsors that help sponsor our races, just remember one thing real easily. Just, buy their products. In the case of something like Mazier, it's 100% made in America. It's made right in Escondido, California. And, buy their products. Yes, it's more expensive than something made in China. But if you need 19 of them in the trailers to make it through a season, maybe you really ought to think about the economy of buying something that's going to last. Speaking of what's going to last, out of these 2 racers, only one of them is going to last as we are now moving into eliminations. We're starting off in Pro. So this is round 2 of Pro. Jody George driving his 91 Calais. 688 to dial in for Jody George. We believe this is Zach Ealing doing the driving in this Corvette. The 91 Corvette, the drop top. 643 the dial. So he's going to give Jody about 0.4 of a second head start, and then he's going to go right after him. So Zach versus Jody in the very first pair. Now, these cars, most of them were pulling them out of the double entered lane, so there's a possibility that we may see one of these guys again, even if he doesn't put on the win light. Jody puts it in strong. Lights are near identical. This one's going to be finished out on the other end of the track. Survey says Zach Ealing goes 642 with a 9 on a 43, breaking out by 1 thou. Jody George had actually a 0.004 of a second better light, goes 87 with a 2 on an 88, breaking out by 8 thou. The 1 thou does the job, and Zach Ealing moves on to round number 3. DeAndre Fitzgerald, another tortoise in the hair story here. 6 seconds and change is the weight that Richard Llewellyn needs to make in his little blue Chevy 2. Oh, man. DeAndre's got, cruise down the street there and take a look. Richard's kind of going, well, sometime this tree's going to come. There it goes. Down at the finish line. Brakes are on. 68 on a 64 isn't going to do it. Richard Llewellyn, a beautiful 017 light. Check this out. Oh, man. Take a look at the scoreboard. The win light comes up on DeAndre's side. 68 with a 2 is the good of the 2. Richard goes under by about 0.02 of a second, and DeAndre moves on to round 3. Sitting there going, man, I didn't realize I had me an extra race car. Wow. So there he is, a 12-second car in the 8th mile, cruising through the pro category. Dennis Paz cruised through quite a few racers last night. 659 the dial on a 65 El Camino. Jeff Taylor driving the 99 Dakota. He's a little bit on the tough side to deal with. This is going to be a good race, too. Very good race. Oh, Dennis Paz goes red. He needed to get it tight anyway as Jeff Taylor 010. He is racing as advertised. Goes a 65 on a 65 with a 5 after an 010 light. So he puts together basically a 15 thou pack. Dennis Paz breaking out at the other end. Of course, that made no difference after he'd hung it red. Dennis Paz, I'm sure he's got more entries than that one flying around. Jeff Taylor moves on to round 3. Randy Stanley driving the white Nova, the 75 Nova. Phantom Realty's sponsor on that machine. 675 gets a 0.05 of a second head start on the pick-em-up truck. The 82 S10 out of Calmuth. They leave basically together. Randy out in front. Here comes Carl. Answer is Randy stays out in front as he goes an 80 on a 75, 73 on a 9. Carl was closer to his dial, but that nice 02 light coming out of Randy puts him in the 3rd round. Tim O'More. Oh, boy, it's Tim O'More alongside Mr. Valadez. This is just a great story. Pedro was thrashing on this car. He was on his way to serious business yesterday. Something happens. Next thing you know, he spends about 4 hours working on this car, getting it fixed, gets it up just in time to get into the door car clash last night. Now, obviously, he's looking to pay. He's looking to pay for some of these parts. Well, actually, he's looking to have all the other racers help him pay for some of these parts as he's trying to work his way into the 3rd round. 705, the dial on that Firebird, alongside Tim O'More. Tim O'More, 593. The dial in. So there is a little over a second head start going to the Firebird in the Michelob Ultra lane. And then there goes the Camaro. Lights are very similar. This is going to be tight down at the other end. Survey says 707 on a 705. And Pedro Valdez moves on to round 3. 92 with a 7 on a 93. Tim O'More does get to the stripe first, but unfortunately for him, he's 3 thou under. He had a slightly better light. Do all the math, it works out to about an 03 at the other end. Tim O'More, man, tough way to go, breaking out by only 3 thousandths. Here's Stan Deming making his trip down from Idaho and making it worthwhile. The Deming family. Matter of fact, if they might end up hitting the weigh station on the way back and be overweight for too much cash. Excellent lights, both sides of the track. Winner comes up Stan Deming. He had the worst of the two lights. He had an 016. Dean Talbert puts up a 008 light, but unfortunately goes under by 8 thousandths on his way down there to the stripe. 27 with an 8 on a 27 for Stan Deming, and Stan moves on to round 3. Dean Talbert, man, and this is one of those races where it's kind of like there really wasn't a win light. It was like a light. Wow. This is some super tight racing going on. Jonathan Knoll. Jonathan driving the 1970 Challenger, trying to make his way into the third round. 698, he leaves first. Andy Schmall, 593, going to chase him down. At the 3:30 clocks, they're about even. Andy touches the brakes, and Jonathan Knoll breaks out. 607 on a 93 as Andy Schmall had a much better light. He went 04, and then again 607 on 93. 93 with a 2 on a 98 for the 4-speed Challenger. Andy moves on to round 3. Maurice Castro, 79 Monte Carlo. Pretty cool car. Against Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck Hawk out of Tucson. Chuck's been doing this for a long, long time. And although I don't know how old Maurice is, my guess is Chuck Hawk's been bracket racing longer. Man, Chuck, a tough customer coming out of Arizona, waits patiently and does wait patiently. Pair of excellent green lights going up here. Gets down to the finish line. Chuck Hawk puts on the win. He runs a 78 with a 6 on a 73, over by 5. But he started that out with an 014 light. Maurice breaks out and goes 73 with a 1 on a 74. So breaking out by just 9 thousandths of a second, but that's 9 thousandths too much. Next pair coming your way. Craig Marley's the 79 Camaro you see in the Michelob Ultra lane, dialed 630. He's going to wait on Jim Halls. Jim Halls driving the Datsun. It's a Datsun. Lights are green. Here comes Marley's. Win light, Marley's. Craig puts on a 634 with a 7 on a 30 as he starts that out with a real nice 012 light. Gets in the brakes, puts on the win light just the way it's supposed to be, just like planned. Jim Hulse runs a 727 with a 7 on a 24. Next pair. This is Roger Phillips. This is guy no stranger to putting on win lights himself. Roger's 648 coming down from northern to us, Northern California, alongside the machine out of Sheridan. 589 the dial in on that machine. A very fast 2001 Cavalier. 589 the dial. It is a 2.2 big block. I think it's also turbocharged. Tough race going on right here. Even though Roger Phillips had a much better light, he took 4.5 in the tree. He unfortunately took about 5 thousandths of a second too much at the top of the track. And Dave goes on to the next round with a 589 with a 6 on an 89. Jay Greiner, 74 Ventura. Jeff Kreider. Jeff Greiner, he's got 680 for dial-in on that 1974 Pontiac. Jeff Kreider, 733 on the Wonder Wagon. Tickling in that bottom bulb for Kreider. Lights are pretty close here. This is anybody's guess. Getting there first and dead on. 680 with a 4. And Jay Griner wins that from end to end. He had a 200ths of a second better light, 300ths of a second better light, takes a 0-2 stripe, and guess what that means? You win. Jeff Kreider gave him a good fight, but broke out by 2,000ths of a second. Here's Ron Nichols. Ron Nichols out of Livermore. Josh Souza. Josh driving the 11 McFanton. This is basically a motorcycle on 4 right here. They race like motorcycles, 690. These things, man, they pop off the line real nice. Ron Nichols, his nickname is the Hammer. Chances are, if you've ever been to a bracket race before, especially one where there's money involved, you've met the Hammer. Lights are close as they go down the track. Let that little dragster go around him. Watch how quickly you see the bottom of that Oldsmobile. In this particular case, he kind of held his feet to the fire. Ron gets out 042. Josh got out 058, so he had to hold it pretty close. 695 with a 3 on a 693. Ron Nichols takes the win. And check this out. Nichols is getting pretty good at this stuff. He goes 006 at the stripe for the win. Here's C.W. Hofer. C.W. driving the Firebird. He's alongside Bob Bills. Bob driving the 1972 Mercury Comet. Not to be confused with the Maverick. 862 on the Comet, the dial in. He's going to leave out in front of C.W. C.W. is 744. CW is the only person with a green light. CW is the only person with a win light. 744 with a 9 on a 744. CW started that out with a 011. So he puts together an 0-2 pack. 868 with a 9 on the 62. Bob, even if he'd gotten that 00 on the green side, he probably still was in trouble as he ran way off the number. Here's Sasha Hofer. Wonder if there's any relation. 741, the number on the silver platter machine, alongside Robert Butler, the 66 super shiny super sport. 619, the dial in for sport. Sasha going to leave about a second and a half ahead of time. Here comes the super sport. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Anybody's guess? Survey says Sasha takes the win. 008 for Robert Butler. He looks like he got a little too tight in the brakes. 030 for Sasha. She goes 43 with a 1 on a 41. And that was a no, you take it. No, I insist, you take it. And Sasha said, well, thank you. Handed it to her on a silver platter. Margin of victory on an all green deal. 0.0005. 5 ten-thousandths of a second down at the other end. Them Firebird noses is long. Chase Trimp, 1969 Opel. Chase Trimp, very, very difficult to beat. 659's his dial in. He's going to get a 300ths of a second head start on Tyler Smith and that shiny and very fast and clean looking 68 Nova. Tyler taking his time staging up, brings it in, tree's on its way down. Cars leave together, and I mean leave together. 1,000th of a second separates them in this end at the finish line. Win light says 656 with a 9 on a 656. Tyler Smith closer to the number. 660 with a 2, so 3,000ths of a second. And then if you look at the math down at the other end, it really wasn't. It was 0026. So it wasn't 3,000ths. It was 26 10,000ths. Man. And this is just basically the first round of eliminations. Yikes. This is going to be tough today. Man, I'll tell you what, chasing Trimp is like chasing bets. Tony Marconi, 593 in the drop top arrow. 821 for Hubert Pierce. You, baby. Obviously going to leave first by a little over 2 seconds. Out he is. Kind of going down there a while. Tony Marconi trying to track him down and does. He goes 594 with a 5 on a 594. 21 with a 5 for Hubert, but unfortunately he gave up 3 in the tree and it all shows up down at the other end. Tony Marconi puts the win light on. Mike Agnew out of Oak Hills. The 1969 Camaro. The 1969 Chevelle, the red SS Chevelle, good looking machine. You want to see some wheelies? Well, let me show you some wheelies because he will. He'll pop that thing straight up in the air. Page Smith. Page 594, the dial in for the Rancho Cucamonga. Not much difference in the brakes on these guys. As you can see, about a little over a tenth of a second. So you will see the red car move first. And matter of fact, keep an eye on it as it carries the wheels generally past the tree. Tree is down. Good green lights both sides of the track. Wind light comes up over here on Page Smith's side. Better of the two lights was Page Smith's. 046 beats the 062 light. 95 with a 3 on a 94 beats the 07 on the 05. Agnew off by 2. Page Smith puts on the wind light and moves into round 3. Jacob Beckwith driving that 79 Malibu alongside Jeff Ball driving the altered. This is like a regular altered, not an altered. 8. Let's do the math here. Let's see. More than that. Okay, 585 for the altered. 730 for Jacob Beckwith. Altered's out on him. Winlight goes to the altered. 590 with a 6 on an 85. Jacob Beckwith runs real close to his numbers. He goes a 731. The problem was he gave up 6 on the tree, and Jeff Ball used up about 5 of it at the other end to get down there and put on the win light. 590 on a 585 takes the win. Here's Jody George alongside Denny Volvo. Jody George driving that Calais. He's alongside Denny Volvo driving that Chevelle. Jody George forcing the breakout after he has a beautiful 018 light. Goes 695 on a 687, tapping the brakes. Denny Volvo goes 599 with an 8 on a 6 flat. And Jody George moves on to the next round. Okay, well, we're going to take a minute to do a little calculating and checking and doing a couple things here. Just a minute. Again, give me an opportunity to remind everybody that we want to thank Kid Performance for Friday, Used Performance for Saturday, Mazir Enterprises for Sunday. I guess you thank a lot of people for Sunday when it really comes down to it. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, of course. Big shout out to Chris. It's 10-year anniversary for the West Coast Classic bracket race. Being a race promoter is not a job where a lot of people walk up and say thanks all the time. Matter of fact, generally when somebody walks up, they're not ready to say thanks to you. They're ready to say something else. The fact of the matter is an awful lot of people respect and like Chris, and he does get a chance to actually hear a few people say thanks. But if you get a chance, guys, anyway, and you're having fun, tell him you had fun. Because honestly, that's what he wants to do. He wants you to come out, have some good races, and have fun. And I think that the West Coast Classic has probably done a better job of that than anybody in the past. All right, back to racing. Stan Deming in his 76 Nova, alongside Robert Crumb in his Nova. '63 Nova SS V8 powered, alongside the 1976 Nova out of Nampa. The Deming family, like I said, when they go across the scales on their way out of the state, there's a possibility that somebody's going to go, wait a minute, you're overweight for cash. Hundredth of a second separate them on this end. On the other end, the wind light comes up. Stan Deming, a nice 0.24, beats the 0.34 as he runs a 30 with a 9 on a 28. Also over by 2, almost 3 and change is Robert Crumb, giving the wind light to Stan Deming. Is it do the math? It works out to an 0.18 at the other end. John Victorino borrowed the pickup truck, been doing pretty good with it, 677. Says, yeah, I'd like to kind of sink one for the big money. Kind of like to have that Mizzier check for 10 grand. 729, the dial in for Tim Arnswald. So, well, how would you like to be there on Sunday? Second round of eliminations, and you got the guy they call Sunday Tim in the other lane. Sunday Tim, 629, gets to leave first. Then John Victorino's coming after him. Oh, John Victorino could not wait as he puts the red light on, and that puts the wind light on for Tim. And Tim moves on to round 3. Charlie Olson. You know, it used to be somebody said, man, your car's a rust bucket. Now they say it's patina and it's cool. You know what? The only thing that changed his attitude, really. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous patina. 661 for Charlie Olson. That Duster runs nice. You know what? You look over at Mike Reynolds' machine, the 02 Corvette. By the way, I think it still has a for sale sign on it. Run right out there and pick that baby up. 689 the dial in for the Corvette, so it's actually going to get a little bit of a head start on the Duster. Red light. He tried to get a little more head start. Charlie Olson gets the automatic win. Charlie runs it out to see what it'll do, and it went a 53 with an 8 on a 61. 89 with a 5 on an 89. Of course, Mike, you went red, so of course you're going to run dead on. Steve Williams driving the Pontiac. Matter of fact, he's driving the Foggett Pontiac. Attention to the pit. Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. This is your call. Double entries to 1 and 2. Singular entries to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door car. This is your call. Steve Williams has Garrett Agnew. Garrett driving the little bitty motorcycle on 4 as he's driving a 02 RPC junior comp machine. And it is so cool to see the junior comp cars come out here because, you know, there's a lot more things you can do with that one than you can some of the other ones. And it's kind of a nice natural progression to get yourself from running the juniors into running some money brackets. Nice operation here. Garrett Agnew takes the win with a red light on Steve Williams' side. Nice 04 light for Garrett. He runs a 21 with a 0 on a 17. Steve Williams also runs it out and breaks out by about 6,000ths of a second at the other end. No, excuse me, 4 D600ths of a second. Let me do all the rest of the math there, Mr. Wizard. Here's Mike Polton. Mike Polton driving the 50 Jeep alongside Rock Thomas. There he is in the Ford Falcon. He calls it the Dirty White Bird. All right, crew chief's locking the doors down. You got to keep the drivers in there. 575 the dial in for the Falcon. 642 the dial in for the Jeep. So Jeep's going to mosey on out of there, and then that Ford Falcon making tons of power. Going to come charging out. Rock Thomas taking his time getting up there to the line. Mike Polton in the Jeep 642 is going to get about 3/4 of a second head start. Falcon's in. Jeep's in. Tree's on its way down. Oh, baby. Red light's a pair. The least of the problems was Mike Polton in the 50 Jeep goes on. How do we know that's not a 49 Jeep? It's very hard to tell those apart. The 1950 Jeep 643 with a 9 on a 42. The closer of the two red lights. Wind picker says Mike Polton moves on to round 3. Here's Michael Dye. Michael Dye driving the Ultimate Warrior. Pontiac powered 1965 GTO alongside Stan Montgomery. Stan driving a 63 Chevy 2. Stan Montgomery versus Michael Dye. Who's going to get there? Getting there first and good for the win. An 80 with a 3 on a 79 is Stan Montgomery. Michael Dye goes a 606, runs way off the number. Stan moves on to the next round. Brandon Phillips, 668, going to give a little bit of a head start over to Matt Flood. Matt driving the green Camaro alongside Brandon Phillips. Brandon driving the 99 Firebird. Hey, don't forget, if you've got money coming, head on over to the trailer. They will be more than happy. Go over to the West Coast Bracket Racing trailer and get your cash. Two lights almost identical, and too bad for me to even say anything about them. But guess what? One gonna win 670 on a 668 for Brandon Phillips. These guys were like trying to match each other up, 2 thousandths apart. That was the only thing he even said thousands in it. 018 light, 018 stripe at the other end is both guys running close to their numbers. But here we go. Andy Schmall. Andy driving the Beretta. The Beretta 593 is going to give a 7/10 of a second head start over to Danny Valdez. Danny driving that red Camaro, the bright red Camaro out of Bakersfield. Off he goes with a red light. Andy, he needed to push it. Andy comes 012 off the tree, showing why he puts up a lot of win lights. Knowing that he can run it out, he goes all the way through it and goes 91 with a 9 on a 93. Andy's dialed in and ready to move into round 3. Coleman Poist, the Chevy 2 that's light blue alongside Randy Stanley. Randy out of Kuna, Idaho, the 75 Chevy Nova. So Colin, 656. Remember, we get a lot better chance of pronouncing your name right, depending on how good your scripted handwriting is. Randy goes red by 1 thou. That is an official 652 with a 2 on a 56 for Mr. Poise. The Chevy 2 goes on to the next round. Ran a little under, but guess what? It'd make a no difference because the red light's hanging on one side and the wind light's hanging on the other. Here we go with Maurice Castro, the 1979 Monte Carlo, alongside Jeff Taylor, the 1999 Dakota pickup truck. This one must have had the optional 360 in it. 774 for Maurice in the Monte Carlo, 565 for the pickup truck. Lights are pretty similar. This one's going to be finished down at the other end. Here comes that fast pickup truck, and he gets around him. He goes 569 with a 4 on a 565. Maurice is 79 with a 7. So off by 5, off by 4, and Jeff Taylor, closer to the number, takes the win. So doing a quick check of the track, and we're changing over, and we're bringing in the Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. There's a ton of them. Are you ready? Greg Merrily, 631, the dial in on that smoky burnout Camaro. The 79 Camaro staging up in the Michelob Ultra Lane, otherwise known as the Near Lane, Tower Side, Grove Side, Pit Side, this side, alongside Dustin Wirtz. He's on the three-way side, three-way Chevrolet side, far side. 5:28 for Dustin, so he's going to give a little over a 1 second head start to the 79 Camaro. And then the Corvette Roadster is going to come making a charge, and this thing runs pretty strong. Red light for Craig. Much bigger than the red light for Dustin. As the wind picker says, 003 Reds, the closer of the two Reds. Dustin Wirtz moves on to round 3. A.J. Cameron, the 1966 El Camino, alongside Dennis Paz in the 1965 El Camino. Well, if you were ever wondering what the difference in the 65 and a 66 El Camino is, there she blows. Now you can see. 65 El Camino, 659. 66 El Camino, 659. Come on, guys, you're playing with us, right? Oh, man. Dennis Paz could probably put just about any number on that windshield and figure out how to win. With one exception, that is A.J. Cameron is probably as skilled as he is. Wheelie popping both sides. This one's going to be tight. This is 2 door-handle to door-handle cars, 1 set of brake lights, and 1 set of wind lights. 658 with an 8 on a 659, breaking out by 2 thou. A.J. Cameron, he's the one that got told, here, have the stripe. Oh, no. Yes, you have the stripe. Unfortunately for him, taking the stripe also means you're not going to get there. Well, you get there first, but you didn't get there good as everybody was under 021 for his tree. Wow. Here we go. This is Zach Ealing, I think, alongside Greg Dreher. Greg driving the headache, taking off. Oh, baby. 2 lights, 9 thou apart, and both of them near perfect. Double breakout affair again. Man, it must be cooling off or a tailwind or something. It seems like we're seeing a lot of breakouts. Zach Ealing breaks out by less, a 42 with a 0 on a 43, 89 with a 7. So Greg breaking out by 3 thou more, which strangely enough, he had an 013 light, and that was the worst of the 2 lights. The 004 by Zach puts him into round 3. Here's DJ Homard. DJ driving the black Nova wagon alongside Brian McCullough. Brian McCullough, 67 Camaro. The bright red Camaro, good-looking machine. 658, the dial-in's going to get to go first. DJ's got that wagon rumbling pretty nicely. As you see it there, as 641s is dialing up on the board. Red light for Brian, win light for DJ. DJ was going to force him into pushing it. He goes 016 on the tree. He gets to run it out for a freebie, and he runs 640 with a 3. And I'll tell you, just about every single car has gone down the track so far has been under their number. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Dragster, we're looking for you. Super Pro Dragster, we need you to the lanes. Double enters, lanes 1 and 2. Singular entries, lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on down, guys. We need you now. All right, Pearson Deming. Man, I don't think the trunk is big enough on that car for the amount of money this guy got. Dave Beckwith says, that don't befund me. Side by side at the finish line, Winlight comes up Beckwith. Pierce Demings got pushed into a breakout as he breaks out by 1/1 The stripe at the other end, 0-0-0-4. 606 with a 7 on a 606. The better of the two lights goes to Beckwith, and that was nothing but super tight racing right there. Beckwith needs to be proud of that round. Wow. Gary Manaka, driving Petey's Porsche alongside Kevin McClellan. Why not? These two guys were beating each other up in Los Angeles County Raceway about 35 years ago. Oh, Gary, come on. Pete, go down there and reset your driver. 004 red. Kevin giving it everything, goes 0-1-1 on the green side, then runs a 52 with an 8. Hey, he was only going to put up a 19 thou pack. Oh, by the way, did you leave Gary's dialing on the window? Pete's dialing on the window? 58 on a 64, 6 under the number. Now we actually do know the difference in what you guys weigh. All righty, Jason Pad driving the 75 Love Truck. Jason's Love Truck, 598 to dial in. That blue 1964 Falcon, that's Cody Cloud. Cody. 639 to dial in. Is going to get to lead first by about 0.4 of a second. That's almost a full bulb on the tree. Then Jason Pad's going to go chasing. Jason's chasing. Excellent lights both sides of the track. The guy with the 012 light beats the guy with the 018 light. 599 with a 7 on a 598. Good by 17. But it did force Cody into a breakout. He goes a 38 with a 0 on a 39. He gave up 6 thou on the tree, took an 0-2 stripe, and he needed to take an 0-1 stripe. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rich Harrison. I think I was talking to one of Rich's crew chiefs last night at the hotel. He said, man, I love coming out here. Just absolutely having a ball. Here it is, 1260. Forced into a corner on what you're going to run. Got to wait for those trees to come down. Rich Harrison, the 67 Camaro. DeAndre in the Jeep. I am telling you right now, DeAndre's going to put a for sale sign in that Firebird and just take this. He says, I'm going to put me a racing stripe on that Jeep and be ready to go. 68 on a 60 after a beautiful 0-2 light. He takes a 0-0-4 stripe with everybody good and everybody green. That is some serious stripe work up there. DeAndre doing a spectacular job in the I got nothing else to race and I've already paid to do it. Oh, man, it's working out for him. He goes third round. Jamie Schmall driving that really fast little Cavalier alongside Jordan Yeager in that blue Camaro. The blue Camaro, slightly better light, but doesn't take the win. 609 with a 3 on a 609 with a 30 light. Jamie Schmall puts on the win. A 620 with a 3 on a 19 over by 13 compared to over by 3. Got 6 in the tree. Okay, if you're hearing the numbers, you know what it is. 0-0-4. 4 thou stripe at the other end. Jamie Schmall moves on to round 3. Man, oh man, what is 4 thousandths of a stripe? Oh, about the width of your, not if you put your cell phone on its side. Wes Anderson alongside Ted Kellner. Well, these guys wouldn't know each other. Crying out loud. Two of the legends of our sport sitting here lining them up side by side. 544 for Anderson. Kellner's black, stretched out 1975. Vega, 681 the number. Well, red light. Knew he had to push it. Ted Kellner goes 004 on a tree and then runs 81 with a 0. That's right. Ted puts up a 5 thou pack. Deadly Tedley is still as deadly as Tedley's ever been. 5 thou package on Kellner's side of the track. Wes Anderson had no defense. He said, I'll just put it up red, put a knife in me. Wow. C.W. Hofer, the 1987 Firebird alongside Ricky Dosh. Ricky driving that 63 split window Corvette 550 to dial. Is going to wait almost 2 seconds on CW. It's not so bad waiting 2 seconds on some people, but when you wait 2 seconds on somebody who, generally speaking, puts on the wind light, it does make you a tad more nervous. Ricky's been tearing the tree down, and of course, you jinx him a little bit, but it's still anybody's guess. Hofer's 41 with a 6 on a 41 after an 023 light and puts on the win. 52 with a 2. Ricky went to the brake pedal hoping that was the only way out. Anyway, cuts Hofer loose, and he didn't have much to go. He had a nice 03 light, but unfortunately, the numbers were reversed. The 023 light does a better job for Hofer, and Hofer moves on to the third round. Mike Agnew's back around with that beautiful 69 Chevelle. 606 the dial is that machine. Jim Harvickson. Jim driving the 1967 Barracuda. 579 the dial. So about quarter of a second head start goes to that wheelie popping Chevelle. Harvickson, 1,000ths off a perfect, taps the brakes right at the finish line and goes 583 on a 79. Good for the win. Takes no one stripe down at the other end. Mike Agnew, no slouch there. He goes 025 on the tree, but unfortunately that 001 left him nowhere to go. Tyler Smith. Tyler driving the shiny black Nova. 656 to dial in. Is actually going to be waiting on Hugh Miller driving that 72 Maverick. I think if he had a Maverick, you'd paint it Maverick colors, but he's got a Maverick and he painted it LA colors, but you never know. 72 Maverick out of Carmel Valley, California. 672 the number. So a little bit of a head start going to the Ford. Both cars sound strong leaving the line. Tyler Smith rolls up alongside the Maverick and sets the wind light on. Maverick breaking out by just 0.003 of a second. That's going to hurt. Tyler Smith runs a 62 on a 56 and good for the win. He started out with a beautiful 02 light. Andrew Olson, the 1970 Camaro that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 5.89 seconds. It's going to give the head start over to A.J. Cameron in that 62 El Camino. Oh, baby. 2,000 separate the tree. This is anybody's guess. This is a fight here. 89 with a 2 with a 10 light takes the win. A.J. Cameron 60 with a 3 on a 59. Seems like it was all the space in the world. And Andrew Olson takes a 009 stripe with everybody being good and everybody being green. Wow, that is some seriously tight racing right there. Got just a few door cars left. You'd always think that Pearson would be hiding back here at the back, sitting there going, I'm hoping that we have an odd number so I can run the dragster. But he is not the last guy back there. Next pair coming your way. Matt Hartzell out of Modesto. The 92 Berettas, dial up 563 alongside Greg Dreher driving the Minor Headache. Greg's been knocking it out of the park over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane, but it looks like somebody put him in the Michelob Ultra lane. How? Well, sometimes it doesn't make any difference, and sometimes it makes all the difference in the world. Greg, a 691, is going to take a second and change head start. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars. This is your call. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars. Waiting for a couple of you to get back. Wow, this is anybody's guess at the other end in a double breakout. Breaking out by less was Matt Hartzell. Looks like everybody's lying in this operation. Out by 2 is Matt Hartzell. Out by 3 is Greg Dreher. So the 28 gets beat by the 17, but realistically, they got beat by the lack of brake pedal. Again, if you have a Super Pro Door Car double entered and you're not here yet, you are not where you need to be. There is exactly 3 of you left in the lanes, and when those 3 are out, it's going to be a problem. All right, here we go. Still in Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car getting serious now. Dustin Wirtz coming back around for his second pass. The Nampa, Idaho driver, 63 Corvette style 528. He's going to give a second change head start over to Brian. Brian McCullough driving the 67 Camaro. 57, the number there. So 1.25 seconds to 4, actually. Difference in the dial. Red Camaro is going to pop out and be heading to the tree just about the time that Corvette comes to get him. Let's just see what you got. As my buddy Lumpy LaRue says, drag it out. Let's look at it. Nobody wants to put the bottom one on. I got news for you. It's coming either way. Here we go. Everybody's in. Tree's on its way down. 2 spectacular lights. Gonna have to go to the finish line to get this one finished. Boy, 531 with an 8 on a 528 after a 005 light. Dustin does a nice job. 64 with a 9 for Brian. Something going wrong with Camaro. He had a beautiful 012 light. And here we go. Check this out. You ask, you get, but you don't necessarily get what you ask for. Sometimes you ask for a little too much. Let's find out. Riley Learcamp driving the dragster all the way down from Olympia, Washington, not to be confused with Olympia, Greece, alongside Pearson Deming. Matter of fact, he's added about 100 pounds of ballast in dollar bills that he's got in the back of that car. He's been winning. 648 the dial on that machine, alongside 460 for the dragster. Well, Pearson said, I like running dragsters. Well, guy, now's your chance. It's all green on this end. Going down to the other end, Winlight, Pearson Deming. He ain't lying. He goes 0-1-1 on the tree, runs a 50 with a 4, knocking the brakes. 61 with a 1. Riley Learcamp closer to the number, but he gave up 2 and change on the tree, and that was all she wrote. Speaking of writing all she wrote, I'm all she wrote. I'm handing this over to Mike English.
Thank you very much, Jay Kasem. Appreciate that. It's the next pair coming up with Chad Axford, Chris Stock. 4-4-4, Chad left lane, 5 flat, Chris right lane. Chris, of course, that part of that Professor Tom Bayer team. Chad, well, he's been to school. He knows what he's doing. Chris Stock been doing this a while, just getting together with Tom Bayer to go racing. Red light start, Chris Stock by 8 thou. Chad Axford, 14 on the tree, too quick by 4 thousandths. By the way, those of you inquired about the oil dump, right outside the main gate, hang a right turn. The oil dump is there. Tim O'More, Jacob Stallworthy, Jacob Brightside, Idaho, 435. And Tim O'More, one of them primetime players out of Arizona, 489, Tim O'More. Tim O'More, 004 RED. Jacob Stallworthy, 003, 36 with a 9 on that $35. Moving to the next round is Tanner Theobald and Michael Getcom. Michael right side, 509 for the former junior dragster champ. And Tanner Theobald, big time player out of Utah, 485 TB left lane. So little head start going to Michael Getcom, Michelob Ultra lane. Down there at that top end, it's going to be Tanner. 17 on the tree, 87 with a 7 on that 85 dialing for the win. Michael Getcom was 27 on the tree, 11 with an 8 on the 09 for the loss. Mike Coltrane, Krista Sudan. Mike Coltrane, right side. The CDM team car at 444. And Krista, your Super Pro track champion, 474. Krista, three-way Chevrolet lane. Watch this, baby. Top end. Krista with the head start. Krista by 2 thousandths of a second. 12 on the tree, 77 with an 8 on that 74 dial for the win. Coltrane, 22 on the tree, 447.0 on that 44 dialing by 2 thou. Krista moving on. Laurie Beckner for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, 490 Michelob Ultra lane. And Mark Barnhart out of New Mexico, 456 Mark Barnhart. One of them was 002 off that starting line. About to find out if it works. Yes, it does. Mark Barnhart, 002, 59 with a 4 on that 56 dial for the win. Beckner wasn't bad. He was 25 in a 2 over 92 with a 3. Bart Barnhart moving on. KJ Desand, Ethan Williams. Ethan Farside, junior dragster champ here at Formosa Drag Strip for Joe Gieslich and Eric Truby and the team. 483, Ethan Williams. KJ out of Vegas for LAT Racing Oils. 481, KJ Desand. KJ is 004 red. Ethan Williams 14 on the tree. Ethan Williams 2 over 85 with a 0, advancing to the next round. And of course, KJ goes red and dead on. Joey Trotsky, Madeline Torres. Everybody in the Torres family racing. Now the girls are all left. Caitlin will be up later. 460, Madeline Torres, three-way Chevrolet lane. 502, Joey Trotsky. The Bantam long wheelbase altered. Madeline set, waiting on Joey. Madeline is 002 red. Joey Trotsky, 006, too quick by 2 thousandths of a second, but advancing with basically an 8 down negative package there. Robert Neighbor, Bobby Dye. Wow, a couple of buds here. Bobby Dye, 453 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Robert Neighbor, 456 in the Michelob Ultra lane. Probably a couple of hot dogs on this race, I'd say. Juniors to the Grove, please. Attention in the pits. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove for round number 2, please. Is Robert, Bobby. Couple of buds here in this round. Messier Enterprises Sunday for the Silver Street Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Green light starts. Down there, top end, Bobby Dye, 007, 54 with a 4 on that 53 dial for the win. Robert Neighbor right behind him off the starting line, 14 on the tree, and 1 over with a 9. And Bobby Dye moving to the next round. Victor Clark, Dean Bush. Dean in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 480, Dean Bush. 474 for Victor Clark out of Idaho. Pretty good old matchup here. Big time matchup in the water box. We'll talk about that in a sec. Victor lights that second light. Dean Bush lights that second light. Down there at that finish line, Dean Bush. Wow, they're good on both ends. Dean's 007, 85, 81 with a 5 on that 80 dialing for the win. Victor's dead 4. That's 9 thousandths of a second of the stripe. Victor was 27 on the tree. Dean was 007. It's Colby Fuller and Cooper Chun. Wow, big time. Kobe far side, 439. Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington, 497. So head start going to Cooper. Made a very good run for the Lucas Oil Products champion of the world last year in Supercomp. Finished number 3 in the world. Colby gets in there, lights that second light. Wow, they're clean at this end. Cooper out there. Here comes Colby Fuller down there, top end. Cooper, 007, 98 with a 5 for the win on that 97 dial. Colby was 19, then 40 with a 5 on that 39. And Cooper Chun moving on is Gordon Bowman and Race Kid. Couple of Idahoans. The Kid Performance Dragster for the Assassin. Race at 461. Gordon Bowman, right side, 464 in the Shorty Dragster. They leave as one, and it's going to be Race Kid. Race is 003, goes 3 over 64 with a 0 for the win. Gordon was 29 and a 2 over 66 with a 2, and Race Kid, the Kid Performance Dragster, moving to the next round. Kyoki Desa, Nick Cobb. Nick out of San Jose, 460, getting the head start. The LAT Racing Oils Dragster for Kyoki, 441 Kyoki. See how well Michelle's got Nick dialed in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Thank God for her. They are separated by a mere 2 thou. Nick Cobb by 2 thou at the finish line. 028, 61 with a 0 on that 60 dial for the win. Kyoki, 2 thou better, 26 off the starting line, 1 over with a 4 by 2 thousandths of a second. Nick Cobb moving to the next round. Chase Learcamp, Mark Mayashiro, the Hawaiian Mark, 491. Far side, Chase Learcamp. 456, Chase, three-way Chevrolet lane. So head start going to Mark Mayashiro, the Hawaiian. Lights that second light. Chase in. 009 moved second. 003 Chase Learcamp. He is 1 over 57 with a 0. 003 for the win. Mark Mayashiro 2 over 93 with a 0 for the loss. And 009 doesn't work. Trent Flores, Marco Paravallaris. Trent, the Victory Express Dream Reaper Racing Team, 498 Trent Flores. Marco Paravallaris, 450 Marco. Marco Paravallaris, 001 red. Trent Flores, how about that Trent Flores? Let me toss up a 7,000 package. Trent is 005, dead on 2. A 7,000 pack for Trent. Marco red lighted away a dead on 9. And, well, Dave Mazier, Tyler Hartzell. Tyler will be in the Michelob Ultra lane in his debut. He licensed Friday, Tyler did, then entered the race. 577, Tyler Hartzell. 462 for Sunday's sponsor, the Mazier Enterprises Sunday with Dave Mazier, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. 462, Dave Mazier. And I mean, this is a rather a lengthy head start in Super Pro on $10,000 Messier Enterprises Sunday. Dave lights that second light. Tyler's in. Green light starts here. Down there at that tap end, Tyler doing a great job. But Dave Messier, 005, 1 over, 63 with a 4 on that 62 dial for the win. Tyler wasn't bad in his debut, was 1 over 70, 78 with an 8 on that 77 dial, 014 on the tree. Is Will Harrison, Dwayne Ringnet. Dwayne, just a round ago, put up a perfect package. Yep. Trip zip perfect on the starting line, dead zero. The finish line, 454 for Dwayne, 517 Will Harrison. Head start going to Will. Another one of these rather lengthy head starts. And not too bad. 517 right, 454 left. Will bumping it in very carefully, waiting on Dwayne over there. That's perfect, Dwayne Ringget, by the way. In from Canada. There we go. Identical 014 reaction times. Dwayne, well, he wasn't perfect, but he wasn't bad. 14 on the tree, out by a thou for the win. Will, 14 on the tree and out by 16 thou for the loss. And Dwayne, perfect. Dwayne moving on. JR Learcamp, Jacob Stallworthy. JR far side, 456. Jacob Stallworthy, right side Michelob Ultra Lane, 437 Jacob. Gerald Learcamp's now 456, and he's getting a head start. Jacob 008 red, JR 006 green. JR goes dead on 2, put up that 8 thou package. Jacob 008 out by 9 thou for the loss. David Meyer, Michael Coltrane. Mike Coltrane, Idaho, trip 4s for the black car. David Meyer, the machine. 474, David Meyer. Down there at that top end, how about Mike Coltrane? 1 over 45 with a 3, 006 for the win. David Meyer, 008, took a strike by a Hun and broke out by thou. So Mike Coltrane to the next round is Riley Learcamp, Mike Collins, this pair. Collins far side, 472 for the runner out of the Garlic capital of the world, Gilroy. Riley, Olympia, Washington, another one of the Learcamp Racing Team cars, 462, Riley. Riley Learcamp pulls one out here. Riley was 33 on the tree, goes one over, 63 with a 3 for the win. Mike Collins was 002 and was 5 off at 477.9. A little surprised at that there. Cooper Chun, Robert Butler. Robert 467, three-way Chevrolet lane. And Cooper Chun staying doubled at 498 right side. Head start Cooper. Robert Butler doing the chasing. The move to Robert. The win line to Robert by 3 thou. Robert Butler 002, 70 with a 2 on that 67 dial for the win. Cooper was 17 on the tree and goes 5,000 on that 498 by 3,000. Robert Butler moves to the next round in Super Pro on Brazier Enterprises Sunday is Dale Torres. Bro Gears Dairy Front Motor Dragster dial 540 and KJ Desa. KJ 481. The LAT Racing Oils team car. The Flying Banana. Dale Torres had head start that front motor car. Wow. KJ gets around him. 14 on the tree, 84 with an 8 on the 81 dial for the win in the three-way in the Michelob Ultra lane. Dale Torres with 23 on the tree and is 4 over, 44 with a 0. KJ moving on. It's Gabe Torres driving Dad's car. And Amelia Henges out of Washington, Mia far side, 487. Gabe doing the chasing, 462. And I believe this is Dad getting back in his car. I believe. The Taurus is like shuffle cars, like right, left, and all that stuff. Mia is 017 red. Taurus is 29 green, 63 with a 7 for the win. Of course, Mia goes 17 red and dead on 8. Now this will be Gabe Torres and Tanner Theobald. Gabe 468, Tanner Farside 486. Tanner lights that second light. Gabe bumping it in very carefully. G Money doing the chasing. Tanner out there first at 007. and breaks out by 1,000ths of a second. Gabe Torres got down there and parked that baby. 18 on the tree, 69 with a 2 on that 68 dial. G Money moving to the next round is Chad Axford, Mark Barnhart. Mark Farside, the New Mexican at 456. Get the head start over Chad Axford in from Tennessee, 444 for the Chad ride. Super Pro Dragster, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Super Pro Dragster, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. We are missing 3 cars. Red light start, Chad by 4 thou. Mark Barnhart, 11 on the tree, 458.4 on that 56 dial. The automatic W. Robert Neighbor, Nick Cobb, this pair. Robert, of course, 461. Nick Cobb, far side, 462. So 62 left, 61 right. To go the next round is Super Pro Dragster. By the way, we are missing 3 Super Pro Dragsters for this round. Need you in the lanes now. So Nick and Robert down there at that finish line. There can be only one. It is going to be Robert. Dead 3-0-10 for the win. Nick left the starting line, 29 on the tree, and was mathematically left out. Goes 62 in the 9 on that 62. But Robert putting up that 13,000s package. And, well, moving on. Dean Bush, Val Torres. Actually, I take that back. This is Caitlin. Caitlin Torres, far side, 460. Dean Bush, 481 for the Vegas runner. Now they're set. Head start, Dean Bush. Green light starts again. Dean out there. Here comes Caitlin down there, top end. Caitlin by 6,000ths of a second. Dead on 2, 022 for the win for Caitlin. Dean Bush was 008, and then took too much stripe down there. Goes out by 4,000. Chase Learcamp, Race Kid. Wow. Race, the Kid Performance team car for the Assassin. The 3-way Chevrolet late at 462. Getting a little head start over Chase Learcamp. The multiple fleet of race cars here for the Learcamps. 456 Chase Learcamp. Dwayne Ringeth needs you to the lanes, please. Dwayne needs you to the lanes, please. As advertised, a couple of big-time players here by 5,000ths of a second. The Assassin, Race Kid, 63 with an 8 on the 62 dial for the win, 012. Chase, 004, and it goes 3 over, 59 with a 1 on that 56. And by 5,000ths of a second, the Assassin, Race Kid, moving to the next round. So missing one card, Super Pro Dragster, the Ringeth ride, needs you to the lanes. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Pro ET double entries 1 and 2. Pro ET double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 3 and 4 to the lanes now. Pro ET double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 3 and 4 is Marco Parabolaris and Dave Mazier to be the final pair. Marco be far side. Boss, crew chief, sister, Layla, bringing her brother into the water box, as she has done so many times over the years. And Dave Mazier, Mazier Enterprises. Team car, the great sponsor here, Mazier Enterprises, Sunday. Davey will be at 462. Marco, 451. And Perfect Dean will be coming up with a single run. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. So both drivers back from their burnouts. Head start, a small one to Dave Mazier. Marco, well, he's not exactly had a Marco Parabolaris weekend, I will tell you that. Starting to find his way on Sunday, and Layla's like got to tune her brother into, well, the wind lights just weren't coming their way. It wasn't like he wasn't bad. It was just, if he had a 9,000s package, the guy in the other lane had a 4,000s package. Not much you can do. Would like to redeem himself now. So they roll up. Dave Mazier, 018 red. Marco moving on. I told you Marco's finding his way. Layla's got that baby dialed. 011 on the tree, dead 4, putting up a 15 thou package. Davey out by 1 thou with a red light start there in the house car. And Dean Ringa. That is perfect, Dean. As last round, he was perfect on the tree, dead on 0. He didn't have to go to the re-entry round, by the way. So perfect Dwayne. See what he does here. 14 on the tree. On that 454 dial. 4556, 153 for Dwayne. Juniors be coming out next. The high-paid junior announcer, Caden's gone home. Mom said, let's go. When Stephanie talks, Caden listens. So Brody George, Cash Handshoe, juniors group number 1. Cash will be far side, 11.90. And Brody George, 12.18. As Caden referred to, that great town of Hidden Valley Lake, which is up there. Head start to Brody George. Caden Handshoe Cash starting to make that change. Here comes Cash down there. Brody looking over, and I think there was a wop down there. That wind light comes on. Brody's 12.19 on that 12.18 dialing for the win. Cash gave it a shot, but then slipped to a 97 on that 90. And Brody was better in reaction time. And going to the final of juniors, group number 1 is Audrey Fye and Mackenzie Higgins. Fry Family Motorsports down there. You know, they're pretty good here at this track. ANRA champion in A-Gas with the family 5-7. But right now, Audrey comes up 13.93. Audrey. Mackenzie Higgins. And from Kuna, Idaho, 12.15. Mackenzie. Green light starts here. Audrey with the head start. Here comes Mackenzie making that move down there, coming up on that finish line. Audrey out in front. That wind light says Mackenzie. Wow. 12 flat on the 12.15. I'm sorry, 12.20 on the 12.15 dial for the win for Mackenzie. Audrey, 13.97 on that 93 dial, but that better reaction time for Mackenzie. Put on that wind light in that three-way Chevrolet lane. It's the next pair already fired up. Levi Agnew, Blake George. Blake, being that three-way Chevrolet lane, dialed 9 flat. Getting itty-bitty little head start over Levi Agnew and the King's Ransom Dragster. I'll get it. Give me a sec. 8.93 Levi. Dad Mike walking away from Levi. Blake over there. The tree will come down together in this pair. Juniors Group 2 to go to the final round. Now they're set. Let me tell you, these two are separated by 2 thousandths in reaction time. Down there, that top end, it's going to be Blake George. 9.012 on that 9 flat dial for the win. He was 64 on the tree. Levi was 62 on the tree and took a 400 stripe and broke out by 3. And Blake George, juniors group number 2, going to the final. Oh, is Andrew Martin and Haley Miller. Andrew 905, Michelob Ultralight. Get the head start over Haley Miller. 890 Haley. Now they're set. And a red light start, Haley Miller. Andrew Martin, 65 on the tree, dialed 905. 9054, Andrew Martin. Juniors, Group 3. Maddie Jordan and Carly Ball. Maddie will come up right side. Maddie, 796. Carly Ball, former track champion here in the juniors, 790. Carly in that three-way Chevrolet lane. All right, attention the pits, attention the pits. Pro ET. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. We are missing 3 cars. Need you to the lanes now. Pro ET. Little head start going to Maddie Jordan. Carly Ball. Carly, a gazillion passes down this Formosa drag strip. Now, three-way Chevrolet lane. Carly set. Maddie's in. Move off that starting line. Went to Maddie Jordan, right side. Carly going to try and get around her down there, top end. It's Carly. Carly by 8 thousandths of a second. Carly was 41 on the tree, 91 with a 4 on that 90 dial in for the win. Maddie, 27 on the tree, goes 99 with a 6 on that 96 down dial in. And Carly Ball, 8 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Moving to the final round is Abigail Rogers and Gavin Pine. Wow. Gavin right side, 804, getting the head start over your reigning track champion here. Abigail Rogers for M&M Fuels, 790. Abby, as Mike Rogers walks away. Aaron Pine standing behind his kid over here. Red light start, Abigail and Gavin Pine going to another final round. Dialed 804. Wow, Gavin Pine goes 791.9. Of course, Abigail Rogers, red light start, dead on 8. As it always happens. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Double entries, 1 and 2. Single entries, 3 and 4. And that wraps up the juniors. They'll be back later with their final rounds. To take you through this round of Pro ET, Nate Hershey.
So with our junior dragsters round number 2 wrapped up and finals now set for groups 1, 2, and 3, we are getting ready to go into round number 3 of our Sunday main event presented by Mizzier Engineering here on a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic coming live from Formosa. It's been an excellent weekend of drag racing so far, and we've still got a whole lot more to go. As we are looking at our first pair of pro cars rolling in to the water box. Jeff Taylor in the pickup truck out of Oregon, and Mike Polton in what they're saying is a 1950 Jeep. That thing has just got one of the most unique looks to it, and it is totally cool. That Jeep, based out of Placerville in California, 644, the dial on the right side, and Jeff Taylor in the pickup truck out of Oregon. 565 over in the left lane, 644 out of the right side. And again, pro bracket. If you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, you are officially tardy. We'd like to make sure that you are there and ready to roll as we've got stage lights lit, trees dropping. We've got green lights a pair and 0.08 of a second between them in reaction time. Jeff Taylor's 18 green goes 568 on a 565 to be 3 above the dial and behind by 25,000ths of a second at the stripe. Win light's going to go to the Jeep. Mike Polton was 10 thou on the green side and then runs 2 above the dial. 646 on a 644 dial. To get the win light moving to round number 4. And how about DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Hyundai, the Santa Fe, getting a big old head start, about 200 feet worth over Stan Deming in the Nova. Deming's dialed 627. The Hyundai was dialed 1264. And no. Once again, the Hyundai is too quick. 1263.3 on a 1264. Stan Deming had that thing pretty much wrapped up. Stan was 18 green, dead on 2 to be 20 total. DeAndre Fitzgerald had an 0:45 reaction time, gets locked out of the competition as Stan Deming gets to the finish line first by 18,000ths of a second. And we'll take the Nova on to round number 4 as Jody George, Andy Schmall. Jody in that 91 Calais, a former Sal Biondo car. And I stopped by in the staging lanes to take a look at the stack of stickers on the back windshield dating all the way back to 1993 national events. 688 on a 687 for Jody George after the 0:30 reaction time. Andy Schmall gets the win light this time. He is 18 on the tree and 1 above. 594 on a 593 to get the win light by 14,000ths of a second in the Banana. The Nanner. Moving in around number 4, Jody, unfortunately, after being 30 on the tree, is 18 thou above the dial and comes up 14 thou behind at the finish line. That'll bring up Randy Lee Stanley and Tyler Smith. Tyler dialed 656. Randy dialed 676. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car. Round number 3. Let's get singles to 5 and 6. Doubles to 1 and 2. Double entered door cars to lanes 1 and 2. Single entered door cars to lanes 5 and 6. Tyler Smith picking up another win light here. 27 on the tree. And 657 on a 656 for Tyler. Randy, 58 green. And then goes 677 on a 676. Ends up 31 thou behind at the hit. And 33 thou behind at the stripe. As Tyler Smith picks up the opportunity to advance to round number 4, as we'll bring up the Ealing. All right. As Ealing lines it up, dialed 644. Griner lines it up, dialed 681. Hey, we are missing a couple of pro cars. We are expecting you back in the staging lanes. We need to get you there, please. Jay Griner was 0:56 on the tree and 56,000ths of a second behind. Ealing trip zip, perfect reaction time and goes 6:46 on a 6:44. And from what I understand, in the musical chairs that is the Ealing pit, I believe Zach ended up in the Corvette today. That's what I'm being told. But 6:46 on a 6:44 takes 22 thou at the stripe. Jay, 56 green and 56 thou behind at the hit. So a perfect light, 2 above, gets the win light for Ealing. Is Stan Montgomery and Paige Smith now. In the Smith family race cars, Tyler picked up a win 2 pair ago. In the Ryan Pretty Nova, in the other half of the Smith Family Racing Team rolling up here now on the right side, dialed in at 596. Montgomery in that blue on black. 63 Chevy Nova, 579. Dial in over to the left side. Once again, Pro Bracket. This is going to be your final call. Final call, Pro Bracket. I understand a moment ago we were missing a couple of you. Hopefully you've showed up, and a red light start for Paige by 0.08 of a second. The Chevelle leaves with a beautiful launch, with the exception of the red light that was showing on the Christmas tree after she left the starting line. Montgomery is 68 green and goes 580 on a 579. Paige Smith bows out. Stan Montgomery moves on. And again, Super Pro Door Car. You have been invited to join us in the staging lane. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Single entered Super Pro Door Cars. 2 lanes 5 and 6 is Chuck Hawk Jr. and Craig Marilees. This will be a fun matchup. Chuck over on the left side, dialed 674. Craig on the right side, dialed in at 630 in the Camaro. Advantage to Marilees, win light to Craig. Craig goes 632 on a 630. 18 green, 22 thou above. For Craig Marilees to be 30 total. Chuck Hawk is 46 on the tree and 20 thou above to be 66 total. Win light belongs to Marilees. So Craig moving on. As David Meyer will now take on Garrett Agnew. Agnew, one of the stable herd. I don't know, if you have a whole group of junior comp cars, are you going to call them a herd? We're going to call them a formation, a flight? I don't know what you want to call them, but there were a bunch of them here. Guy who made it all the way into the semifinals on day number 1, trying to get it done against the machine and will not. David Meyer, 43, and it goes 591 on a 589. Taking 0.08 of a second at the stripe. Garrett Agnew was 65 green, dead 7. Ends up 72 thou total, but cannot get around David Meyer as he takes the Cavalier into round number 4. We go from the machine to the hammer. Ron Nichols and C.W. Hofer. This is one of those heavy hitter California matchups. Ron in the Oldsmobile, CW in the Firebird, 695 the dial for the hammer, 747. The dial for Hofer. $35,000ths of a second. Separate them in reaction time. CW hammers the brakes down at the finish line. You saw that back end of that car just lift up like somebody put a forklift under it. He goes 748 on a 747 after he was 10 on the tree. Takes 63 thou at the stripe to get the win light against Nichols. Nichols, 698 on a 695, was 045 on the tree, and just heard word we are still missing a couple of pro cars. We want to give you an opportunity to get into the staging lanes. Pro, last chance. Last chance. So again, Super Pro Door Car. Double innards to 1 and 2, single innards to 5 and 6. Away goes Tony Marconi. Trying to chase down Sasha Hofer. Win light's going to turn on for Marconi. All right, so we're no longer missing 2 in pro. We're just missing 1 in pro. Absolute last chance. Super Pro final call. And there will be no more final calls following this final call. So pro, we do need 1 more of you into the staging lanes. You know who you are. We need to make sure you're there. As Marconi gets around Hofer, Jeff Ball and Tim Arnswald. 729 dial. Jeff Ball in the Roadster, dialed in at 589, and Ball's going to turn it red by 24,000ths of a second. Jeff leaves early, hands the win light over to Tim Arnswald. Arnswald, 38 green and 38 total. 729 was the dial, 7290, the number that showed up on the scoreboard here in the Mick Ultra side of the racetrack at Famoso. Jeff Ball ends up going 590 on a 589. However, Jeff left early by 24 thousandths of a second, and that cost him an opportunity to return. Charlie Olson and Coleman Poist. Coleman in the Nova, Olson in the Duster. Coleman's in trouble. Olson in control. Wind light turns on for Coleman. Oh, Charlie Olson had an 0.28 reaction time to Coleman's 0.91. The 91 number ends up turning on the scoreboard as Coleman goes 667 on a 656, getting there first by 37 thousandths of a second. Charlie's car just fell off. Charlie's car just wouldn't run the number that they thought it would. Colin Poist gets the win light and moves into round number 4. It is. G. Michael, they've got it written down here as a 1970 body Duster, and they call it the Rusty Dusty. Got kind of that rust spots, patina spots. But I do like the term Rusty Dusty. That's kind of cool. So getting into a few of our pro double entries that are still in effect. Brandon Phillips, left side, in the Firebird, going up against Andy Schmall. Schmall, who won just moments ago in entry number 1 for the Beretta. Looking to try and turn on a second win light. Stay alive in both entries. 592, the dial for Andy. Brandon dialed in at 668. I love it, the Rusty Dusty. You got to have cool names for cars. Andy's in control of this one again. Had an 80 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack as he was 003 and runs 596 on a 592. Still getting to the tower first by 24, or getting to the finish line first by 24 thousandths of a second. Brandon Phillips put an 0.83 reaction time up on the scoreboard, handed Andy Schmall 0.08 of a second advantage. And Andy Schmall knew exactly what to do with that. Made his way down to the finish line, woed it up a bit. Took 24 thou and moves into round number 4. We've still got a couple of pro cars floating around back here in the staging lanes. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. We need to get you into the staging lanes. Again, double entered Super Pro Door Cars. Should be in lanes 1 and 2. Single entered Super Pro Door Cars should be in lanes 5 and 6. And we'll get you down the racetrack as soon as we can. We'll get those final pro cars taken care of for round number 3. And it is certainly a major day in the world of motorsports. Got that, what's that big race that they run on that kind of track in Indianapolis? With those really fast cars that go in circles and they go. I like that race. I got to tell you, that's one of those American classics. The Indy 500. Again, we were just making absolutely 100% doubly sure. This is one of those, like, I don't even dare hum over the PA, but imagine in your mind the Jeopardy theme song playing as we wait until we get final word that the expected additional car in Pro is not going to arrive. Which means we should be able to run our final pair here soon. Wrap up round number 3 of the Pro category. We'll get into round number 3 of Super Pro. So again, one last time, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. If you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, let's get you headed this direction. Double entered. And at this point, it looks like I'll say double entered car. The remaining double entered Super Pro door car. We'll get you to lane number 1, which is where you're already at. Single entered Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragsters, you're going to be on standby. Not calling you in just yet, but Super Pro door cars, you are on standby. Huh. Apparently, from what they're saying in the chat bleachers and what I'm getting texted to me from my wife, the first not quite full lap of Indy was full of carnage. That's what I'm hearing. It was full of carnage. Yeah. We'll take a peek and see what's happening. Right now, we got our final pair of Pro cars on the starting line. It's going to be Jeff Taylor and Stan Deming. Deming also trying to stay alive. Oh, no. Stan Deming looking pretty good at that opportunity to try and stay alive in both. He puts up 6 thousandths of a second total. 6 thou total for Stan Deming. 001, dead on 5 for Deming in the Nova. Jeff Taylor was 41 green, 2 above. And I love that. I love that. I love that. Super Pro door car taken to the racetrack. Super Pro dragster. Let's get you headed this direction. Double entered Super Pro dragsters. Double entered dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Single entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double entered dragsters to 1 and 2. Single entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. And I absolutely love what just got posted up in the chat bleachers. The machine's mom, David's mom, unfortunately not here racing because you're nursing a broken ankle. That's terrible. Said I would have taken the machine out in the first round. I believe it. Moms are mean sometimes. And it's all under the guise of teaching their kids a lesson. You're like, there's a life lesson to be learned here. Don't mess with your mom. Don't mess with your mom. I love that life lesson. Until I'm on the wrong end of it. Still to this day, grown man out of the house, just don't mess with mom. That's the way you do it. Jason, Pad, Dustin, Wirtz. Our only lonely double entered door car on the Super Pro side. Dialed in at 526. Jason Pad dialed in at 598. And oh no, Dustin Wirtz finds himself in a similar position to yesterday. Rolled into round number 3, carrying 2 entries. Rolls up here to the starting line and goes red by 14 thousandths of a second. Jason Pad puts up 4 total. Had a 6-pack just a couple of moments ago. Now we get a 4-pack as Jason Pad 003 dead on 1. I don't know that that's going to make it any easier for Dustin Wirtz to kind of swallow the red light, but he was 14 red, goes 519 on a 526 when everything was all said and done. And Pro, just a heads up, when you come back next time, not yet, but when you come back next time, you're going to be on the ladder. Down to 14 cars. So Pro, just a heads up, next time you will be on a ladder. Jamie Schmall gets the win light over David Beckwith as Beckwith hands it away by way of a 15 thousandths red light. Beckwith 609 on a 606 after being 015 red. Jamie 23 green, 1 above, 609 on the 608 for the Bombmobile. The Cavalier out of Idaho. Moving on to round number 4 in our Super Pro car category. And speaking of Super Pro cars, could you imagine Kevin McClelland in the family Malibu wagon dialed 653 and given up about a 7-second head start to the Hyundai Santa Fe of DeAndre Fitzgerald? DeAndre trying to put it to Kevin down at the finish line and comes close to doing it, but not quite able to seal the deal. When they left the line, Kevin McClelland was 021 on the tree. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Santa Fe was 006 and then runs 1274 on a 1263. That gave Kevin enough room to sneak by 656 on a 653. McClelland gets the win light and will return in the K&M emblazoned family wagon. So McClelland moving on. DeAndre, after being 006, runs 1/10 of a second above the dial, comes up a little bit short. Down at the finish line is Dennis Paz, Ted Kellner. Paz, who went deep into the field yesterday in the door cart shootout, the door cart clash, continuing to turn on win lights here today, trying to get it done against Ted Kellner. A couple of guys that have been doing this for quite a while. Kellner in that Vega, dialed in at 682. Paz in the El Camino, dialed in at 660. 9 thousandths of a second. Separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Paz. Ted Kellner was 006, ends up 0.03 of a second above the dial as he runs 685 on that 682 dial. Dennis Paz goes 661 on a 660. After the 015 reaction time, that's going to bring up the Ealing. You're welcome, Ms. Meyer. We are glad to be of service, happy to do so, and we appreciate the kind words as DJ's dialed in at 641. So a 641 to a 643, the wagon versus the Corvette. Finish line. Going to light up the scoreboard on the right side. Ealing 24 green, take 2 thou at the stripe to be 644 on a 643 is 1 above the dial. DJ, better at this end of the racetrack by 5 thousandths of a second, had the 019 light. Ends up 18 thou above the dial, running 642 on a 641, and it comes down to 28 ten-thousandths of a second. Win light belongs to Ealing. As now the guy who has made his way into the final round, both Friday and Saturday, ended up breaking through last night to pick up his first win at a West Coast bracket race. Good for $20,000 in the Super Pro category. Pearson Deming in the car that I want to nickname the Hunter. And the reason I want to nickname the car the Hunter, first of all, it's kind of got that brown on brown kind of natural look to it. Secondly, found out last night that car, before they got it, actually hit a deer They pounded out the damage, and unfortunately, Pearson won't survive the round here. He's 43 on the tree. He goes 650 on a 649. Tyler Smith, 10 green, 657 on a 655. Smith gets the win light in the Nova by 22 thousandths of a second. But going back to kind of Pearson's Nova, told me the story that the thing actually hit a deer, had a whole bunch of damage on the driver's side front fender. They pounded it out with a hammer, got it all done. So basically, if that thing's going to go around like knocking off deer, and with what Pearson said, dragsters basically sitting back in the staging lanes hunting down dragsters. I'm going to call the thing, it's hunting deer, it's hunting dragsters. That thing will hunt anything. Just give him an opportunity to run something down, and he'll do it. Matt Hartzell, 562. C.W. Hofer dialed 744. Red light start for Hartzell in the Beretta by 4 thousandths of a second. CW is 16 green, and then goes 741 on a 744. And Matt Hartzell, after being red by 4 thousandths of a second, puts it dead on the number. 562 on a 562. For real, G. Michael. Not when it was a race car, when it was a street car, right? They told me the whole story about, the old lady that owned the Nova that sold it to the other guy. The other guy was using it to get back and forth, like from work, was driving home one day, and, dark roads at night, literally like clipped a deer, put a big old dent in the bumper. And when you take a really close, or the big old dent in the fender, when you take a look at it, you can actually see where they just pounded it out with a hammer. And threw a little paint over top of it, turned it into a race car, and Pearson Deming has proved to be very accurate in that race car. So apparently the car is deadly for deer, and over the last couple of days has proven to be very deadly for dragsters. Speaking of Super Pro Dragster, we should have you headed back into the staging lanes. We should have our double-enter dragsters in lanes 1 and 2, single-enter dragsters in lanes 3 and 4. I think we are waiting on our double-entered door car to make its way back into the staging lanes. Dustin, who was doing his job, being one of the first cars up here, one of the first cars out in the go-round, going to be the last car out in the go-round. As we've got your dance partner sitting back here in the staging lanes waiting on you. So, Dustin, as soon as you are able to get that thing back into the staging lanes, that would be pretty good. You see, Pearson laid down a perfect lap last weekend at Firebird in the Nova. That doesn't surprise me at all. I'm saying if he's happy with the nickname, I just think you just start calling the thing the Hunter. So once again, need our final door car. Back to the staging lanes. Dustin, come on down. We've got your date waiting for you at the front of the lanes. Let's get you headed this way so that we can put a wrap on Super Pro door car for round number 3. Dragsters, I understand we are still missing a couple of dragsters. So again, Super Pro dragster. If you're doubled, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. If you're single entered, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Come on down, Super Pro dragster, round number 3. Let's get you back into the staging lanes. And our Super Pro door car, we need you back as well, please. Again, making our way upon just past the 2 o'clock hour here at Famoso, otherwise known as The Patch, which I found out why it was otherwise known as The Patch moments ago is because, basically surrounded by agriculture, whether it be, I don't know, what do you call it? Grapevines, almond trees. What other kind of trees are around here? They started growing herbs. Apparently, in this part of California, there's herbal fields somewhere around here. But essentially, if you look at it from, above, everything around here is growing something. this morning on my way to the track, I think I ended up. So, you know how you've had those things like driving around between Vegas and Utah or Arizona, things like that. You find yourself behind like a truck hauling, some kind of livestock, pigs or cattle or something like that, and you get that nice little. Just saying, you get that nice little odor from the livestock truck aroma. That's it. You get that nice aroma, that very natural aroma. Apparently this morning I was feeling a little tired, was driving in and found myself behind what must have been a garlic truck. Had to have been a garlic truck. Because the aroma overpowered everything else. And it was, let's just say it woke me up. It was one of those smells that, yep, it'll get you. It'll get you. All right. Again, getting ready for our final Super Pro door car to make their way back into the staging lanes. Last call for Super Pro dragsters. Round number 3, doubles should be in lanes 1 and 2. Singles should be in lanes 3 and 4. But it is a good time. Anyway, back to the whole thing about why they call it the patch. I know that I stopped, kind of got sidetracked there. But with everything else being agriculture based, looking at it from above, the one thing that you can pick out looking in this area was this big patch of asphalt. So there was just this big black patch in the middle of all these fields, and that's how it got the nickname, the Patch. At least that's what I was told. So I think that's kind of a cool nickname for the place. But I also had the opportunity to stand last night on the return road and kind of, since I've never been here for a March meet, get kind of a visualization of what it's like with the Cackle Fest that's coming down the return road and having them line up on the racetrack. And imagine just all of these grandstands, just wall-to-wall people. Motorhomes lined up from one end to the other down the far side of the racetrack. Bonfires. I mean, it's supposedly quite the affair to be here for the March meet. The glorious thing about it is that based on the average age of those that attend the March meet, most people don't remember it the following week. Wow. Just saying. No, actually, it's one of those that people keep coming back for. I was told, and you guys may be able to verify this for me, but apparently, like the motorhome stalls on this far side are kind of first come, first serve. All right, so it's first come, first serve. You get your motorhome in here, you get your RV in here, you pick your camping spot, you're locked in. Because it's first come, first serve, obviously you need to get an e-stacking line. You got to line up to be able to do it. I was told that they will start lining up 90 days ahead of time. Yeah? "90 days, 3 months in advance, people will come bring their motorhomes and put them in the line." Oh, my goodness. Yeah, understood. I mean, I've heard of people like camping out overnight to get concert tickets and stuff like that, but not for 3 months. I'm not sure they don't stay in them for the 3 months, but that's actually pretty cool. Yeah. That's actually pretty cool. So we've got our last 2 Super Pro door cars. They are going to make their way down the racetrack and decide amongst themselves which one will return. We've got our Super Pro dragsters lined up back there. So again, final call, Super Pro dragster. If you plan on running in round number 3, the place to be is the staging lanes right now. That would be a good place to be. So let's see if Dustin can break through here. Again, yesterday, can't remember if it was round 3 or round 4, but rolled in with 2 entries, and that was as far as he made it in either entry. Today, round number 3, rolled in with 2 entries. Looking to try and break one of them through. He's got Andrew Olson over on the other side, so not necessarily a draw that he wanted to take. So with Andrew dialed in at 591 in the Camaro on the left side, Dustin dialed in at 526. The snowplow sits in the right lane. And then we're going to start into Super Pro Dragster. So again, if you're a Super Pro Dragster intending on racing round number 3 and haven't made your way to the staging lanes yet, I would suggest that you correct that. Olson left, Wirtz right. They are both 00 in reaction time, and the win light will turn on for Andrew Olson. Olson is 10 total. 006, dead on 4. Gets to the stripe first by 23 thousandths of a second. Dustin Wirtz was 002. And on a 526 dial, ends up 31 thousandths of a second above where he wanted it to be 529 on a 526. So unfortunately, yet again for Dustin, one round proves to be deadly as he drops both in the same get-go. Andrew Olson moves into round number 4 as Mark Barnhart and Riley Learcamp will lead the charge for the Super Pro Dragsters entering round number 3. Barnhart dialed in at 459. Riley Learcamp on the right side dialed in at 462. One of them's 00, one of them is not. Guess who was 00? Mark Barnhart, 008, one above. 460 on a 459. Takes 28 thou at the stripe. Riley Learcamp had an 031 reaction time and goes 463 on a 462. So 31 and 19 thou above for Riley. 008 and 14 thou above for Mark Barnhart. Barnhart will move into round number 4 is Tanner Theobald, Dwayne Ringgold. Ringgold, who had a perfect lap earlier in the day. Like trip, zip, dead, 0. Got him a provisional bye in round number 2, which he took advantage of. Now finds himself lined up to the guy who finished 4th in the world in Super Comp, Tanner Theobald. And that Washington Utah-based car, left side, 486, 005, green for Tanner Theobald. And Dwayne Ringgold, who has been like perfect, and then 14 this time, let go really, really early. Red light started with a 2, runs 456 on a 457. Ringgold going to have to shake that off before he comes back around. For his next lap, Tanner 005 and 481 on a 486. Theobald gets the win light. As race J. You know, it's kind of cool that we got that junior invitational that's happening here. And think about KJ and the career that he had in the juniors. I mean, we got a photo from him, like one of those photo cards from him when he graduated from the juniors. They had to make it like an oversized horizontal picture just to fit the number of trophies in the picture that he had from racing juniors. Now he's going up against Race Kid. Kid is 009, goes 464 on a 463, and KJ Desai turns on the scoreboard. KJ 16 green, dead 5 to get the win light over Race Kid by 18 ten-thousandths of a second. Desa, 21 total. Race Kid 009, 13 thou above the dial to be 22 total. KJ moves to round number 4. Dean Bush and Trent Flores. The Flores family, part of the club that says, I wonder just how big of a brim we can find on a hat. It was like, between Wirtz and Flores, I think they've got a contest going on just to see who can find the biggest brimmed hat on the planet. Trent's got a 498 dial. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas has got the 481 dial. And it's almost like every matchup from here on out is going to be like, whoa, wow, oof. Leaving this end of the racetrack, Trent Flores had the advantage. He was 042 on the tree. That was 34 thousandths of a second quicker than Dean's 076. Trent goes 2 above, 500 on a 498 to get there first by 14 thousandths of a second. Dean Bush was 76 green, dead on 8, and a dead 8 run. Not going to overcome the deficit that he gave up in reaction time. Win light goes to Flores as Marco Paravalaris and Jacob Stallworthy. Behind them are Chad Axford and Cooper Chun. Behind them are Nick Cobb and Rob Neighbor. I mean, it's just going to be like pair after pair after pair. Marco's dialed 452. Stallworthy's dialed 436. Double O's a pair. Win light to Marco. 009 dead on 6. Marco Paravalaris finding, what is that, Stella? Getting his groove back? How Stella got her groove back. Here comes Marco. 009 dead 6. Ends up 15 total. Jacob Stallworthy was 005 and 21 thou above the dial to be 11 thou behind at the stripe. Paravalaris moves on as Chad Axford and Cooper Chun. Going to roll up now. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Racers, your attention in the pits. Let's get Pro headed back to the staging lanes, please. Pro, let's get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. You are on a ladder. Pro, round number 4. Pro, round number 4. Let's get you headed to lane number 1. Single file, please. Lane number 1, single file for your pairings. We are down to 14 cars left in Pro. Let's get you into lane number 1 for your pairings, please. Cooper Chun dialed 499. Chad Axford dialed 443. The racer out of Vancouver, Washington, going up against the guy out of Portland, Texas. Excuse me, Tennessee. I'll just say Texas. It's Portland, Tennessee. Yeah. 22 thou separate them in reaction time. Win light to Cooper. Chad Axford, 26 green, dead on 9. Runs 443 on that 443 after the 026 reaction time. Cooper had 22 thousandths of a second change in his pocket, leaving this end of the racetrack with that 004 reaction time. Goes 1 above and gets there first by 18 thousandths of a second. Cooper Chun advancing to round number 4. In Super Pro Dragster is Nick Cobb and Rob Neighbor. Rob, kind of hadn't been in a car on a regular basis for a while. And decided the other day that he wanted to jump in and grab Bailey's second entry, give it a shot. Went all the way down to the final round last night, only to be hunted down by the Nova. He got sniped by the Hunter. Nick Cobb, 463 the dial on the left side. 461 the dial for Rob over on the right side. Cobb goes red by 27 thousandths of a second, and Neighbor goes another round. 15 green, 462 on a 461 for Neighbor. Nick Cobb, after being 27 thou red, bails out of the throttle to go 487 on the 463 at just 114 miles an hour. Win light to Neighbor, and I believe we got Chase Learcamp and Mike Coltrane. Again, talking about like pair after pair after pair of wolf. That's a heck of a matchup. Learcamp dialed 457. Coltrane dialed 444. Both are green. 11th thou separate them in reaction time. Win light goes to Learcamp. Learcamp was 21. Mike Coltrane was 32 leaving this end of the racetrack. The 21 light for Learcamp. He's able to convert that into a 457 on a 457. 21 dead 4 is 25 thou total. Mike Coltrane's 32 green, runs dead 9, and it mattered not what he ran down at that end of the racetrack. Once Chase put up that 25 pack, locked out Coltrane's 032 reaction time, and Learcamp by 16 thousandths of a second lights up that left lane scoreboard as Val Torres and Joey Trotsky. Joey and what's got to be one of the more unique rides on property. There have been a few of them. I mean, the Jeep, one you don't see every day. That ride of Trotsky, one you don't see every day. Win light to Caitlin Torres. Torres, 461 on a 460. Caitlin was 57 green. Joey Trotsky, 007 red, runs down to the finish line and goes 5019 on a 502. Left early, ends up a thou under. Caitlin Torres for the win. 57 green and 1 above. Moving into round number 4 is Ethan Williams and Bobby Dye. All right, we are missing 2. Count them, 1, 2 dragsters. We need 2 of you. If you haven't yet made your way to the staging lanes, you would be one of those 2. We are waiting on you. Need you back into the staging lanes, please. Williams out of Bakersfield, dialed 487. Bobby Dye in the Specialty Fasteners car. Mama Dye and Big Daddy Dye. Watching along, 12 thou separated them in reaction time. Win light to Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. Ethan Williams was 00. That's what Ethan's going as they go through the finish line. Damn it, Bobby. Ethan was 005. Takes 34th thou at the stripe to break out by 8 thousandths of a second. Ends up 46 on a 47. Bobby, 455 on a 454. Looks like he cut him loose down there. Gets the win light, moves to round number 4. Again, Super Pro Dragster. We were missing a couple of you. Need to make sure that you're in the staging lanes, please. And Pro round number 4. Pro round number 4. 14 cars are what's left. We have called you into the staging lanes, and as of right now, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't have 11, 12, 13, or 14. Krista Sudum and Dave Mazier. Nice little matchup here. You're reigning Super Pro track champ on the right side, and Dave Mazier, like multiple time event winner over on the left side. 002 red for Mazier, 007 green for Krista. On a 477, Krista's going to go 477. Krista, 007 dead 6 is a winner. Dave Mazier was 002 red, dead on 3. Apparently we're missing a Ringeth. We need the Ringeth to cometh to the staging lanes. So we are missing a Ringeth. Yes, forthright. With haste. So again, for those of you that are in Super Pro Dragster and have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we need you. Just like Uncle Sam, we need you. Gabe Torres going up against J.R. Learcamp. Win light goes to Torres. The guy who won it all on Friday night keeps charging through the rounds. He's 12 green, one above. With that 465 on a 464, getting there first by 32 thousandths of a second. J.R. Learcamp gave up 21 thou advantage in reaction time with that 033 light. And could not get it done against G Money as Robert Butler. Excuse me, that was Val Torres, senior. And now it's Gabe Torres. So Val earlier, Gabe now. Butler in the dragster left side, Gabe Torres. Part of Team Torres, dialed in at 468. So 100 the difference in the dial. If you even want to call it a head start, that would belong to the left lane. Let's say that said head start evaporated quickly. Disappeared, vanished. Like a big tiger in Vegas on stage, it vanished. Robert Butler gave up 0.04 of a second advantage in reaction time. Gabe Torres was 12 green and goes 472 on a 468 to get the win light. Robert Butler was 51 green. What? You've never seen big tigers disappear on stage? Or Corvettes? They'll take a big sports car on stage and make it disappear. That's what Robert Butler did with his head start. He made it disappear. Race Kid, Mark Barnhart. Win light goes to Race, 463 on a 463. Race was 11 green to Barnhart's 024. Barnhart's dead 5, Race is dead 2. And by 16 thousandths of a second, Race Kid moves on. Hey, junior finals. Junior finals. Let's go ahead and get you headed to the Grove. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 finalists. Let's get you headed to the Grove, please. We're going to get you set up. So in Pro, we've got them staged up, paired up, and ready to roll. And we've still got a double in the mix. Da banana. Andy Schmall's still in. So here's what the pro ladder looks like. You got Ealing with lane choice over Poist. Polton with lane choice over Arnswald. Hofer, that's CW, with lane choice over Tyler Smith. Stan Deming with lane choice over Montgomery. Now we got 2 doubles. And Stan Deming with lane choice over Andy Schmall. Andy Schmall with lane choice over David Meyer. And Tony Marconi with lane choice over Marilees. Oh, that'll be exciting and interesting. I believe we've got 1 pair left to run in round number 3. That's it. That's all we have for round number 3. We're waiting on our final dragster to make its way back into the staging lanes. We're missing what? Well, apparently we've got our final pair. We'll go with that. Sir James. Yeah. In our final pair of Super Pro round number 3, Dragster versus Jim Hartvigsen, who was the provisional buy. It ended up even. Dwayne Ringeth rolling up on the left side in the Dragster. 455 is the dial for Dwayne. 580 is the dial for Hartvigsen. Try saying that again. Hartvigsen. The Mazier Enterprises sponsored Sir James car coming out of the right side, and the TNT ride for the Ringeth family, who puts on a nice set of their own bracket races up there in Canada. Canada. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So the 455 dial for Ringeth. Waits, goes. 8 thou separated him in reaction time, and by 8 ten-thousandths of a second, the win light turns on for Dwayne. Jim Hartvigsen, 25 green. Dwayne was 33 green. Hartvigsen goes 581.5 on a 580 dial. Dwayne is dead on 7. Both of them are 40 total. And by 8 ten-thousandths of a second, Dwayne Ringeth lights up the scoreboard and will returneth in round number 4th. Yeah. That's going to work. We're getting into our pro category. Again, they are on the ladder, down to just 14 that remain. Got a couple of doubles still alive in our pro category. Stan Deming and Andy Schmall. First pair going to be Stan Montgomery versus Stan Deming. Montgomery in the Nova on the left side. Out of a Tascadero, dialed in at 580. Deming in the Nova on the right side. Dialed in at 627. Head start to the blue car. The one color blue car. Not the blue on black car, but the one, we call it a unicolor. Solid, not two-tone. Stan Deming gets a win light in one of his 2 entries that remain. Stan Montgomery goes red by 22 thousandths of a second. And I'm not going to even say it because everybody out there knows what just happened. He went red and then, 580 on a 580. Stan Deming, 38 green, dead on 3. Deming's first entry, check for a successful lap. He'll be coming back around here in a moment where he will be taking on the other double-entered car. Either way, only one of them has a possibility of walking out of here with both entries. Oh, David Meyer. In a rare occurrence, the machine malfunctioned, but by a minuscule amount. David Meyer is 001 red. Goes 610 on a 590 after he gets out of the throttle, but a minuscule malfunction by the machine makes it, unfortunately, impossible for Meyer to move on. Andy Schmall was 30 green, gets the win light. So now Stan Deming and Andy Schmall are going to take on each other here in a moment to see which one gets to carry 2 entries into the next go-round. Colin Poist breaks out. 656 on a 658 was 23 green. Elling gets the win light, 35 green and 644 on a 644. Once again, junior finals. Let's get you headed back this way, please. Junior finals. Let's get you headed back this way, please. You need to be in the Grove, ready to roll. We are going to be running you following these cars as we wait on our doubles to get back. At least that is what I am being told is the plan at this point in time. So Tony Marconi, Craig Mariles. Marconi 594 dial, Mariles 630 dial. Mariles gave up too much at the hit. 064. Hands 22 thousandths of a second over to Tony Marconi, and that is exactly the margin of victory down at the finish line. Marconi, dead 2. Craig Mariles, dead 2. Mariles on a 630 dial, 6302. Marconi, 594.2 on a 594. 22 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light to Marconi by 22 thousandths of a second. As Tyler Smith and C.W. Hofer. This will be fun. Tyler in the Ryan Pretty Nova, left side of the racetrack, 656 dial. And C.W. Hofer dialed 741. $49 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Tyler Smith. Smith, 657 on a 656. Winner, 657. C.W. Hofer was 54 green, goes 742 on a 741. But Smith has got this thing locked and loaded. And let's just say with an odd number of cars coming back, a 005 reaction time looks good. It looks good. Because everybody else has been like 30, 38, 42, 35. Got it. Win light to the Jeep. 646 on a 644. 032 on the tree. For Mike Polton, Tim Arnswald goes 732 on a 729. And, you know, a moment ago when I said the 005 looks good with an odd number coming back, well, one little hiccup to that whole thing. Ealing is still carrying the bye from this round. He did. He successfully defended that. It's kind of like the immunity idol. I mean, they could get into, you know, eliminations or whatever, where they're going to start voting for people. And I said, do you have an immunity idol you'd like to use? No, I'm going to hold on to this. I'll hold on to it. So he carries it through. And coming back at 7, looks like that would be the appropriate time to go ahead and pull that whole thing. Excuse me while I whip this out. You're like, I have got a buy run that I am certainly going to utilize at this time. So we should have our 6 juniors back in the Grove, getting ready to go for their finals in Group 1, 2, and 3. We are waiting for our other double entered car. Again, in Pro, we rolled in here with 2 racers still doubled. Andy and Stan. The way that the ladder broke down, Andy won his pair, Stan won his pair, and the only other pair left to run on the ladder is Andy and Stan. Kind of like the old show, The Highlander, where there can be only one. Apparently, rolling into the next round, as far as doubles are concerned, there can be only one. They will roll up here. We'll battle it out. One of them gets to move on with 2. One of them will limp away with just 1 left. So we'll see just where we stand. Again, getting ready to crown our winners in Group 1, 2, and 3 of the Junior Invitational. The cool thing, again, with the Junior Invitational is the fact that they are going to get all of the same accoutrement, accessories, cool stuff, tchotchkes, whatever it is that you want to call it, that our winners in the high dollar race are going to get today. They will get a big check. They will get a trophy that looks just like the others. They will get a hat that looks just like the others. They'll get their name on the trophy that they're going to get to take home and put on the wall. And that check's going to be worth $1,000. All right. Again, we've got one of our pro doubles back. Andy Schmall is already back. We need Deming to make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Deming, need you back to the lanes. We need to go ahead and finish up round number 4 of Pro. Deming, need you back to the lanes, please. Deming, back to the lanes, please. All right. Super Pro Door Car for round number 5. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car for round number 5. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Door Car for round number 5. According to what we show here, we are out of doubles. There are no more doubles. The Doublemint gum has been chewed up and spit out and thrown away. So let's get our Super Pro door cars for round number 5 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, round number 5 to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster, let's get you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro dragster to lanes 5 and 6. Hey, Jason Pad, car number 659. Jason Pad, car number 659. You are the potential buy for this round. So, Jason Pad, car number 659. You are the potential buy for this round. We'll have you come up lane number 8 or 9. Yes. All right, Jason, if you haven't jumped into your car yet to head up this way, let's go ahead and have you go over to lane number 1, please, instead, or lane number 2. Just go over that way. Ron will point you where to go. But we've got Super Pro door car headed into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster headed into lanes 5 and 6. Jason Pad, 659, you are the provisional buy, potential buy. We'll have you roll over to lane number 2. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. All right. Our last pair of pro. And as we said, only one can walk away still with 2 in hand. Up to this moment in time, Andy's got 2 entries in. Stan's got 2 entries in. They both ran a moment ago. They both won a moment ago. But there can be only one winner. Andy dialed in at 592. Stan Deming dialed in at 627. Both cars now pre-staged, the Beretta versus the Nova. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Andy Schmall. He's 005 dead on 8. 005 dead 8 for Andy Schmall. Stan Deming was 42 on the tree and locked out. had the door slammed shut on him. Deming will still have one. It's not like he's done. He's still got one in hand. Andy Schmal still has two. Had a couple of 005 reaction times in that round, but it's Ealing who's carrying over the bye from the previous round when we come back at 7 cars in pro round number 5. We are down to 6 junior dragsters remaining in the Junior Invitational. We've got our Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3 finals that are be coming up momentarily. And I don't know if Caden's listening in, if he's watching along. But that young man did a spectacular job as our junior announcer over the last couple of days. Called all the shots for the time runs, for the run for the money last night, called the qualifying and first round this morning. And I certainly look forward to the opportunity to having him call more of the junior events as we get into our Group 1 final. Brody George and Mackenzie Higgins are going to be our Group 1 finalists, racing for $1,000, the big check, the trophy, and the hat. Brody's dialed in at 12:17. Mackenzie's dialed in at 12:20. 0.03 of a second, the split as they're in, set, off, and away. Down towards that 660-foot mark we go. It was about 0.07 of a second advantage in reaction time going to Brody George, and it turns out that a double breakout will decide our victor, and that will be Brody. Brody runs 12:12 on a 12:17, under by 44 thousandths of a second. Mackenzie ends up running 12:11 on a 12:20 to be under by 88 thou. Win light goes to Brody George, who will be your Group 1 winner for the $1,000, the big check, and the hat here at the Junior Invitational, part of the West Coast Classic. Oh, man. Thank you much. I appreciate that. Just got a text from a buddy down in Texas who's listening in. And Andrew Martin, Blake George, they're our pair in Group 2. Final winner is going to be Blake George. 10 on the tree and 2 hun above the dial. 902 on a 901. Blake George gets the win light. Andrew Martin was 005 and then goes 908 on a 904 to come up as your runner-up. So Brody George gets the win light in Group number 1, gets the trophy, the hat, the big check. Blake George gets the final win light in Group number 2, running 902 on that 900 dial. So it's been kind of like an all George kind of day. Group 3 underway. Carly Ball, Gavin Pine. Win light goes to Gavin. Pine was 46 on the tree. Carly had a reaction time that went 1, 2, 3. And unfortunately, it's 1, 2, 3. You're out for Carly Ball. 93 on a 90 dial. 3 above. Gavin Pine, 46 green, and then goes 807 on the 798 to get the win light. So congratulations to Gavin Pine Congratulations to Blake George. Congratulations to Brody George, our Group 1, 2, and 3 winners. We are going to get the big checks put together. We'll find a time where it is appropriate to get down there and do our interviews with our winners. Our pro ladder has just been delivered to me, and we're going to go ahead and put out a final call. Super Pro Door Car, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. We're still missing 2 dragsters. We're missing 2 dragsters. Gabe Torres and Krista Sudem, need you into the lanes, please. GBC hike. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yep. I'm zoning out here because we're missing 2 dragsters. We've got everybody else. We got Jason Pat on the buy in the love truck. We have our ladder for pro. So pro, just a little bit of a heads up. Here's what it's going to look like. Illing's on the buy. UB Illing. Schmall with lane choice over Polton. Smith with lane choice over Marconi. And then Schmall with lane. Oh, my. We just saw Andy and Stan run to decide which one of them gets to continue on with 2 entries. We will see a rematch of the Schmall and Deming run. Stan Deming will have a chance to take his revenge. Vengeance will be mine. As Stan preps for round number 5 of Pro. With that, we got cars that are going to be rolling out here pretty soon. I got a little bit of work to do as far as getting some big checks ready and all that kind of stuff. And in the meantime, as we roll into round number next of Super Pro, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Jay Kaysen. He'll take you through that.
Nate, as always, thank you very much, sir. I will tell you that I am absolutely just jazzed to be working alongside you this weekend. Just matter of fact, Jimmy Buffett said it best. He goes, he's playing a little overtime. Well, that's the way I look at it. There's working and there's playing, and we just happen to be playing a little overtime up here as we are watching absolutely the finest drag racing I have seen in my life. I mean, even the kids in the junior dragsters, the 005 to 010 lights and stuff like that, it's incredible. Everybody gears up for this race, and you can tell that they do. Man, oh man, oh man. Wow. All right, I hear him firing some hot rods. It's time to get moving. Heating him up, C.W. Hofer, the 87 Firebird, 743, dial in on his machine alongside Jamie Schmall. Matter of fact, if you think you've been hearing that name a lot lately, you are absolutely right. This guy is double entered and double tough, which makes it double hard to get rid of him. Wow. So Jamie Schmall, 609 to dial in, is going to give it almost a second and a half head start to CW. CW is going to sit there and look through one of the 92 mirrors he's got in the back of that car because he's used to getting chased down, and he ain't scared at all. The 01 Cavalier out of Idaho Falls. For those of you that aren't too terribly geographically Idaho Falls is in Idaho. Lots of Idaho race. I'm serious, Mike. Idaho Falls is in Idaho. No. There's a difference. There's Twin Falls and there's Idaho Falls. And then there's Scary Falls. 608 to dial in for Jamie Schmall from the Falls. Ouch, he goes red. Throws a 0-2 negative up there. CW gets a chance to run it out. He went 0-2-5 on the tree, runs it all the way through, goes 7-42 with a 0 on a 43. Yeah, he might have been carrying one, but at least he got to find out what he was carrying. 6-13 with a 9 on a 608. Jamie lifted because he's going, no. I do not want to run dead on. I do not need that much more disappointment. She is coming back, and she is double entered. It's okay. Look at this lineup. Kevin McClellan, Dennis Paz. This is a rematch of the first round. I don't know why they did it in the first round. They didn't have any choice in this one. Oh, man. 660 for Paz, 653 for McClellan in the wagon. I'm smelling something fishy here. Oh, man. Pops puts up a 003 light and good for the win. He forces a 9th breakout out of Dennis Paz. But that 003 light and a 56 with a 0 on a 53. And then Kevin, not wanting to take any chances, goes 0-0-4 down at the finish line. B-00, take 00. That is where that came from. So Zach Ealing, 644, the dial on the 91 Corvette, along Sue Andrew Olson. Olson driving the 70 Camaro. 5.91 seconds for the Camaro, so a half-second head start to Zach. Tree's on. Tree's coming down. Zach's out clean. Andrew's out clean. This is actually extra clean. 00's a pair. Man, 91 with a 6 wins over a 44 with a 5 on a 54. And Andrew Olson takes the win. Tanner Theobald out of Washington, Utah. Not Washington State, not Washington, D.C., Washington, Utah. Kind of a fast machine right here. 481 the dial on his machine. Tyler Smith driving the 68 Nova. Ryan Purdy says, here's the keys. Good luck. Well, Tanner Theobald's going to try to see if he can change his luck, but Tyler Smith's been knocking it down all day long. Somebody's got to stay. I mean, somewhere along the line, somebody's got to do this. Got quiet. Everybody else shut their stuff off. Oh, baby. Lights 1,000th apart down at the other end. And 483 on a 481 takes the win because Tyler Smith takes a little bitty too much stripe down at the other end. Oh, baby. KJ DeSa, 483 in his dragster, the bright yellow one you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane, alongside Chase Learcamp. 457, one of the quicker cars on the lot, coming out of Learcamp camp. 457. So almost a 2.5. That's not a bunch. We'll see what happens here. The North Las Vegas driver, KJ. Oh, the lights are identical and 1/1000th away from perfect. 484 with a 0 on a 483. Goodbye 1 and a goodbye 1 on the tree. Beats a 458 with an 8 on a 457 by exactly 0.08 of a second down at the other end. Two identical 001 lights. Nobody fooling around there. Although somebody had a 00016 light, and somebody had a 00014 light. Trent Flores, 5 flat, the dial in on the dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra lane. Dwayne Ringuth, this guy has been putting some serious laps on. Oh, I'm sorry. Travis is driving Dwayne's machine in this particular round. 4:55, the dial is going to give almost a half-second head start over to the Victory Express. Down at the other end, Winlight comes up. Travis is doing a job at that dragster. 4:58 with a 2 on a 4:55. He started that out with a 0.22. Takes a 2-stripe down at the other end. 66 for Trent. Missed the tree just an itty-bitty bit. And then goes 5 flat with a 9 on the 5 flat. But the real job got done on the tree. Robert Neighbor driving the dragster. 4:62. That dragster's in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Mark Barnhart. Mark Barnhart driving a dragster. 4:59. So only 300ths of a second separate these guys on the tree at this end. Pro, lane 3, pro, lane 3, pro, lane 3. Should be 7 of you coming back. Okay, both lights are green. That's the nice thing to say about them. 0.27. There's 400ths of a second separate the lights. 60 with a 6 on a 59. 63 with a 4 on a 62. Robert Neighbor, unfortunately, gave away a little too much on the tree, and Mark Barnhart took advantage of it and moves on to the next round. Here's Val Torres alongside Marco Paravalos. I'd say it's the guy with the black dragsters, Marco Paravalos. Val Torres. Nope, wait. Caitlin Torres. I'm sorry. There is a whole group of Torreses here, and there's a whole group. And man, I'm telling you what, I have no idea how many cars they've got, but they got a bunch of drivers, that's for sure. Oh yeah, and they got a bunch of money already too. All right, side by side at the finish line. Winlight says 4:57 with a 3 on a 4:53. Marco takes the stripe. Yeah, Marco is all of a sudden looks like he's pretty well locked in as he 0-1-2 on the tree alongside Caitlin's 0-5. 63 with a 2 on a 61. Wasn't enough, closer to the dial, but Marco tapping the brakes and taking a Winlight. Here's Race Kid. Obviously out of Kid Performance, and he's from the Twin Drips. There you go. Twin Drips, double drips. What happens if somebody throws a rock in the middle of it? Would it be the triple drips? 4:62, the dial in for the Kid machine. Cooper Chung, 5.00. Pro lane 3, you've been called. Pro lane 3, you have been called. This one's anybody's guess. Gets down to the finish line. Cooper Chung goes 005 on the tree and 501 with a 2. 64 with a 0 for Kid. I think he actually got the brakes. His 150-mile-an-hour machine says, man, I got to cut you loose. I'm not getting around you. He had a near-perfect 0-1-1 light. Gave up 6 thou down there. Turned it into about 100th at the other end, but that thing was just as tight as it was going to get all the way down the track. Val driving Gabe's car, or is it Caitlin's car? It's somebody's car, but Val's doing the driving. 465 the dial in against the 456. 2 excellent lights both sides of the track. Bobby Dye Jr. had to give up a little too much on the tree, but he got it back on the track as he goes a 456 with an 8. and takes the win. Val goes 464 with a 2 when he needed to go 465 with a 0. So 8th out too quick. He started out with the better of the two lights. He went 007 on the tree, but it turned into an ouchie down at the other end. Okay, I do believe this is Gabe Torres. Okay. I think I've said every single time a Torres car came up, I called it Gabe. All right, Krista Sudam. Krista out of Bakersfield. Current track champion. Reigning track champion? Current track champion? Either way you cut it, tough to beat. 478 to dial in on Krista's dragster. The Torres machine. These folks have been putting on some serious win lights. As you've heard, almost half the names in this left in the category and in Torres. 468 to dial in, so going to give about a 1/10 of a second away to Krista. Krista over in the three-way Chevrolet line. Getting ready to make it happen. Bottom bulb's on, tree's on its way down. Red light. Krista goes red by 0.004 of a second. And Gabe Torres moves on. 489 with an 8 on a 468. No reason to tell everybody what you got. And here you go. This is quickly turning into my favorite car in Super Pro. Is the 1975 Chevrolet Love Truck, brought to you by Isuzu. I just think that it's just so hilarious that Chevy said, you know what? Maybe somebody wants a little truck. You know, like those ones they have over in Japan. And look what happened after that. Man, oh, man. And now the funny thing is General Motors now builds the little trucks for Isuzu. All right. He's all by himself out there. 016 is the light. Runs down to the other end. Runs at 94 with a 7 on a 98 dial. I'm telling you what, that track is still hooking big time. Jason got a chance to take a look at it. Chesimir, Alberta. Like I said, all the Canadians came down because, you see the guys from Calgary. The Flames are out. It's all right, no big deal. Anyway, Jets are out. Everybody's out except for the Oilers. And although I haven't seen anybody, they were all the Canadians came down and said, hockey's over. We don't care about them. So the Oilers can take it on themselves. All right. Listen up. We got just a few cars in the lanes. We're still looking for Pro. Pro. We're looking for you. Stand by as we will be doing trophy presentations here pretty shortly. There'll be pictures and trophies. Also, if by any chance you are owed money, swing on by the trailer. And obviously, as we go in these rounds, it isn't like it's run straight over to the trailer right after you park your car if you've gone out in these rounds. But the money is going to be at the Classic Bracket trailer. So swing on over there. Again, big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. You got to have conditioned air. Also, big thanks to Mazier Enterprises. Mazier Enterprises, obviously there's quite a few people that work there, and probably 40, maybe even close to 50 people are working at Mazier Enterprises these days. But Mike, Dave, Donnie, three brothers, they go into work every day. Well, I'll say that kind of. Dave played a little hooky and came out on Thursday. And Mazier family, well known back in the days when OCIR was still open, and Dave had that kind of. Well, he had a really cool Corvette for a while, but before that he had let's just call it kind of an altered, and he had that thing, and man, he won championships with that car. Got the Corvette, won championships with that car. All the brothers got into racing later on. I remember, I think it was Mike and Dave were running the Monza and the Corvette. And, man, I can't remember who held it off from being a all-Mazier final at the Winter Nationals. That Dave won in Pomona 3 I think 3 dates in a row. In other words, like Winter Nationals, World Finals, and Winter Nationals. And I don't think anybody's ever accomplished that since, and probably never will. I mean, there might be a fuel guy or somebody out there that's done it, but the sportsmen, especially as tough as the racers are out on this end of the coast on pro light racing, I don't think you're going to see that ever again. Okay, we got a couple more cars coming to the lanes. Listen up, Pro. Pro, you're on a ladder and we're looking for you. Pro, you're on a ladder and we're looking for you. Okay, we're missing just one racer and we'd be ready to go into Pro. So, like I said, just one racer left and we're ready to get into Pro. Pro, final call. Pro, final call. All right, here comes our final contestant. Now, Stan is going to have to sit down and hang out for a minute because Mr. Schmall is in twice still. So he's going to be the first pair to go. And there'll probably be a couple minutes of hold on a minute before we get a chance to put the final car down. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Getting ready to cut it loose. Congratulations, Super Pro racers. You are on a ladder. We'll be calling you shortly. Right now, though, we're getting into the Messier Pro ET category. Not a whole lot of contestants left out here. First pair, Andy Schmall. That's that yellow and white Beretta coming down from Idaho Falls, running a Jeep from Placerville. Well, you know, you take the sand tires off, put the asphalt tires on, and say, okay, let's go drag racing. Kind of what he did. Well, it's kind of what it looks like he did. I mean, but 645 alongside a 592. Beretta much quicker. But the Jeep's been getting the job done. You don't get down to this spot without knowing what you're doing. That's for sure. Red lights a pair. Wind picker takes Andy. Andy moves on. 017 to the red on the Jeep. Andy doesn't run it all the way out, though. He goes 618 at 90 miles an hour lifting. Next pair coming your way. Tyler Smith. Tyler out of Rancho Cucamonga alongside Tony Marconi. Tony Marconi, great-great-great-granddaddy, invented the radio. Besides that, they also have Yankee tequila. So between radios and tequila, I think this family's one of my favorites ever. 76 Aero, the drop top Aero, 594 the dial-in. Going to give a little over a half-second head start to Tyler Smith and that shiny black Chevrolet. Two near-perfect lights, slight advantage over to the Mopar. Double breakout at the other end. 93 with a 3 on a 94 is closer than a 53 with a 0 on a 54. By 0.003 of a second, Tony Marconi takes the win. Wow. 004 on one side, 009 on the other. Everybody was trying as hard as they could. What you don't know at the end is all you needed was a little more brake pedal. Ouch. Zach Ealing taking the odd lot single, 0-1-2 off the tree. Wow, look at this. Andy bringing that car right back around again. Stan hadn't even got done checking all his tire pressures yet. Listen up, listen up. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your call. Super Pro, this is your call. You guys are on a ladder. Come up to 5 and 6. You'll be paired and ready to go.
Where do we need to be? Right about there. So we are standing down here in front of the board of conclusion of our Junior Invitational, all part of the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Challenge here at Famoso. And the first person we get to meet is the winner of group number 1. 8 really tough competitors made their way onto this racetrack in our junior event. And my friend, I have got some cool stuff for you. First of all, when I walked back there and saw your cars packed there, you already had in your hand a pile of cash. $1,000 has been handed to you. With that, we're going to give you everything that everybody else gets to race for here. You are already wearing a 2024 event winner hat, but we are going to give you a great big old check with you on it. So we are going to stand in front of you. You get a full-size trophy just like everybody else as our Group 1 winner. Ladies and gentlemen, before we talk to our winner, let's make a whole lot of noise for my man, Brody George.
All right.
All right, Brody. We talked about the fact that there were 8 cars here at this event, all every once in a while. But tell me, what's in here today at the West Coast Challenge?
It was fun.
Fun? I like that word. Fun's the way it's supposed to be, right? I can see by the smile on your face it was fun. I know that you get a race with your brother and a lot of folks a lot of times and on the big screen. I mean, with lots of folks watching from all over the country.
I think it was cool.
I like that. You are a man who lets your driving do the talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? So tell me, how long have you been driving this race car?
3 years.
3 years now. You feel like you're comfortable in the car?
Yeah.
I like that too. I feel like you are. Tell me, what does it feel like to see this great big old trophy? Where are you going to put it at the house?
In the trophy room.
Oh, you've already got a trophy room. Well, I'm glad you get to add that to the collection. Thank for helping here today.
My mom and my dad and my brother.
All 3 of them are great support here. Once more, let's hear it for your winner of group number 1, Mr. Brody George. Now, to make this deal even cooler, the 2 brothers got down here as part of this 24-car invitational field. Our group number 2 also happens to share the last name George. Let's welcome Brody's brother Blake out here as your group number 2 winner. Blake, just like we did for Brody, just like great big old check with $1,000 on it, a great big old trophy, your champion hat already on your. Try it again. There we go. Tell me, how did you feel coming into this race? Were you nervous at all? Were you ready for it? Did you feel like today's my day?
I was a little nervous, but I thought it was going to be really fun, and it was.
It was certainly fun. I mean, you guys got to line up over there in the Grove, racing at a racetrack that's got a lot of history. I mean, March meets held here, track, and at the. So tell me, same thing. Who helped you get here today?
My mom and dad and brother and all my family and friends.
And friends, that is a great big old group, and that's the cool thing about racing, right? Your track family is a big part of that as well. What round do you think was the toughest one for you today? Finals? The finals were the toughest round for you? What did it feel like when that win light came on?
Happy and excited.
Super happy and excited. Well, I'll tell you what, we are super. Well, let's hear 2 winner, Mr. Blake George. Our Group 3 winner, no stranger to the winner's circle in juniors. No stranger to champions banquets and all that kind of stuff. And he's already warned me it might be a little bit difficult to hear him. So I'm going to have to know whether it's the mic cutting out or whether it's his voice cutting out because he's got no voice left. I don't know what you did to party to lose your voice, but apparently it's time to party again. Ladies and gentlemen, your Group 3 winner, let's hear it for Gavin Pine. Gavin, you've been doing this for quite a while. And one of the big deals that we make in Vegas is kind of that age out thing. You're getting close to that point. What does it mean to you to be able to pick up a win at a big event like this, get the $1,000, the big check, the trophy before your junior portion of your racing career comes to a close?
Oh, dude, it's pretty good. It's nice to have it's nice to have a big money race out here because we don't get it around West Coast. We dude, this is bad. we we it's not.
We don't, he said we don't. Did I understand? Unfortunately, at a moment like this, really want to say something. The voice just, but if you want to repeat it, that is, if we can get it over the PA. But, dude, I know that running around racetracks with your dad means a lot to you guys. How cool is it to be here with your dad this weekend?
Super cool. Isn't it?
So a huge blessing to be here with dad and mom. Man, I'll tell you, we're not going to push you on this. Tell from your face that this means a lot to you, dude. So congratulations. Let's hear it for Group 3 winner Gavin Pine.
Yeah. Gabe Torres, we need you to the lanes, please. Gabe Torres, we need you to the lanes. All of your opponents are awaiting. Gabe Torres, please come to the lanes. Gabe. All right, getting back to actually, we have one pair left to run in our pro category, and then we'll be moving into Super Pro. All right. Here we go. This is the last pair of pro category cars, and if you're wondering why there was a small delay, obviously besides the really entertaining interviews that we had with the little fellas, well, I'll guarantee you the guy that won, the guy that he interviewed last is about 3-4 inches taller than Nate, so I'm pretty sure we can't really call them all the little fellas, but the junior dragster group right there, they put on a great show. I was very impressed. Speaking of impressive, Andy Schmall, he's been impressive. He is still in and trying to put 2 entries into the round of 4 cars left. That's when it gets seriously fun. The thing is, one guy's already gone red, so you know the number 4 spot is out. And the problem with the scary spot is number 2 and number 3 normally run each other. So you either got to drop in underneath a 004 or run yourself. Is pretty much the way I'm just guessing. Keep in mind, I am not official by any means. I don't even have a shirt that says official. That's how unofficial I am. 627, the dial for Stan. He takes off first. Andy Schmall right behind him, chasing after him, getting up into the finish line lights. This is close. Gets down to the other end, and 626 with a 4 breaks out against the 27. 93 with a 9 at 593. So 016 light for Andy, and he carries it into both. But I'm not positive, but there's a good possibility he runs himself. So 016. Once the ladder has been put together, we'll see how that works out. But, man, how would you like, even running yourself in the semis is a ton of fun, but run yourself in the final would obviously be the ultimate ton of fun. And we're getting ready to go into pro, and our super pro, I mean. And as we go into super pro, Mikey, keep it up. Okay, I'll do it. I like it. What I really like is the fact that we have a pretty good mix still of door cars and dragsters left in super pro, as they've now broken down to the latter round. The Mizzier Super Pro category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And all right, Super Pro, you guys will be coming out very shortly, so start making your way to your cars. All right, as our drivers are making their final preps to get ready for this round of Super Pro. This has been just an absolutely great weekend. Lots of good matchups in this Super Pro category coming your way. I mean, this might be one of the more entertaining rounds of racing you've seen in a long, long time. All righty, here we go. First pair coming your way. Looks like Mr. Torres is waiting for you to fire up here. The Torres machine dialed 468 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside KJ Desa. KJ 484, going to leave just a little bit in front of Gabe. So, far side dragster, the three-way Chevrolet dragster is going to come over and try to track down KJ's bright yellow dragster. Oh, baby, two beautiful lights side by side at the finish line. How about you? 485 with a 3 on a 484 after an 011 light. Gives him an 01 stripe. Gabe out there, too, with a great 02 light. Runs a 69 with a 7 on a 68 dial in. And KJ takes the win and moves on to the next round. Wow. 011 off the tree. It wasn't a bunch, but it was enough. He takes an 0-1 stripe and moves on to the next round. Travis out of Calgary, Alberta, 455. One of the quicker cars on the lot this weekend. Makes the trip all the way down here. Now, settling in over here in the Michelob Ultra lane with his 455 dial. Tanner Theobald, the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 487. Green lights on both sides. Better of the two green lights goes to Tanner. And Tanner Theobald, after a beautiful 009 light, Tanner moves on to the next round. Next pair coming your way. One of our door car contestants is still out there. This is Kevin McClellan. Long time drag racer. 654, the dial in on the 1980 Malibu, alongside Mark Barnhart. Mark Barnhart coming all the way from New Mexico. Tree comes down. Oh, baby. All right. Almost perfect and exactly the same. It's going to come down to who gets closer. Check this out. Kevin puts together a 54 with a 3 on a 54 with a 004 light. That's a 7th pack. And a 59 with a 2 on a 58, 12 plus the 4 for 16. That makes a 009 stripe at the other end. And yep, that's the kind of racing we've been seeing. C.W. Hofer along in his 87 Firebird is going to get a long 2.5 second head start. Cooper Chung driving the dragster, making the trip down from Vancouver, Washington.
It's all about the story.
Oh, baby, is this tight. Winlight goes to C.W. Hofer as he runs a 47 on a 44, grabs a whole bunch of brake pedal and watches Cooper slide by to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. He runs a 5 flat with a 6 on a 501 and 4 thousandths of a second. Cooper Chung after a beautiful 009 light. Hofer said, you know what? I got to show you the brake lights here. He goes a 747 on a 753 dial. Oh, excuse me. On a 47 dial. Marco Paravalos. Marco driving the black dragster alongside Jason Pad. I'll tell you what, this might be the toughest pair of the bunch. It's an unlikely pair, and as tough as we just saw with what just happened there with C.W. Hofer pulling out the win with a big old brake pedal, this one here, the Love Truck, Jason Pad, made that trip all the way down from Chesimir, and he wants to make it worth his while. 598 on the Love Truck. As Marco Paravalos is trying to track him down. How about almost 2 perfect lights again? Marco 001 runs a 53 with a 3 for a 4th pack. Poor Jason's out there 006 and goes, I got nowhere to go. Only thing he can do is just cut the brake pedal in there and just say, hope he's breaking out. And he wasn't. Marco Paravalos 4 thousandths from perfect. Man, what a round. Marco's still at 152.98 miles an hour. I'm not sure he did anything but run it out the back door. Wow, what a pass. And here we go. Andrew Olson in the 70 Camaro, another of the door car contestants, alongside Bobby Dye Jr. in the dragster. Dragster trying to catch that 591 dial and never gets there. From end to end, Andrew leaves first with a nice 015 light, runs a 592 with a 3 on a 91 dial. Dragster runs a 58 with a 6, stripe down at the other end 02. He takes 7th away from him on the tree and then didn't really give him any slack anywhere else. And Andrew Olson moves on to the next round. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Pro. I know it sounds like you were just there, but it's your call again. Pro, this is your call. Hey. Hey, and to bring you the rest of the action, well, at least some of the rest of the action, because we're gonna bring Mike English in here and tell you all about it. Hold on just a moment for lots of more entertaining drag racing. Wow.
Thank you very much, Jay Cason. Wow, what a round. Man, I mean to tell you, don't get much better than that. Pro ET winners, I believe you said, Jay. Back to the lanes, please. Pro ET winners, back to the lanes. Pro ET winners, need you back to lanes, please. Pro ET winners, need you back to lanes, please. So two of the three pro competitors, well, actually two of the four pro competitors, because Andy Schmalz like twice could race himself in the final, maybe. So again, Pro ET semifinal round to the lanes, please. Pro ET semifinal round to the lanes, please. Andy, I know you just ran, but anything you can do to pick the pace up would be appreciated, my friend. Sally, you can't steal those banners. Jeez. I'm going to tell Chris. Super Pro winners, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro winners, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Pro semifinalists in the lane, 2 Dune Buggies and Andy Schmall. Oh, Chad, I thought you'd gone home. Missing 2 cars in the Super Pro quarterfinal round, 2 cars. Marco Peravalaris, C.W. Hofer. And that's going to be an interesting dial. Wow. Semifinal round, Pro ET, Tony Marconi and Andy Schmall. And Andy Schmall still in both sides of the ladder. He comes back and races Zach Ealing in the other side of the semifinal round. Pretty much a heads-up race here. Tony Marconi, 594, the El Bandito Yankee Tequila Plymouth Arrow. And Andy Schmall, the Beretta. Tony, 594, Andy Schmall, 593. No matter what happens, Andy Schmall's got to come back and race Zach Ealing in the Corvette. So Tony left side, Arizona. Of course, Andy in from Idaho. Andy Schmall, pre-stage, semifinal round. Pro ET, Messier Enterprises, Sunday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. They're both pre-stage. They light the second light together. Who's coming back for the final? It's going to be Andy Schmall. Andy was 007 green. Andy Schmall clicks it off in Kosu. Tony Marconi goes 16 red, dead 2. So Andy Schmall has a chance to run himself for $5,000 in Messier Enterprises Sunday. Tony Marconi, a great show. Tony went to the late rounds every single day. That drop top arrow out of Surprise, Arizona. Did a great job there. Well, you can tell he unfortunately red lighted away a dead two. Andy coasted through at 6:21.5 on the 593 dial-in. So Andy will come back and race Zach Ealing in another one of the dune buggies, the Corvette. Andy Schmall back in the lanes with his Beretta. I talked to Andy this morning. He says, "Man, I'm not having a weekend." I said, "No, you're not having an Andy Schmall weekend at all." Well, that changed today on Vizier Enterprises Sunday. Now, no matter what happens in this race, we're going to do it again. Possibly. Andy Schmall lights up the scoreboard. He will race himself in the final for $5,000. Zach Ealing picks up the win. He will come back and race Andy Schmall again in the final for $5,000. And probably get a Tanner Theobald autograph for $5,000. They don't come cheap. That's what Mike Ames told me. So the other half of the pro semifinal round is coming out in just a second. Zach Ealing, the Corvette, and Andy Schmall. Super Pro quarterfinal round will follow the pro semifinal round. Zach Ealing would like to race Andy Schmall twice. Andy Schmall would like to race himself in the final on Messier Enterprises Sunday. Andy Schmall in the Beretta will take the three-way Chevrolet lane, and Zach Ealing, that Racing Ealing family out of NorCal, will roll up in the Michelob Ultra lane. 644, Zach. 593, Andy. The primetime player out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, taking on that big-time player out of Northern California. To go to the final. If the Corvette lights up the scoreboard, he's going to come back and race that yellow car again. If that yellow car lights up the scoreboard, he is going to race himself in the final round. 593 left, 644 right to run for the money. Both of them pre-staged. Pro ET semifinal round. Zach lights that second light. Andy Schmall's in. Green light starts a pair. Down there at that top end, here comes that Beretta. Zach looking over. Wop, wop. How about that Andy Schmall? Going to run himself in the final. 0085947. Andy Schmall. Sean Ealing, 028. 1 over 45 with a 2. And Andy Schmall will run himself in the final round on Messier Enterprises Sunday in Pro ET. Messier Enterprises Super Pro now with KJ DeSaw and Andrew Olson. Andrew the Camaro, that Charlie Olson tuned Camaro, $592 for Andrew Olson. KJ DeSaw for LAT Racing Oils out of Las Vegas, $484. KJ and the Dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. To go to the semis on Messier Enterprises Sunday and Super Pro for $10,000. It is a possibility we could have an all-door car semifinal round in Super Pro, or it could be all dragsters. It's all three pairs are dragsters door cars. Matchup. Charlie Olson standing over there watching Andrew. Andrew get that head start, that Camaro at 592. Clean green, separated by 3 thousandths of a second down there, top end. How about KJ DeSaw? 10 on the tree, a 1 over 85 with an 8 for the win by 9 thousandths of a second. Andrew was no weak dog. Andrew was 13 on the tree and 2 over with a 4. And by 9 thou, KJ moving to the next round. Kevin McClellan, Tanner Theobald. Wow. K-Mac, 654 in the K&N Filters Malibu wagon. Tanner, 487 for the Pride of Washington, Utah. So pretty good old head start going to the Malibu wagon, which is LS powered, by the way, if anybody cared. And prime time Tanner doing the chasing. Head start to the Malibu. Clean green this pair. The better of the two was 006 top end. It's Tanner. 4888 006 on that 487 dialing. Takes out K Max. 14 on the tree. Out by 1 thou. Getting there first by a hun. Final pair. Whew. Man. C.W. Hofer and Marco Peravalaris. Marco, 452 with that Bob Pinella horsepower dragster, and CW, Silver Platter Racing Firebird for the former Division 7 champion, 740 C-Dub. If you want to be best in class in a single next round, you have to be 005 or better. Head start in a rather lengthy one going to C-Dub. Marco, not going to be intimidated at all. One of the best in the biz, taking on one of the best in the biz. Clean green this pair. Watch them down there at the top end. We are 3,000 difference in reaction time. C-Dub, 011, 41 with a 3 on the 40 dialed for the win. Marco was 14 on the tree, out by a hun, taking a 2 hun stripe. And C-Dub coming back. And by my calculations, Tanner will have the bye run. That's my calculations. Oh, KJ carries the bye? I'm sorry. My apologies. So Tanner and CW. KJ just saw with a bye to the final for $10,000 on Mazier Enterprises Sunday. Yeah. Okay. Hey, if anybody wants to make a bet on the pro final, I'm going with Andy Schmall. I got $100 on Andy Schmall in the final of pro. In fact, I'm going to go 1,000. Hey, Andy, was this an Andy Schmall Sunday? I think so.
I'm just one step back. All right. So we are down here alongside of the tower, concluding our pro category. Actually, one round short of officially concluding our pro category, but it turns out we didn't need it. We didn't need it because our winner would have raced himself in the finals for a weekend that didn't start off all too high. Today turned out pretty much perfectly. We're going to make some noise for our pro champion here on a Mizzier Enterprises Sunday. It is Andy Schmo. So, Andy, it's easy. It's one of those things. You're the winner on Sunday, and it's quiet down here. But the good news is the last big check, the last trophy, the last tat, which we have you put on right now, is yours. We talked about the weekend not starting off the best, but it sure finished on a high note. How do you feel, man? Come on. There we go. Try again. This is just refusing to work. Okay, step right here. Try again. Why does it work for me? What's
Is it because I'm taller than you, Nate? That's it. It was Mike English last night that came and really rubbed it in and said I was not having a good weekend. And I don't know what it was, but it was enough luck to turn it around today. So started seeing things better, seeing the tree better, and everything kind of fell together.
But this is going to be fun, but it's definitely cool. We're not going to kind of drag this out. People know what you've done. I mean, $1 million winner at other big buck bracket races. You are now just the fourth person to race themselves in a final here at a West Coast bracket race. I mean, Dustin did it at Fontana. We had Pedro Valdez do it, and then we had I'm trying to remember the last one. I just thought about it a minute ago, but Race Kid pulled one off. So of those four, yeah, Team Idaho. Now you guys have two of them. Three of them. That's right, three of them. So that's pretty cool. Man, congratulations. I know that, when you drag the whole family down here for a long weekend like this has got to make it a whole lot better. Congratulations to you, man. I'm not even going to try this whole mic thing again, but
Super Pro semifinal round. D. Drew the Lays, please. Super Pro semifinal round. D. Drew the Lays, please. So the semi-final round of Super Pro for $10,000 on Mizzier Enterprises Sunday in the lanes, and they're suiting up, and Nate Hershey is going to take you through this round of Super Pro.
All right. So we are down to 3 cars left in the show. For a West Coast Classic, it's the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic here at Famoso on a Mizzier Enterprises Sunday. 2 dragsters and a door car. In our previous days, every single one of our final rounds in Super Pro has featured a dragster and a door car. Will today be the day that the dragsters end up running each other, or will we get a dragster and a door car? We're already guaranteed one dragster in the final. KJ Desa sitting behind the tower on the buy run. It is C.W. Hofer and it is Tanner Theobald. The previous door car that made it to the 2 finals was known as a dragster killer. This one's just the same. CW and the Firebird dialed in at 742. Tanner out of Washington, Utah, looking to add a little extra money into the coffers because, well, he's got some big family events coming up here pretty soon, like big time. So with a 487 on the scoreboard, we're thinking about it just for a minute as CW bumps into position on the starting line. Tanner Theobald is there. Down go the lights. Advantage on the tree belongs to Tanner Theobald. Win light turns on for C.W. Hofer by 33 ten-thousandths of a second. Tanner was 22 green. C.W. was 35 green. C.W. goes 1 above. Tanner Theobald puts it 490 on a 487, and 3 thousandths of a second sends a C.W. Hofer into the final round, and it's going to be all dragsters as that LAT Racing Oil sponsored ride rolls up on the left side of the racetrack for KJ Desa. I think it's actually pretty cool as KJ gets ready to make a lap here that we had the Junior Invitational today. As in fact, a good portion of those junior cars that made their way down the racetrack all get help from KJ. When he graduated out of the junior program, turned that into a business for himself by helping to tune and maintain those junior cars. Started calling it KD Racing. Those are the T-shirts and hats that you see his dad wearing down there. And is now looking for an opportunity to take home a nice $10,000 payday. He gets a free ride into the finals and a time run to warm up to see if he can do what nobody else has done, and that's take out the Firebird. KJ Desa, 001 on the tree, and then goes 486 on a 485, so lane choice will belong to KJ. And I can promise you this, no matter what happens right now, there is one proud dad standing down there watching his boy make his way down the racetrack, and I know that. That's pretty cool. So we have got 2 cars left on a Mizzier Enterprises Sunday. We're going to get our Super Pro winners back into the staging lanes here in just a bit. While we give them an opportunity to get back into the pits, get them cooled down, turned around, and make their way back, we'll crown our final winner of the day. But it was Steve Allenach picking up the win in Pro yesterday. Andy Schmall raced himself in a final today in Pro to get the win. And it was Chase Trimp picking up the win in Pro on that Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Kid Performance and Dyno Friday Super Pro winner was Gabe Torres. The other race car in that deal was Pearson Deming. Pearson returned to the finals the following day, made his way to consecutive final rounds, and was able to light up the scoreboard to take home that win in the $20,000 Hughes Performance Saturday. We've only got one trophy left up here because we had like Brody and Blake and Gavin all pick up wins in their respective junior categories. And then, of course, Val Torres Jr. picking up the shootout win. I don't know what it is with Val Torres Jr., but come shootout time, it's almost like the guy's unstoppable. Unstoppable. So with Brody and Blake George picking up Group 1 and Group 2, Gavin Pine picking up Group 3 in the Junior Invitational, Andy Schmall, your winner and runner-up in the Pro category. And then with that final trophy left to be decided, it is going to be fun. It's kind of that time. Again, we are going to thank the folks at Kid Performance and Dyno. Thank you very much to Hughes Performance. Thank you very much to Mazier Enterprises. Thank you so much to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC for your continued partnership and sponsorship with West Coast bracket races, whether it be here at the West Coast Classic, whether it be at the Southwest Showdown down in Tucson. And again, this year, having that additional bonus race that's going to be taking place here in September, a 200 single entry car capped event for twin $20,000 races, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, test and tuning on Friday. It just gets better and better. Chris was actually talking to me this morning about reminiscing and reflecting on what 10 years has really meant to him. And it's obvious that it means a lot to him. I know we've still got several folks that may be traveling home already listening in on that Bank Shift live feed. And I can tell you guys, the fact that each and every one of you keep showing up through the gates whenever Chris puts on an event, it is so meaningful to him that you continue to support the West Coast bracket races. So on behalf of Chris and on behalf of everybody here at Famoso, thank you again to each and every one of the racers who have rolled through the gates. Whether you were here running Pro, Super Pro, Junior, whether you were just running around the pits, hanging out with friends and family. We all appreciate the racers coming here because I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you guys don't show up, it's a very boring place to be. We can have all the gates open. We can have everything ready to go, but with no race cars, no racers, and no personalities, this place gets really kind of dull. It's you, the racers, that makes this thing awesome, and we appreciate that, and we're looking forward to more. I want to thank Mike English and Jay Case, and they are kind of the regulars here, right? Mike, definitely the regular here, to the point that he's got some special at the Dog Pound. Did I say irregular? Is that what I should have said? They're irregular? They're irregular here? Look, there are a lot of things that are irregular at every racetrack, and that's what makes this thing awesome. The characters that come into play. I mean, I said this in the fact that, you know, I'm looking back at 20 years of announcing. The very first place that I started was in Vegas, and it's kind of coming full circle. I get to come back here to Bakersfield and spend the weekend with Mark, who is kind of the guy at Vegas that helped show me the ropes, helped me kind of figure out what running a track's all about. So that was fun. Being able to come back in that 20 years is pretty cool. And Mike English, Was one of the very first announcers that I ever worked with. So being able to be here this weekend and worked with him was pretty cool. I dig working with Jay. He is a riot, just a fun guy to hang out with. And I understand that, Mike English and Jay Case, and they kind of come as a package deal. And we have lovingly nicknamed them Waldorf and Statler. Just kind of those old guys from the Muppets that hang out and talk out of the balcony. Yeah. That's complimentary. That's pretty cool. So, being able to work on this with Chris, it's an honor, and I certainly hope that we'll see how it's going to work out. As many of these, I hope he'll keep inviting me back. But the whole crew here, anybody that puts on one of these West Coast Bracket Races shirts is all about making sure that the experience is the best that it can be for the racers, and we certainly hope that we have lived up to your expectations. We certainly hope that we have provided you an event that you've had a great time at. I know that as I've looked around, we've seen lots and lots and lots of smiling faces. And before I kind of wrap up this part of it and start saying, hey, Super Pro, let's get you headed back to the lanes as soon as you can. I also want to thank Chad Bangshift being up there on the scissor lift, because for those of you that are all watching at home who couldn't be here, or those of you that have already left today and are watching online, he's the one that's been up there providing the great coverage. So it's been a fun weekend. It's been a great time, and I certainly look forward to, if I make it back out here for the September stuff with Nitro Chaos, I'm looking forward to that, or whatever track it is that we happen to cross paths at again, whether it's my home track in Vegas or wherever it may be. I look forward to seeing each and every one of you again soon. We've got half of our Super Pro final already back. We'll get the other half of our Super Pro final here, and we'll run our last pair of cars for the weekend. All right, Super Pro Finals. I think I hear them rolling this way, but we'll take the other half of our Super Pro Finals to the lanes, please. Super Pro Finals, come on down. Super Pro Finals. We got one, need two. Join us in the staging lanes, please. So we've got both of our finalists back in the staging lanes. The conversations that need to be had have been had. C.W. Hofer and K.J. Desa. Going to be our last two cars down the racetrack. And I think we are Hearing them fire up right now. Oh, man. Again, the last pair of cars at the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. Every day in Super Pro, it's come down to door car versus dragster. It was like that on Friday with Gabe and Pearson. It was like that on Saturday with Pearson and Rob. And it's like that today. So as they roll in, oh ho ho, KJ had lane choice. Thanks to the 001 reaction time that he had in the semifinal on his bye run. Put CW over in the left side. CW has been running out of the right lane all day. He's been killing it on the tree all day. He's been dead on the dial pretty much all day. KJ has been doing the same. So with CW Hofer, the Firebird out of Calamasa, California, 743 is the number up on the scoreboard. And he's going to be getting a very sizable head start against KJ's 484. KJ first to light up the pre-stage bulb as CW rolls in. Can CW continue kind of his role as David against the Goliath of dragsters? Or will KJ pick up his first major event win in a big car? Down goes the tree. Almost identical in reaction time. 0.003 of a second separate them, and KJ Desa lights up the scoreboard for the win. CW Hofer was 0.28 of a second behind the green light. KJ was 0.25. KJ get this. KJ runs 5:10 on a 484, crosses the finish line with a broken race car, is stopped down there by the scoreboards, but the win light is on. CW Hofer knew that KJ was going to come screaming by him, just like every other dragster had done before. CW gets there first, goes 741 on a 743. Breaks out probably right about the time or just after KJ's car gave up. What was it we said earlier in the weekend? There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Apparently, we've just had a happy accident. KJ Desa picking up a win in the big car. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Wow. Wow. Congratulations, KJ. I really hate to see the fact that you've got a race car that's going back in the trailer and is going to need some love and attention. But I think they're willing to set that part aside to collect up that $10,000 big check, the champion's trophy, the champion's hat, and the title of Messier Enterprises Sunday Super Pro champ. That's right. That's right, dude. Bob Ross quote, no mistakes, just happy accidents. Congratulations, KJ. Nicely done, CW. Congratulations to all of our winners on the weekend. And racers, one more time, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here and being part of this event. Here's another thing that just made it kind of even cooler for me. Again, on that 20-year tour thing, I got a picture of me handing KJ Desai his very first trophy as a junior racer. And now I get to hand him his very first trophy from a big buck bracket race. That's pretty darn cool. Just saying. So that's it. This is all about our winners, all about our racers. Again, from those of us here at West Coast Bracket Races, thank you so much for being part of this event. For all of you in the chat bleachers, thank you so much for being part of this show. You're as big a part of this event as any of us. So thank you for being here. We're going to go quiet for a moment here while we get everything ready to go. I got to go write a name on a big check, take a trophy and a hat down in front of the tower, and hopefully we can get a little chance to talk to KJ. All right. So this microphone cooperates the whole thing because this is a pretty special moment. Each of our winner circles are a very special moment. But to be able to stand here racer from Las Vegas, somebody that I personally had the opportunity to watch develop as a racer from the very first time he set foot in a race car until today. This is, ladies and gentlemen, your winner on a Mizzier Enterprises $10,000 to win Sunday. It is my hand this big check, the trophy, and the champion's hat to KJ Desa. This thing's going. Come on. I mean, you have been running juniors. You had a lot of success. I want to make sure we get this. It seemed like there wasn't a race or a racetrack into that you walked with a trophy. Ever since you moved into the big cars, you have been chasing that trophy for a long, long time. To be able to do it here today at the West Coast Classic, pick up $10,000, what does it mean to you, man?
Nate, I lost for words. Bear with me, I'm not used to these things. So, when we got it done in Fallon a couple years ago, that was my first, and it's been a little bit of a struggle. Struggle with the transition, struggling on the tree. Been working on it for I don't know, about 5 years now, and finally took a page out of Dad's book, and it feels good to get it done with him there, with Mom here. All my boys watching, so pretty amazing.
It is definitely amazing. Like you said, all your boys, we talk about how big of a family this is, and all of you guys have been racing juniors together for years. So to step up into a big buck bracket race, being able to go home with the trophy, yes, we've got an issue with the race car, but that obviously probably comes second right now because you've got family, you've got friends, and this is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, the issue with the race car is unfortunate, but we'll deal with that on Monday. It's a lot of zeros. I'm not, yeah.
It is a lot of zeros. I'll tell you what, let's just do this part because this is pretty cool. Take a look right down there. The camera zoomed in. I got to hand you your first trophy. I get to hand you the trophy. I'm so excited to do it. Let's hear it for your winner, KJ Desa.
Want to say thank you to Chris. He's put on a great event. Look forward to it every year. Win, lose, or draw, time, and we appreciate everything you do.
Well done. Again, thank you. We're going to celebrate with KJ down here. For everybody that was here racing with us, thank you again for being part of this. Thank you to Hughes Performance. Thank you to Kid Performance and Nino. Thank you to the Mizzier Enterprises team who are down here to celebrate in the winner's circle as well. They're the sponsors that keep this thing going. Thanks to Silver State. Without those sponsors, we can't do this. Remember, mark your calendars. Be here for the next one in September. For Mike English, on behalf of Jay Kaysen, and especially on behalf of Chris Forsyth, I'm Nate Hershey. We're signing off. This one's in the books. We'll see you next time. Drive safe.